bony boom, fleshy baby, ta won't wear man. On Darala diwa, there be seen. Loago Cristo lida Cristo lebiro. Lugo bolita ya gusawe rebe. Gumfuliti lida wese baba won. Garina gu leke si duyana. Recibi la lita lugo Cristo man. Sasilamu gawali nai seni dari wama muge wabagare. Sasilamu gawali nai seni dari wama muge wabagare. Itarala.
Thank you, Niabu. Thank you, Niabu. Proceed on. Thank you, Niabu. Now we have a presentation by Dr. Siri Brown. And Dr. Siri.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning,
Dr. Siri. Garifuna Nation and the Women's Collective. I'm really happy to join you all today here from Oakland, California. What a beautiful prayer. Thank you for that. I don't speak or understand the language, but I can feel the spirit of it. And I want to say that I met Egbert, I don't know, maybe it's been a decade or so now, at an event where we were there was a conversation about Haiti and the importance of Haiti. And we met and we really connected, and since then have done a number of things together. The two most important are taking African-American students to Belize 2 times. And then he has since taken more groups of students to Belize. And so we came together on this because I have been to Belize a few times and went to the Garifuna Museum and just, am a lover of African culture and the ways that we have preserved African culture in the diaspora. And the Garifuna are so important in that story of cultural survival and linguistic survival and the drum, dance, family, just the way that culture has preserved there is so remarkable to me and so inspiring. And to see the way that the community holds together and strives to maintain the culture to future generations is just such a critical piece of Pan-Africanism and our identity. And then I was able to learn. I'm a Garveyite. I believe that the United States of Africa, the uniting of our people, is the key to our controlling and determining our own destiny. And of course, I'm borrowing from so many of our leaders. We don't have to come up with these things because Marcus Garvey laid the foundation, and so many other leaders have expounded upon that foundation and put that philosophy of African unity into practice across the globe and across the diaspora, and certainly in Belize as well. And so I was able to learn about, Marcus Garvey and the history there, the strong history and the strong support that Belize had for the Garvey movement, including key individuals. And so I come this morning grateful to be asked, and thank Egbert for asking me to come, Brother Shaka, for having me come, because I do have a reverence and respect for the Garifuna and for Belize, generally speaking. We were able with students to go to the Women's Collective, and they were so gracious in cooking traditional foods and talking with our students and talking with a very strong core woman's power. And today, is yet another critical day where we are honoring the work of African women, in this case, in the Garifuna community. And it's so timely because my godmother tells us that the planet, the world, our people will not be right until African women take up their rightful place of leadership and steer humanity into the direction of healing and into the direction of hope and into the direction of ma'at, of a moral, righteous kind of leadership. And we see this happening everywhere. We see African women taking up their rightful place in their homes, in their communities, in their governments, in their, just in every way, shape, and form. And it's happening across the diaspora in Black Latin America. It's happening here in the US. And we, of course, as African women have always been core and center to our communities and to the strength of our movements. Garvey, predominantly women. And so it's not a surprise to us because we know this, but we can see that a new dawn is rising in terms of us taking our rightful place. And I pray that continues, and I work to participate in that upliftment of African women because we were the first, and it is upon us to lead us to understanding the importance of culture, understanding the importance of righteousness and truth and honesty and humility and justice. And it is upon us who birth the children to really understand what it means for us to do work today for tomorrow's children and tomorrow's children's children. And so as we come together today and continue this work of the Garifuna Women's Collective, I wish each and every one of you and this work that it might be strong, powerful, based in the knowledge and wisdom and traditions of our ancestors, and that it might be good for our children's children. With that, Egbert, thank you.
Thank you very much, Sister Siri from Oakland, all the way from Oakland. We enjoyed your presentation and we look to further solidarity work with our Garifuna women.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
very much. Good. Oh, and now our keynote speaker is here already. We are honoring our elder, Mrs. Felicia Nunes. I got to find out that my elder, Mrs. Felicia Nunes, is a granddaughter of the founder of Settlement Day. Settlement Day was founded by Mr. T.V. Ramos, and T.V. Ramos, as Cecilia learned, was also a Garveyite. He was the secretary for United Negro Improvement Association in the country of Belize. And I guess that's where he got his inspiration to help our people get recognition. And Mrs. Felicia Nunes, the floor is yours. And I think we might have some questions for you after you make your presentation. No good. We can't hear you, Ms. Felicia. Let me see if I could unmute. Can somebody unmute her machine? We can't hear you.
Good morning.
Piti Minafi.
Piti Minafi. Buenos días. How so much?
Good. Granifel, can they adjust your face so that you could see it a little clearer? Very good, very good. Very good. Very good. Nice. Go ahead.
It's an honor for me this morning to be asked to be a part of this women's conference. My name is Felicia Nunes, Ramos Nunes. TV Ramos is my granduncle. He's my dad's uncle. So I am a Dangrigan born educated here in Dangriga, and has been a part of my community ever since I was born. This morning, I would like to talk on the plight of the woman here in Dangriga. I have worked all over the country of Belize as a social worker. I am retired, but it is said that once a social worker, always a social worker. I love my people, regardless of race, creed, or color. We are all one, created by God Almighty. But there are times when the Garifuna people are being marginalized. Marginalized because of ethnicity, marginalized because of their language, marginalized because we are poor, marginalized with whatever people think they can discredit us. But the Garifuna people have gone far. We have done a lot. We have placed ourselves in society. A Garifuna person can be whatever he or she wants to be. You can be a king or a queen. We have done a lot for our community, especially our Belizean, our Garifuna women. There are many single parents in our Garifuna community, but they survive, they struggle, they educate their children, they do whatever is needed to do to uplift their children. And today, I am proud of them. While working in my community, I experienced a lot of discrimination. But you know what? You don't ponder over those things. You try to overcome so that those who think that they can bring you down, they go bring them themselves because you have proven yourself that you are above that. I can still remember the words of Dr. Theodore Aranda when he was involved in politics and people would bashed him. And I said, Doc, did that affect you? He said, no, Phil. The person who gets angry is a loser. And I am never going to be a loser. And that's me. I will never be a loser. I rise above anything despite the many challenges that we encounter. Growing up as a child here in Dangriga, you used to see our parents going to the farm. We used to go to the farm, bring some food for our table, then hurry, get ready, and go to school. There was a lot of family orientation among us, but now that's no more. Everybody look for themselves. But in those times, you used to know who your neighbor are. We used to share. There was no money, but there was food. And food that you put on the table, that you know that your neighbor have something to eat. We share what I don't have, you have. We used to believe in bartering. I give you cassava, you give me plantain. You give me fish, I give you coconut. And those, the way we used to live. I love to see the Garifuna people coming together. Let's fight all the barriers, all the negativity. Come together, reach out for each other. Give your hand to your brother and lift him up. Give your hand to your sister and lift him up. Today might be yours, tomorrow will be mine. My dear brothers and sisters, the Garifuna people has gone far. We have many Garifuna people in many fields. We have doctors, we have nurses, we have teachers, we have bishops, we have policemen, commissioner of police, social workers, I'm a retired social worker. And to this day, it is said, once a social worker, always a social worker. Your work is never done until the good Lord call you home. We experience a lot of discrimination even within ourselves. Why? Because of politics. There is hatefulness. You must eat, then this one mustn't eat. Right now, we have the COVID-19 upon us. And if you were here in Dangriga, you would experience the amount of discrimination that within our people. There are those who eat and there are those who don't eat. Why? Why? I still reach out to the community because if you do not know what is to be hungry, you will not understand when your fellow man tells you that I am hungry. When you find a child crying and ask him, what's the problem, baby? What's wrong with you? I am hungry. Hi, share that piece of bread. That's the way we were brought up at home. Even it's only one slice, break it and share it with your fellow men. My dear Belizean, we talk about unity. We need unity. Every time you hear someone opens their mouth, unite, unite. But we need to work on unity. We need to love each other. Thomas Vincent Ramos was a founder of the Garifuna Settlement Day, my great-grand-uncle. And he experienced discrimination. He was mocked. He was challenged. He was stoned with rotten eggs, but he persevered. That just 2 days ago, he had left a legacy for all the Garifuna people to survive, that they can boast about half a day, the Garifuna Settlement Day, which is 19th of November. This is the legacy Thomas Vincent left for us. He was a man of vision, a visionary man that knows that what was going to happen. And it is what he said he has a song. And now that song meant a lot because he has left a legacy. And in the song, this is happening exactly what he said in his song. And maybe for a moment, I can pause to sing this song for you all. Agamba hamutisa, lumalali Jesus, ni do hainogo. Pimetiregia, hamalali rahia, agamba hamutisa. Belua manidu heyo, belua mairahia, wa mamunada. Madiseda humatia, mararma humatia, di sawawe. Nadag me wa matia, haba me wa mulenu, ya dangriga. Ukawaga wayetia, ukawaga hayetia, luway fula sole. Ligeme wa yahuaha, ligeme wa sakriha, gani habanasiwa. Madiseda humatia, mararma humatia, di sawawe. That's the song created by Thomas Vincent Ramos. And in that song, he envisioned that if we do not turn to the soil, if we do not love our people, if do not pay our taxes or rent, we will be driven from our land. My dear people, let's turn to the soil. Let's show love to our people. Let's help our Garifuna women who are still fighting for the right cause. Reach out, my dear people. Hisego Buongwa, leader Liri Bungu. Niduhe, thank you, my dear people, and that is the end of my presentation. Mabwig Sereme.
Much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much,
Right.
Mrs. Nunes. Thank you very much. I think we want to also ask you some questions, Mrs. Nunes, related to your experience. You said you are your granddaughter for our founder, Mr. TV Ramos. Could you tell us a little bit of like what did you see him doing, like when he was demonstrating for this day? Was he marching? Were there a lot of people behind him? Could you tell us just a little bit?
Thomas Vincent Ramos was a businessman. He used to own a store on St. Vincent Street, and he used to make molasses and make the candy man face. And the man face he made was a candy made out of sugar and pour into a mold of man face and put a stick in it. And that was what we, the children, love. And he put some coloring in it, and so it was red. And we would buy that because we like to see our tongue red. We would stretch out our tongues for people to see that your tongue is red. Then they'll say, you must be eating TV Ramos candy. He was a farmer. He sell peanuts, he sell whatever, but he was also a teacher. He was a preacher. And when he came to decide to form an organization with the Carib Development Society, he was mocked. He was mocked, but he persevered. He persevered, and as what he said in his song, you know, that if you don't put your act together, that something will work out, but you might be disappointed. But because he was never disappointed, he goes from street to street to do his preaching, to talk to the people. He organized people like Patalion Vicente, Mr. Blanco, and many other people who decided to join him and work along with him. He have a help aid society for the senior people, so that if you don't, when the time comes, some death in the family, he was able to help you with your funeral expenses, so that, you can bury the dead and reach out, help the sick, and give you something if you are sick and help out. So he was always a man of vision.
Very good, very good. That type of oral history is very important for some of us, Granny Fell. It's very important to know what he did in the community. Anybody wants to ask more about any questions from
On
Ms.
my
Bell?
video, please. Yes,
Yes.
Egbert. Good morning, one and all. This is Cynthia Ellis in lovely Dangriga. It has been
You want to
really
adjust your face?
come adjust my face from people. I have
Thank
some
you.
young people, I have some
Very
young women helping me with the technology. We
good.
really need the young people involvement, and I really want to acknowledge that fact. Felicia, blessings and greetings and love to you, sister. She's so modest,
Thank
so modest.
Very much so. Very much.
When I had come back home from
Carl,
studying in Europe,
Sabal.
Felicia, you sent some women to me, some powerful Garifuna women, and you are so well known for encouraging and supporting Garifuna women. And it is out of that we had the Lofulere women's group who went under the same genre of TV Ramos and these men. And we as women are like Abigail in the Bible, We love our men and we use wisdom in terms of how we as women affirm ourselves, okay? And one of the things I know you for and I'd like you to speak to is the Garifuna food and how you have been able, as someone who works within the system as a social worker, how you have been able to uplift the power and the importance of Garifuna food, not only like a recipe or a recipe book, but in terms of the spiritual dimension of Garifuna Duo. Could you please share us a little bit more about that woman power? Because with these women, I went to the farm with them, we planted cassava, we processed cassava, we make cassava bread. And in our women's movement, it has been the inclusion of everybody, men, young people, and children in the whole thing of preparing cassava bread. For example, please share with us some of these beautiful experiences of our strength as a people.
Thank you. Thank you, Cynthia. Growing up as a child, we used to eat from our mother's pot, eat from the farm. And whatever was being prepared for us, we eat it. We have our staples, plantain, cassava, banana, yams, breadfruit, yampi, sweet potato, you name them. And those food were prepared to us by our parents. There was never a time we tell our parents we will not eat what is being prepared for us. What was put on the table, we have to eat. There are times when it's lone cassava bread, but that was our food and we were satisfied, right? Now, many young generation now, they don't know how to prepare our food. But, you know, don't give up. We have people talk about hodot. Many times, sometimes you hear people given the recipe, they said the coconut gravy. The coconut gravy, the coconut is when it hasn't been prepared. But once you prepare that gravy, you turn into lassos, right? You turn into lassos. They change the way of preparing our food. When you make hudut, you peel, put on your pot, peel your plantain, you put the plantain in the pot. Usually it's 2 plantain for each person. After that, you have already cleaned your fish, season your fish. You grate your coconut, okay? You squeeze that coconut milk. After you squeeze that coconut milk, you put on your pot, you put your garlic, your basil, your thyme, or your oregano. Then you preheat that coconut milk, preheat it. Do not let it boil because it will curdle and all the cream will come one side. So once it starts smoking, add your fish and season the fish and continue basting it. Our people never add pigtail nor egg nor whatnot in that gravy. That's not the way a Garifuna hudut falumo was served. You serve your well-seasoned fish with ton and green plantain, right? And when you eat that plantain, you don't have to use spoon, you use your finger to enjoy and feel it sliding down. We have potato pudding. That's a dessert. You grate that potato. You mix it with enough liquid, sugar, vanilla, raisin. We used to use the coconut milk. Now people are using pet milk. But there are 2 ways. Potato pound is the hard one. That means you put less liquid. Potato pudding is the soft one. You put a little more liquid. But if you want the cream to come on top of that potato pudding, you will not stir. You will just leave it to boil. And then you will get a nice potato pudding with the gel on top. But once you boil it, then it will come dry and it will be a potato pound. We have sahal. That's one of our famous porridge. We have pulali. I will talk about pulali because a lot of people they learn about this sahal. But pulali is
Jamal, he was convicted for the 1981 shooting and killing of Philadelphia police officer named Daniel Faulkner.
Just 1 minute, Miss Felicia. Could those who are listening in our space please turn off go on mute, please, so we don't get feedback. Thank you so much.
That's next.
Go ahead, Miss Felicia. Well, not her. I don't mean for you to go on mute. Please unmute Miss Felicia. I want others to be muted, not Miss Felicia.
hello.
Yes, okay, wonderful. You're on back. Continue, please.
Pulale was a famous lab, adulu,
Yes, sir.
made especially when there was a wake. The elders would be baking bread and preparing for the wake, but they would make that special pot of pulali, and for those helpers, and you would have to dance if you need a cup of pulali. That is not happening again. It was very fun, you know. So you make that pulali, you put your coconut milk in the pot, you mix the flour with a little milk or water, and you turn it, put it into the pot. Then you need a flour. You need a little flour, and then you put it into balls and drop it into that coconut milk. You put your vanilla, your cinnamon, and you stir it until it's thick. And and you serve it warm. Oh, that's a famous lab or pulali among our ancestors. We don't have pinule anymore. Pinule is made of corn. They parch the corn, then they grind it or they beat it in the mortar, then they pour it in the pot and pour water and stir it. And those were healthy, nutritious food.
Sister Nunes, Felicia, this is just so rich and so beautiful. I hope you have recipe book and cookbook because there's so much that you are sharing with us, and this is really an opportunity. You say no? Suppose I never asked.
I have made a recipe book. This is my third reprint.
Wow. So
and the name of my recipe book is Tidewe Senanigi Lumagen Niregigi, which means gift from my heart and my fire heart.
Wow,
that's the name
awesome.
of my recipe book.
So how can we get what is the price and how can we get this? Because we really want to promote you and the richness that you have brought to Garifuna people and the world. How much well we can promote you through the Garifuna Nation, okay? So
yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Cynthia, we have some questions in the chat. So let me
Excellent.
One of the questions for you, Auntie Fel, is can you tell us something about your maternal side of your parents, your grandparent mother?
Okay.
What they used to do.
Okay. My mother, Teofila Norales Ramos. Right? Okay, she was a seamstress. And a farmer. And my mother used to, any other children that came into our house, they were adopted. She showed that they have food. So we used to have a house on St. Vincent Street that anybody coming from the village, be it Mayan, Garifuna, Creole, Spanish, because we have some long ceiling under the house, people would stop there to rest. And my parents would cook and said, never cook a little, always cook enough so that somebody might stop there so that you could give them a plate of food. And I think that legacy I adapt because I am still doing it to this day. Despite the COVID, there are people who haven't been assisted I do not have much, but as I said, we share the little what we have. There were 9 of us, only 3 of us living, but I have so many nieces and nephews that too many to mention. I can't even start counting them. And those that I adopted, I assisted raising my children, my nieces, my nephews. As I said, anyone that comes to Nen's house, they will be welcome. Let's open up our heart to one another. Let's reach out to one another. Let's show love to our fellow brothers and sisters, because that's what the world needs today. The world needs love.
Beautiful.
Could I
That
ask
was
a question? Is it possible?
just 1 minute, please. Someone just wanted the repeat of the book, the name of your book. They're interested. So if you could just repeat the name of the book again, and through the Garifuna Nation. Sorry.
Tidewe nanigi lumage niregigi. Means gift from my heart and my fire heart.
Thank you. So beautiful. Please go ahead with the question.
Very nice to meet you, Miss Felicia.
Please
Do you
introduce
remember?
yourself. Please
Oh, I'm
introduce
sorry,
yourself and where you're from.
Peter Wilson from Toronto, Canada. Do you remember your grandparents laughing about anything? And if so, what were they laughing about?
About the way we combed my grandmother's hair. We used to tie some cloth. There were no ribbon. So my grandmother was really, she looked like a invention, red skin lady and straight black hair. So we used to part her hair and put one string, tie a bow from here and a bow from the other. And then, you know, that's the way we used to comb our grandmother's hair. Our grandmother used to make our medicine when we have a cough or a cold with honey, lime, and a little honey, lime, and a little ginger in it, garlic. She would crush that garlic, crush that ginger, mix it with honey, warm it up, and give us to drink. Then she would take this medicine, we call it yamabush, or in Garifuna, hagrahal. Crush it, put a little coconut oil in it, and rub our chest. Then she put fokia canfia in it and rub our chest and put a little brown cloth, mandagina, so that it stays there, so that it's our chest, and wear flannel. They used to have some flannel material. They would sew some, just cut the neck and put it, and you put it on so that your chest can keep warm. And you believe it or not, by 2 days' time, that cough is gone. There were no doctors that you have to run to in those days. We believe in medicinal herbs.
Right.
You know, we drink sorosy.
Yeah.
We drink fever grass.
Cod liver oil?
Cod liver oil?
No.
Not really.
No.
We
No Jamaican white rum either.
Coconut oil and lime. We used to drink that coconut oil and lime. That's what we used to drink.
All right. I have one more question. So,
Okay.
and then I'll,
And I have a comment.
what is the worst part? What's the best part of growing old? And what's the worst part?
Let's say the worst part, you have aches and pain. You have numbness in your finger. You have pain in the back. And, you know, but when you were younger, you were strong, you were vibrant, you do anything, you know, you could walk so many miles, you know, you could dance as long as you can, but now you don't have that breath, you know. But growing, young, when I was young as a child, I enjoyed my childhood. I was a brownies, I was a Girl Guide, I was St. Agnes, I was in a lot of organization. Women's Against Violence, you know, And now that I am, oh, as a matter of fact, my birthday was the 19th of November. Just 2 days ago.
Congratulations.
I
What,
celebrated
Happy
my birthday.
birthday.
you were
Thank you.
50?
Happy
You were
birthday,
50,
and
50
fell.
years
Gotta
old?
sing.
Thursday. I celebrated my birthday on Thursday.
You turned
Okay.
50.
That's
Okay,
right.
so Egbert, you want us to sing? Did you say you want us to sing happy birthday to her?
Yes.
No, that might be a
Happy
little
Oh, my
far.
friend.
birthday to
You.
you.
Happy
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 birthday
birthday
birthday.
to
to
you.
you.
Happy
Happy
birthday,
birthday, dear
Auntie Mel.
Welcome.
Happy
Happy
birthday
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 to
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 you.
you.
And
Thank you.
anyone
Thank
sing
you.
it in Garifuna?
Nice.
Yeah. So is there
Start with
anything
Cynthia.
good about turning old, Felicia?
Anything
Huh?
Is there anything good about turning old?
Okay.
Yeah, yes, because some days some are fortunate to reach my age, some are not fortunate, but you just enjoy what God planned for you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, accept that what God give you, you know, take it one day at a time, and always and never forget to place God in your life first. And if you place God in your life first, everything will fall in place.
Good
Love your
advice.
fellow men, love your people, regardless of race, creed, or color. We are all member and family of the human race.
Thank you so much. Hey, one more quick question. I've been
Okay.
married 3 times.
Uh-huh.
Should I get married again? I'm 63 years old.
Listen, if you feel young, you're young. If you can take that responsibility, hey, I would never discourage. Follow your heart.
That's right.
That's right.
Oh
That's
my
right.
goodness, so we're having marketing
Thank
on
you.
this.
Thank you.
Follow your heart.
Marketing. Oh my
Good.
goodness.
Do you
Thank
have
you,
some more?
Auntie
Any
Phil.
more questions? Any more
Um,
questions for
I have a
Garda?
comment. I would like to ask a question.
Go ahead,
Go
Dativa.
ahead.
Or make a comment. Miss Fell,
Yes,
it
dear.
I don't know, it occurs to me that it seems like our grandmothers, even me, for me, my grandmother, they had important roles to play, especially with childbearing and childhood years.
Mm-hmm.
And for some reason, it seems to me that our grandmothers back then were more mature, and I guess they are more mature than grandmothers today. We become grandmothers somehow, it seems like a little earlier. People in their 40s and 50s are already grandmothers today. And we don't seem to have all that wisdom that our grandmothers of yore had. What can we do to sort of get newer grandmothers, if you understand what I'm saying or where I'm going, younger generation grandmothers to have this wisdom of our grandmothers back then? Perhaps
First,
maybe like if there could be a guide to Garifuna grandmothering, I don't know, something like that. What would you, how would you respond to that?
first of all, children are having children, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they are not aware, not even how to take care of some of the children. I wouldn't say all. I would never say all. Some
Mm-hmm.
in those days, very seldom you hear women at the age of 10, 11 get pregnant.
13.
Now
Mm-hmm.
you have 10, 11, 12, 50 getting pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
So how can a child take care of a child? You know, whereas in those days with our grandparents, we have extended family. And the
Mm-hmm.
extended family, mother, grandmother, aunt, uncle, they live together. And when they are together, they learn from each other. They will help you. They will teach you how to take care of the child, how to become a good godmother. one thing. When we used to have our babies, we used to use our binder after having baby for 3 months. So we don't have that how you call it, big belly. Now,
Protruded belly.
protruded belly, thank you. Now, these young ladies don't use binder. Our grandmother will see that you use a binder. Our grandmother will see that they put that cotton in your ears so that they said you don't get no air or wind in your ears because you might get crazy or something, because they said your pores
Yes,
are still open.
Yeah, Miss Fell, that's my point. Like, how can we get these pointers now? Maybe we have to write a guide or something. How can we get these pointers to new grandmothers? Like me, a mother got na chupon. And they say you have to give your young baby
chupon. Got na chupon. You do your chupon with sweet oil and aniseed seed. Where you put it together, you beat the aniseed seed and you dip that aniseed seed you tie it in a cloth and dip it in the olive oil, and that will you give the baby to suck. And when the baby suck it, the baby will pass all the cold and everything that the baby drinks during birth, will pass it out and clear the baby intestine, the inside of the baby.
This is very exciting and
that's the way they used to do. That's the way they do chupon.
Mother Fell, Queen Fell, you see, I just need to say Queen Fell. This is very beautiful, and one of the purposes of this conference, this movement, is to really identify the richness of what we have, and through and with the support of the Garifuna Nation, to begin to be intentional of putting in place and addressing the very question that you asked, Ms. Lativa. Yesterday, we went through a lot of sharing, and it was very rich. And we want to invite you, Ms. Fell. We want to invite anyone who is on this forum here. If you're interested in being interviewed to give any of your perspectives, we certainly would like Ms. Fell to be interviewed, because as Ms. Fell, as you said, this is not just for us. You are such a beautiful soul, a beautiful person. You're always willing to share. And so one of the intentions of this conference has been to create a sacred space to declare the power and the beauty of who we are as Garifuna women, and to put mechanisms and strategies in place moving forward. This is a sacred marketplace. Anybody who wants to network, you can network, and sponsored by the Garifuna Nation. I am sure, well, thankful that the president is here with us. This is part of the mandate of the Garifuna Nation. And the topics we have dealt with have been Garifuna Duo. And you covered that so beautifully. Queen Fell, you say, I've given you a rightful name. Queen Fell, where you actually, even just looking at you, we see the essence and the beauty of Garifuna woman and Garifuna Duo. And you're a young girl, you're a teenager. I loved your answer to Peter, you know, that age is a number and an attitude.
That's right.
So what we have done is to create a space here where we get different perspectives. There's no right or wrong. There's no imperfect, because we started off by showing that we are made in the image and likeness of God. And God knows how we suffered as a people.
Amen.
And otherwise. And in spite of that, we have overcome. And many times we have given the respect to our men to be the ones in front. And in this forum, we continue to give that respect. And we also celebrate the power, the beauty, and the strength of Garifuna women. And you are one who really, really do that. So in this space, I'm inviting anyone who wants to be interviewed, who wants to share on our wider forum. We are on Facebook. We have different media. I'm inviting the people who are involved in the media to spread the word, you know? This is not just for us. We have always been a sharing people. So Egbert, I'm checking in with you because I think we have another presenter, and I just wanted to do a time check as far as if there are any burning questions or any burning comments in our
Yes.
process. Yes.
Yeah, one of the questions was that as she traveled across the country, what are some of the social problems she encountered in her work as she traveled across the country? What are some of the social problems she observed as a social worker?
Yeah, as I traveled across the country, what I experienced was the women were not really given the appreciation that they deserve, right? A woman, she takes care of the baby, she takes care of the house, she takes care of herself, in fact, she would be the last person to look after herself because she look after everyone. Everybody she takes care, except sometimes she deprives herself. So I think that, women should be at the forefront. We need more women at the forefront so that they could continue representing us, because there are many of those who are less fortunate and we're not seen nor heard, and we're not given a chance to be heard. But if they are given a chance to be heard, you would be surprised what those women have to offer.
Beautiful Queen Phil, we are the ones we have been waiting for. We are the ones, and the spirit of this conference, the spirit of this conversation is it is a movement. We did that yesterday, that the outreach began before we were born, and it continues through the spirit of our ancestors.
Right.
Meaning that even this very conference came as a stirring from the ancestors, and we have to be obedient to that. So everyone who is in this space is called to be the change that we want. I hear many sisters say it like that. So I really appreciate and celebrate the fact that you have been the change that you wanted. And we embrace you and your sharing here in this space, because you have shared how you walk the talk. You have recipe book, you have done many other things. And we have other people here who we want to invite, that by the end of these 2 days, which is a movement, meaning the conversation has taken before the 2 days, I want to recognize Sister Joan Lucas, who has been one of the facilitators. I want to recognize Sharon Palacio, who has been very active in speaking as a Garifuna woman on the national forum. Lucia Ellis, my sister, and many others. I don't want to put people on the spot, but just examples of people who are the ones, we are the ones we have been waiting for. And this is a call to action. So are there any more questions or comments before? I don't know if the other speaker is ready, but if not, we can review some of the points that came up yesterday.
Yes, how much is the cost of the book? Well, how much does the book cost?
$25 for the book.
Good. So it's 13 US. Okay, good. Yeah, Garifuna, we want to talk to you about also how we should distribute that book, but we'll talk about that after this. I'll call you back how we should distribute the book, and we'll talk to you after that.
Okay. Can we ask her to hold up the book one more time so we could get screenshots, please?
Yes, hold up the book one more time, Garifuna, so we could take a screenshot.
And I wanted on the felt to ask Idalela Bengu Nilir Hagra Harley Megan.
Yeah.
Hagara how? Kaliri leader in English.
Well, yeah, leader, Yama push higher low, Aringa Hagelo ants hamak. Yabe di Yama bush, Luma ants, ants hamak, Hagra hal.
Okay, I was asking Auntie Fel the name for Hagrahar. It's something that we use for everything in
They're supposed to have a scientific name, but I know it as Yamabush.
Could everyone
Okay,
mute?
They have a scientific.
Everybody mute, please.
Nen.
Everybody mute. Hold up the book one more time, Garifuna. Hold up the book one more time.
Nihatigi book. Nihatigi.
You get somebody else to get and tell people things.
Nihatigi.
Tell people things.
Nihatanaga. Nuge lau naked.
Yeah. Hold up, turn the front cover one more time, Garifuna. I want to take a screenshot. Okay, Garifuna. The front part of the book one more time, and then we'll move on to the.
Legally. Gaba ye kanta kamani nibari chase, Egbert.
Good. Okay. Thank you very much.
Chase Nunes McClellan. Legally be nibar. He's a member of this organization.
Good. Very good, Garifuna. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. We honor you as a elder.
Thank you.
Oebu gen nugunda lau pa Mr. Hanina, lau gala lishu ni bungi ni bagari nu, luyana huma lida aurale. Ceremony lu bungi yu, ceremony ho sung halida adamurni, alag dan muti bungi yu, lumeme lishu gu ider bugu ho, lu guarla, wonderu, lu hadagani lu bersa gu Garifuna, gumugu wada.
Literally.
Ceremony.
Can you translate in English for those who are not understanding? Because it's so powerful what you shared.
I'm very thankful for the organizers of this women conference. And I ask the Almighty God to continue bless them, to continue working together in doing the work of the Garifuna people and sharing with each other so that they can continue doing the work of the Garinago people. Thank you. Sereme.
One announcement, Garifuna, Queen Fel, could you please be available for an interview? We will make contact with you because what you are saying needs to be shared widely. And if there are any people who have books, productions, workshops, sessions, programs, anything that you would like to share, please let us know. This is the space where you can do this.
All you have to do is get in touch with me, and as long as I'm okay and well, by the grace of God, I'll make myself available.
Nen.
Yes.
Nen.
Oi.
Yes, Marlene.
Morning, everyone. Nen.
Marlene.
Praise the Lord.
Logo Yama Bush. Hagra Holy Yama Bush did a Garifuna.
I Hagra Hagra lidati leti la scientific abdel niti maba scientific name leader per lidati go Yamabush. Lidati Garifuna Hagra I Hagra
Yeah.
Oh,
Miss Marlene. Miss Marlene,
yes,
welcome, Miss Marlene.
Welcome, Miss Marlene. Oh my goodness.
Marlene, you have to welcome the gathering here now,
Yes.
Marlene.
We need to say who she is, Egbert. Wait, Marlene, we have to say who you are.
Do the introduction, Cynthia.
Marlene Castillo is the president of the Sandy Beach Women's Cooperative, which is the first women's cooperative in Hopkins, one of the unique village of Garifuna people, the first women's cooperative in the country of Belize. And they also developed the first resort in Hopkins. And this conversation is being done in honor of the work and the tenacity of these women who over 30 years have endured. And so many of the topics that we are addressing, all of us are dealing with, and they are dealing with it. And they have addressed some issues of land. So I will with great love, appreciate and welcome Miss Merlene, who can please share with us a little bit of what it is you have done with your group.
Good morning, everyone. Cynthia.
Good morning,
Yes,
Marilyn. Go
yes, yes,
ahead.
Good
Go
Merlene,
right ahead.
morning.
yes.
Okay, I will start off by, okay, Sandy Beach Women's Cooperative was the first women's cooperative that was registered in Belize. It was a female cooperative. It was registered as a cooperative in 1986. But we stopped right there. We started working together as a group in 1980, making fruit preserves and macrame with the assistance of Mrs. Fell and the late Janice Lambert from Social Development, Dangriga branch. But at that time, as time goes by, we wanted to expand and do other things. We raised funds by making panades, tamales, and other stuff until 1985. Then we decided to go into tourism because people were coming into the village and they don't have nowhere to stay. So we started by getting help from Mr. Fabian Cayetano, looking for land. Since our funds was little to do anything, there was a Peace Corps staying in the village. We work along with them. We work along with the helpers with drafting a project proposal. Namely, the name of the Peace Corps was Juliet Mason. So we send out project proposal to different agencies in which CCC applied. CCC means Caribbean Conference of Churches. Okay, CCC replied stating that the entity have to be legal. Then the first, okay, so that the entity have to be legal. So the decision was to be formed a cooperative. And here in Hopkins, we used to have a co-op officer from here. We talked to him. He was willing to help. So he helped us he teaches us studying clubs and what to do in cooperatives. So even the bylaws of the movement, and do for about eight weeks. And after that 8 weeks, we were the first female cooperative registered here in Belize, 12th of May, 1986. After we registered, we sent a copy of the certificate to CCC, which they funded us 26,000 Belize dollars, which was half grant, half loan. We built 2 cabanas and a small kitchen, 1 toilet and shower, and a small office, which we opened in January 1987. Until 16th of May 2022, we were destroyed by a fire 2 times, where we were dominated for 1 year. With the help of Cynthia Ellis and the ladies of Sandy Beach Women's Cooperative, draft out another project proposal to SDOP. SDOP means self-development for the people, where they granted us six years ago. We are now working fully. But after the virus, we are not working for 8 months up to now.
Good, Marlene. Very good, Marlene. Thank you very much for that And you have, how many cabanas you have now, Berlin? How many cabanas?
No, we have a new kitchen. We still have the restaurant and bar, plus one.
So this is beautiful.
We have 5 cabins right now.
This is
And
beautiful.
how much you're renting out? We're doing a little advertisement now. People want to go to Hopkins, could stay at the cabanas. They're very
Right now
fancy.
we are not doing nothing because we want to upgrade what we have before we start again, but it's in the making.
Very good, very good. Proud of you, Marlene.
But for
You have a
8
question?
months we are not working, and we are seeking for help from all angles. Either it will be financial or material. We will accept it.
Beautiful.
Very good,
Egbert,
Marlene.
I just wanted to note, because Marlene is so very modest, like Queen Felicia. The women have been literally built this cooperative from the ground, and literally. And I would like to propose, as we move forward with the different conversations and as we are doing deep listening, I really want to celebrate the tenacity of these women. And I want to indicate to you that in the issue of land, which we are going to discuss later, the reason why we invited Dr. Carla Barnett to come on is because Dr. Carla Barnett reached out to me with a concern about the ownership of the land. And this situation is that we still do not have the paperwork for the land. So we're thankful for the Garifuna Nation taking this issue seriously. The other situation is the grants and the support that have been given. Self-development of the people had originally supported the Belize Rural Women Association, which was a network of women leaders throughout the country. And yesterday, I hope Chase is on, but yesterday, one of the things I want to indicate was that the association had developed a community bank, which is based on the Grameen model. So the Sandy Beach have this example of having gone through this experience, and self-development of the people shifted its focus from going all over the world and supporting countries because they had had such a good experience with the Belize Rural Women Association. They funded many of our projects around the country. They were so impressed with our delivery that they approached me a couple of years ago and said they wanted to choose Belize as a model for the world in terms of success in project development. And they asked me to identify model groups and projects throughout the country for them. And in doing that, they wanted particularly to support Garifuna people, Garifuna programs. It was very challenging. Can you imagine to get anyone to respond to this call? This is not a critique, this is just what happened. Self-development of the people, which is based in the United States, decided that they would work with Sandy Beach. They would work with Belize for 6 years. And they were so impressed with the work of the Sandy Beach Cooperative that there has been a relationship where they are supporting at least 3 times, right, Merlene?
Yes.
I think 3 times they have received grants. So I only give this story quickly for the principle that in going through the process of development, we can look at what is best practices, and Sandy Beach is one as we are moving forward. Women who know the challenge that they're doing, and listen to this, so powerful. They have decided that they will develop a museum, a Garifuna museum, and have this Sandy Beach as a model, not only for the country, but for the world. And it is important that we support them in this, because the goal, even in spite of COVID or because of COVID, we want to continue. So Marlene didn't say all of that. And along the lines of the Garifuna Nation, it is important to see that under University Without Walls, the support of the museum is with the support of Ohio State University. And I want to recognize one of the students from there, Rachel. Rachel, who, yeah, she's one of the students who helped to develop the proposal. Hi, Rachel. Thank you very much. And Professor Joel.
Could we have Rachel say a few things as to her project and work with the couple minutes, Rachel?
Rachel.
Sure, I'd be happy to. Hi everyone, my name is Rachel. I'm a university student at Ohio State. And I have been working with Sandy Beach with Miss Merlene here. I visited Belize in summer of 2019 and I helped them create a proposal for their Garifuna Cultural Heritage Museum that they are working to create. Unfortunately, well, my plan was to return to Belize this past summer and be able to spend more time, but because of COVID, I was unable to do that. But I've been keeping in touch with Miss Merlene and also working with Miss Cynthia. And I've really, really been enjoying the experience. And I'm so excited that I get to work with the Sandy Beach group since they're so important and in the history of Belize.
Good.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you. Thank you. If you need any, assistance, advice too from us, we'll stay in touch with you as we develop that project.
I needed to say that this is an excellent opportunity, which is an example of how we can network and collaborate. I really appreciate that Sandy Beach and Rachel reach out to me and I reach out to others, including the Garifuna Nation, where we can dovetail this with a collaboration of universities in the United States or anywhere in the world where we can share this initiative and invite others. Because we discovered when we were reaching out that there is a professor at Ohio State who is from Belize. So he is involved in the conversation and the development, as well as Keisha Holder. So we've been having Zoom conversations, and we would like to invite anyone who is interested in developing this proposal. We are willing to share the proposal. I hope we have shared it with the Garifuna Nation. If not, we will. And one of the things that we discover is that the Garifuna Collective would like to help in supporting financially and otherwise in this project, because it is called a Watina. It is the Watina Museum. And Watina, because this is where Andy Palacio did his first recording. And so this is being done in honor of him. This is not a museum. This is not going to be a museum like show and tell. This is a museum that has to address the issues of people in the area of food sovereignty, wellness, economic development. And so we're looking at developing like forest gardeners. There's a lot of talk about Maya and forest gardening. And with Dr. Annabelle Ford, who has promoted that, we are embracing Garifuna forest gardening, which is different from other gardening, because the way that we do it is the way that is organic. And we have also been celebrating our own, like Dr. Joseph Palacio. Dr. Joseph Palacio is the first archaeology commissioner for Belize. So we had this opportunity to celebrate him. So this is an invitation for everybody. It's not an exclusive club. I want to thank you, Rachel, and university for giving us that support. Are there any comments or questions? I would like to invite anyone who has books or information to share that is relevant or comes up in the conversation, to please feel free to share it. Is this Andrea? Somebody wants to speak? I don't know. I'm learning the technology. But Lucia, are you there? Lucia wanted to share something. Or anybody who has anything that they want to share in terms of what you have done or how your availability would be is very important.
Good. I just want to make sure Saint-Simon has the food videos all queued up so we could go with Janice after the questions come in.
Yes, 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 yes. I am. I got everything queued down.
Okay.
Ladies, please, ladies and gentlemen, please don't feel intimidated by this new virtual system, because virtual system been around since 1987. I first worked with virtual in 1992. So virtual is a new word for you guys, but for programmers like me, computer programmers, it's something old. Okay, go ahead. I got your stuff queued on.
Okay,
Egbert.
so we ready for that, Cynthia, for the food YouTubes to go?
Oh, definitely, definitely. That's beautiful. And as always, I want to remind people that this is more than a show and tell. It's an opportunity for us to be strategic so that at the end of this time, we will be able to declare how we can move forward in a positive and celebratory manner about who we are. In the meantime, anyone who is interested in being interviewed, please send your interest to
The chat.
Egbert and the chat, and we will line you up.
Okay,
And then
Janice
I
is,
have a special request for if anybody knows anything about calabash. Mr. Peter is interested in knowing about calabash, so we'll talk about that later.
yeah, me too. I'm interested in Calabash. Over to you, Saint-Simon. And Janice is standing by. So Janice? Saint-Simon with the YouTube video for Janice.
Yeah, the video is on. You could just make it big screen. Yeah, okay.
All right, it's on.
Hello, good morning.
Hi, good morning, Martha.
Can you please put the video on the big screen so that everybody can see? I noticed a comment came in that Janice is making bondega, so that's one of our Garifuna dish, and it is made from green banana, and that's the reason why she's peeling the banana. But can you put it on the big screen so that everybody can see, because the picture is a little bit too small.
Okay, Saint-Simon, you're in the controls. Do that. Yeah. Done now, Martha. I cannot see it.
Just click, yeah. Click on that, yeah.
Okay, like that. Okay.
No, you put it back to yours. Yeah, just leave it there. And
Also, hello, good morning. I'm also seeing comments about the sound because I'm also not hearing any sound.
Okay, go ahead, Martha. Martha and Janice, you should be commenting on this then.
Exactly, but then the picture went again, Egbert. Can you please put it on the screen where you have your picture?
Okay. Saint-Simon, put it back again. Saint-Simon, control it. Saint Simon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Please put the picture big enough so that I can explain a little, because we have others who don't really know what she's doing.
Yeah, start from the top.
Okay.
You see it now, Martha?
I don't see the picture. Yes, I saw the video, but it's pretty small. They need to
Saint
put
Simon,
it on the big
Saint
screen.
Simon, make
Yes.
it larger.
All right, look.
Yes, yes. She's making one of our Garifuna dish. That is what we call the bundiga. It is made from green banana. And there she peeled the green banana and now she's grating it. And after she is finished with that, yes, she continued to grate the green banana, and then we'll move on to the next step or the next process as it relates to that.
Our voices have power. Each and every one of them create the world we live in. Let's find your voice. I'm Alicia, and this is my masterclass.
So ashamed to overpay for this used car.
Saint Suman, please put back the video.
Yeah.
The video on, Martha?
No, it's on, but it's small. He need to put it on the big screen so everybody can see it.
Oh, just remember you, Egbert,
Okay.
you got full control. That's why I'm gonna have to.
Okay. So what she did after she grated the banana, she add a little salt and black pepper to it. So she add the spice.
Still there, Martha?
Yes. But the picture keep moving, man. The
You got it?
video.
Someone said clip on the side of the thing. You'll see 3 dots and you click on that and it will say pin video. I did that, so I am seeing her.
Okay.
So everybody will have to do that, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Saint Simon has control. I'm giving him control.
So while we're going through this, brothers and sisters, I just want to invite you to see that this is part of how we're learning and growing together with technology. So we're learning patience, love, compassion. Yesterday, when we did not see Merlin, Martha and myself took a trip from Dangriga to Hopkins to really see how she was doing. So this is all about love, patience, and compassion. And we are not flustered or confused about this. Thank you, Sensoman, for really taking the time to guide us through. We really appreciate this new way of being, so whenever we get it, we will get it. And it's not, everything is okay, all is well. Rachel has been supportive to
Can you explain what's going on in the video now?
Yes, I will. I'm just waiting a little because then, okay, I saw the video now full. Yes, you notice that she was grating the green banana and she was using the grater. It have evolved from the traditional because years ago we used to use the stone and board, a grater that is made from stone and board, and that one is actually made from the tin. And in Garifuna, we call that the egg. We call it the egg. That is what they use to grate the banana, that little instrument that she used there. Then she grate the coconut. You notice she add a little bit of salt and black pepper to the banana because you have to season it a little. And then she grate the coconut. That is another that's another evolve of another instrument that is evolved or used in today's era, other than the traditional egg that we would use. So there she grate the coconut with a little mill that is there. She have to strain the coconut, and then she add her little natural spice like the basay, the oregano. Love that you guys
Martha,
can.
Martha,
Yes, yes.
I have a question. So you grate the coconut to get the milk?
Yes, you get the cream.
Okay, so if I don't have the actual coconut, I could just go get the milk to add to the mixture.
Yes, yes,
Okay, all right.
exactly. Some of you are, I notice you can see me. You add a little spice, and this is what we call the basay. We have the oregano, the cilantro.
For those of you who don't know, basang is basil, guys.
It's basil, yes. This is the cilantro. You add that to the cream with your little onion and sweet pepper.
Nihanda, I need to talk with you.
Yes, and we're going to, see, this is what I'm talking about, see? So straining the coconut to get the full cream. Yes. The strainer. Yes, she had water. And she would mush the coconut a little to extract the cream.
When do you know you have enough of the cream?
You will know because the more you mush it, or the more you squeeze it, you will find out that you get less and less milk from it.
Okay.
Right?
It also depends on how thick you want your gravy, right?
That's right. Because for bondega, you don't want your cream to be little, because your the little balls that you're going to make will not properly cook, and you don't want it too much, otherwise it will be a little bit watery. So she'll take you notice she makes some little balls with her hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, but before she put in the balls, she didn't show us that she had heat the milk first. When it is almost time to boil, is when she put in the little balls. Yes, and you can't stir it. You have to just you just move the spoon a little in it so it can cook properly. If you stir it, the balls will not show. It will turn into a little soup, into soup-like, right?
Ben.
Yes. Yes.
Get it? All right. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
In Garifuna, we say aduguda habumuti. You just move the spoon a little in it. Yes. See, she's turning over the balls to make sure they cook properly and they stay in shape. Right.
So you literally have to be standing over the fire all
That's
this
right.
time. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm. Right.
Balls are made from the plantains.
Excuse me, I heard somebody ask a question.
Yes. Can you just review what the balls are made of again? It's made with the
Green
plantain.
banana.
The
Yes,
Green banana.
grated green
Grated
banana.
green banana. That's right.
And you make balls out of the grated green banana and drop it in hot coconut milk.
Yes.
The coconut. Go ahead, Jacqueline.
It could be fulago too.
Yes, that's right. But you know, some people would not know actually what is flago unless if you have been in one of the Garifuna communities. Flago is like a short version of the banana, and it's a little bit thick, like the plantain. So I should have gotten a few because I have them to the back of the farm, so you could be able to see it. Well, it's a learning process. Hopefully by the end of the day or before we are through, I can show you some of those things. Okay, you'll notice that you don't push up the fire too much because you don't want you want it to cook slowly to make sure that it is cooked properly.
Janice, you there to answer questions when this is done?
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, I'm here.
Listen, me begi. I get you to the.
Yeah, and here mus bayal deme na go mushul game bay ni there.
Okay.
Aba na free room musu driver nishi tigibo. Gab
Okay.
gabe bishu ni there tea don't have busa bishu ni there tea don't gab bish ni there tea don't. Or gab ba free do ni aba bish ni tigibo. Or get half fried bani aba bish ni tigibo. Seguba busa ni.
Let me explain a little. We were talking and having a little discussion about where is the fish in Garifuna, and she was telling me that she fried the fish and she put it on top, or you can boil it. You can just simply after you salt it and lime it and everything, you can simply put it in the water in the gravy or in the bundiga that you're preparing, or you can half fry the fish and then put it in there just before it's finished.
No voice.
Google Lira. For our audience, I was telling her that is very hot.
She's used to it apparently.
Yeah. Any questions or so for Janice? Or Janice, you can take it from there.
This is one of the, I find it an easier meal to make. It only takes about maybe 30 to 45 minutes. I would say Lila got big in the little top hour, but press it tefedu. So it was raining here in Hopkins, and I didn't have a proper. I was gonna do it on a fire hard bogodi, but the fire hard was wet, so I had to transfer to under the house. So that's why I'm under the house and down the ground. So I felt that that was one of the more traditional ways of doing before you get a fire heart. Or if you didn't have a fire heart ready.
We have a question earlier.
I have a question for you guys. The question
go ahead.
The question is, what is the origin of Bundiga? Where did it come from? I don't know if you know. I have. What is your?
I don't know either.
I guess it came. I guess it came from our. I guess
our
it came
ancestors,
from,
right?
Yeah,
Yes,
from
it
our
came from our
ancestors. It's one of
ancestors.
our traditional dish. It is one that is been in our culture from generation as far as
For
I know.
generations.
Yes.
There was a story, a kind of a funny bit while I was making it. My father used to tell me about it. The priest used to come to the village for church, and they were passing through the village and saw an old lady cooking. So the priest stopped and asked her what was she doing, and she said, "Abalala did no kasa babo gube abatitangulu anabo gebudiga abanati lala did no what is it good for? Take the video lot to the tangle down the tangle to go down."
Oh my.
That means
You have to translate, Martha.
She said that there is a story that her father told her about the bundega. He said an old lady was cooking, and the priest who usually walk in the community came by her house and she's cooking, and he asked her, what is the bundega good for? He said it's good for to go down. She couldn't explain to him that it's for you to eat and all of that. She just simply say to go down.
Interpret that how you may, huh?
You understand?
Yeah, because it's a heavy food, and sometimes people take it as a comforting food, right? It's kind of heavy, so you wouldn't want to do like physical exercise after a plate of food. You just
Tell
have
for
to,
you to sleep, right?
yeah, or sit down and have your
And relax.
digestion. Yes, yes. Any questions for Janice? Thank you, Janice. This was great. Now I know how to make my own bundiga. I don't have to travel all the way to Los Angeles and Dangrika.
And don't forget to add the garlic.
Yes, garlic and onion.
No, I grated.
I don't
the
put onion in falamo. It cut your cream.
Oh, okay.
I grated the onion into the tito beeman.
Oh, okay.
I mixed the onion in it, so we don't put garlic in bundiga.
Oh no.
No.
I have a question, Egbert and Martha.
Go ahead, Cynthia.
This is beautiful and this is very special, and I'm very excited to be looking at this. And I'm thinking of in the spirit of this conference, how do we move forward in supporting people like Janice? Noticing many years ago, I met a lady from France, nothing against her, but she was marketing of our food products all over the country. And I was thinking to myself, what it is that we can do so that we could market and promote ourselves. We just heard about Sandy Beach and ecotourism and COVID. And can we look at the possibility of integrating this as a part of our curriculum, as a part of like a culinary school, as a part of documentary? I noticed Mr. Quillen was the one who was doing a documentary about cassava making and so on. So I just wanted to take us into a place of like, how do we support our women like this? How do we support Janice? What are things that Janice would like and need and dream of in the future?
I would start off by saying that the entire tourism, the promotion of the tourism sector, the catch is actually our food and different aspects of our culture. I would start off with simply registering all of our food, our language, and all of that. We'll register it, and then they need to consult us to promote it, to prepare it, to whatever, and we will promote ourselves as well.
Janice, what do you have to say?
Yeah, I try to prepare a lot of food traditionally, and I have some of the equipment at home in LA. I often sometimes get dreams with the ancestors giving me a recipe, but so far I've been able to work with what I've learned from the village, because I grew up here in Hopkins, and I take it with me wherever I go. And also in LA, Egmont might tell you that I also bake cassava on my stove. So I'm trying to keep up with the tradition of most of the food that I know and I grew up with. So I have not lost that, and I've been in the States for over 30 years.
That's
So-
beautiful, Janice. Beautiful. And I really want, I'm pushing us really pushing us right now. Because
I would like to, can I
can
say
I please
something,
finish?
please?
Yes, Nehanda. I'd like to finish. The point is that I have sat at, they've had competitions for schools in developing business. And one year, the IT Fed Dangriga won for doing Bondega, right? And then I sat there and I was thinking to myself, so what? Not so what in terms that it doesn't mean anything, but so what in terms of how do we position ourselves in a way that Janice just said she gets dreams about what she needs to do. The same way the lady from Hot Mama's Pepper got dreams of her different recipes, and we are buying Hot Mama's products all over the world, including Marie Sharp. So I'm just going into a space of how we support and encourage and take this conversation to a next level. I'm complete.
Yes, Cynthia. Go ahead, Nehanda. When you're done, I'll chime in. Nehanda.
Sorry, I had to come back in, but more to the point of, to build on what my mom said, was I wanted to say that here in Europe there is this big free trade and, just a moment, I gotta turn this off. Free trade and gluten-free and vegan diet, which is how we traditionally, before the pigtail influence, I want to say, that's how we traditionally ate. And this is now all the rave and craze in Europe. So on a market scale, you know, as a businesswoman, I think that there is real opportunity for us to market Garifuna products like cassava chips I've bought from some African companies and African stores. And more to Marie Sharp, you pay 12 euros. Is it 12 euros a bottle? Yeah, 14 euros a bottle for a bottle of Marie Sharp here in Germany, which translates to, I think, 12 US for the regular size bottle. And when I spoke to Marie Sharp before I left Belize, she could not meet the demand internationally. So her product is international, and she's not able to meet the demand internationally in such a fashion that somebody can't come along and pick that up. And so I just really want to invite everyone to think about the marketability and the intellectual property rights that belong to a business like International Production of Garifuna Food. Because to answer Peter's question about the origin of African and Indian origin, so Arawak Indian origin. And so, but it's also very healthy, and it's also one of the big crazes about how we are eating now. So I just want to interject and say that much. We can also look at the models for production internationally based on things that I've seen in Jamaica. And yeah, I think Jamaica is a good example of a Caribbean market that has worked internationally with what they've done with beer and coffee. I really think that, you know, I went and I got my cassava in Cologne, which is a couple hours away. There are some people here where I live who have shops for special items, who would be willing to purchase them for international use. So I'm complete with that. I don't know who has their microphone on, but please put yourself on mute so other people can make a contribution.
Can you see my screen?
No, we don't see you. We need to get back on track.
Okay, good.
I'm looking on your screen. Okay.
Okay.
And 30 and that.
How about now?
Did Jordan ever eat the thing yesterday?
Can you see my screen now? Martha?
Yes, I'm looking at your screen, yes.
Do you see Garifuna flavor?
Garifuna
All right, this
flavor
is,
dinner.
okay, let's just show that. Give us some more ideas. 7 minutes, take one.
I'm sorry, somebody needs to put themselves on mute because I'm not able to.
Everybody,
Can everybody please go on mute?
thank you. Everybody, please go on mute. And I'll stop the video for the other people because it takes away from my the quality here. All right. I asked Garifuna Flavor from Chicago for permission to, look at what they're doing in Chicago with Garifuna food. Here it goes.
Need sound.
Garifuna. Garifuna is a nation of people. Find in other places. So here I am, about 10 miles east of Midway Airport in Chicago, in an area known as Marquette Park. Now I'm here to check out some Caribbean flavors from Belize. This is Garifuna flavor.
The food here is amazing.
Stewed chicken.
Sort of a taste of the Caribbean.
Split pea with pigtails. Coconut flavors. For this bar with calamari.
The fish is always just so fresh.
Herbs and spices that we use back home in Belize.
The Central American country where Rodel Castillo Here's just stewed chicken. And his wife Yolanda
Conference for table 4.
grew up.
In the Garifuna community, which is in the southern part of Belize.
Garifuna. Garifuna is a nation of people.
We got most of our food from the land and from the sea.
Putting those things together with the spices distinguishes us from other cuisines. Does it ever?
Food is delicious.
Hadoop, baruru, with tahini.
Hadoop baruru. That's mashed plantains. And the tahini?
It's like a soup with cabbage in it and fish. Delicious.
Let's get started. Gonna make a roux first.
Oil, flour.
Okay.
Make a roux to a dark caramel color.
Get a little nuttiness out of that.
Yes.
Now what's up?
We started water. Add our vegetables, onion, red bell pepper, carrot. Stir it up. We'll add our rest of our seasoning, some oregano, black pepper, garlic.
I'm down with all this.
Let this cook 20 to 30 minutes.
Okay. And then what's the next step?
Our fish.
What kind of fish are we talking?
We're using kingfish today. Boya seasoning, both sides, and lightly fry it.
Ooh, little color and little texture.
And then we'll put it in the soup for 10 to 15 minutes. Add our cabbage.
Cabbage is big in Garifuna cuisine?
Yes. Cook for another 10-15 minutes.
Okay.
And then we'll do our plantains.
Let me get this straight. Green plantain, sweet plantain, put the two of them together?
Yes.
Interesting.
Split them down.
Oh, those are nice.
Cut them in half. Put them in some water to boil. 20 to 25 minutes.
And then we'll mash.
And then we mash them.
With this unit right here?
A lot of people are using the food processor, which does the same thing.
No. This is what you use, babe.
Of course.
Can I start? I'm only into it about 10 seconds. I'm tired.
Want me to help you?
No.
You just add a little water to help soften it.
So who was the guy that said don't use the food processor? Where's he right now? How's that look?
Looks good. So it's done.
Oh.
This is how it looks. Place the tahini.
That is rich. Fish cabbage soup.
Take some of the hudut and you dip it in your soup, and that's how it's seasoned.
Just savory, real rich flavor, and delicious. This is something you want to come try. Oh, I can't put it down, seriously. Great job.
Thank
delicious.
you,
Is it hooded baru with tahini?
Made in this lovely sauce.
What do you think?
It's delicious with that little pepper. Very good. Oxtails.
Everything in the menu is so good.
From the traditional
calamari with kingfish
to a Garifuna take on other cultures, like a Mexican tostada.
Is there ganaches? Very tasty.
Or a South American empanada.
Or the panadas.
There's fish in these, very tasty.
Not just any fish. Ah, what is that?
That's the buffalo fish.
It's a honker.
We're making panadas. We have to boil the buffalo fish.
Onions, green bell pepper, celery, bay leaf.
Some carrots.
Okay.
and some garlic.
The buffalo fish, oh my gosh.
Let this cook.
30 minutes on one side, 30 minutes on the other side.
Yes.
Let it cool.
To debone it, remove the skin.
Take the flesh off.
So we're gonna finish cook the fish. Oil, onion, garlic, green bell peppers, some oregano, thyme, a little salt.
Once the peppers and the onions sweat down a little bit, we add the fish.
Yes, paprika, some Goya seasoning,
Sazon.
black pepper. That's how you do it.
Looks beautiful, smells beautiful.
This will be the filling for the panades.
Yeah.
We'll make a sauce.
Okay.
Cabbage, onion, salt, habanero pepper, some water.
And a little vinegar. It'll be hot.
What we'll do next is make the panades.
So now the masa,
let's season
with the sazon and the salt.
Now I'll mix it together. Roll them out into small balls. Put it between plastic
So
sheets.
it doesn't stick to the metal. There you go.
Take some of your fish.
Oh, we're gonna do it right there.
Fold it over.
Boom, boom, boom. Ready to go.
Ready to go.
I like this. Down, squeeze, up, over. Now we're gonna fry these.
Fry them, and this is how they look when it's been fried.
Very smooth texture, a little sweet, nice and tender. A little bite of heaven. And now this is a sauce.
It's hot.
The vinegar, the heat. This you gotta try for sure.
Here's your panades.
They're very tasty. It's super light.
I like the little sauce.
That heat comes up and it's perfect on top of the fish.
It's harmonious.
A real home cooked meal.
Stew chicken coming up?
It's like having Sunday dinner with their family.
I don't know what you had on your Sunday dinner with your family, but I never had any pigtail split pea soup. We're here in the south side of Chicago hanging out with Yolanda, and man, we have had some dynamite food.
Like mashed plantains with fish stew and Belizean-style empanadas.
This you gotta try for sure.
But get a load of this authentic classic.
Split peas with pigtails.
Every other day we have it in Belize.
It's great. It's really good.
Check out the pigtails.
These are salted pigtails.
Oh, good, because I just do not enjoy the unsalted ones.
We'll put them in the boiling water. Boil them for 2 hours.
Make them soft.
Make them soft, guys.
Ooh.
And you have to change the water 2 or 3 times.
Seriously, so this is like salted cod.
To kind of take out some of the salt.
So the pigtails are done?
Yes.
Now what time?
So we're gonna boil our split peas.
Okay.
Season it with ham hocks.
Okay, is that smoked?
This is smoked.
Okay.
Onions, red bell peppers, and our garlic. And we let this boil about an hour or so.
And then what happens?
Black pepper, salt, oregano, thyme.
Well, chicken seasoning, mix that in. How much longer?
It's another 30 minutes.
When's the pigtail come back in?
When this is all softened, so we'll chop them up first. Then we'll add the pigtail, give it some flavor. We'll add in butter,
With the pigtail.
coconut milk. Let it cook for another 15 minutes.
I can't wait.
It's my pleasure to
Thank
serve
you.
you a little. Split
What?
pea soup with pigtails.
Being too generous.
How we eat it?
Oh, please.
We take a little of the split peas,
Okay.
put it over the rice, some of your pigtail.
And some of my pigtail. That was good. Pigtail was a
Good. Is there no sound? Everybody? Okay,
Hello.
Okay, I'll stop sharing. I don't know. Maybe ask for comments and questions from the floor.
Yes.
That was a great video. The only thing I didn't like was the ended with pigtails, as the piece de resistance, and it's not really the way we do it.
Yes. Yes.
I think it's self-explanatory. The entire process is there, and the explanation and how we prepare it and the components of it. And there we go.
I found it very powerful, and what I like about it is food brings in so many things, whether we like pigtail or not. This is what we call the politics of food, you know? And I think I just really want to commend the people. I hope they're on this conference. I want to commend them for getting this kind of recognition internationally, because this is what it is about. And part of the conference is how do we leverage the presence of our people, Garifuna people in other parts of the world who can help us to leverage this kind of progressiveness. So when Marie Sharp and the tourism board ministry goes in different parts of the world, we as Garifuna are not only beating drums and singing our songs, However, we are part of the strategic conversation of how we get markets and uplift our people. That I love Mary Sharp dearly, and Mary Sharp is the one who is going all over the world with her products, and she come right here from Dangriga, and we are workers in her business, which is all well and good. However, let's take it to the next level.
Yes. I want to recognize Cynthia. Mike Witter is here with us. Mike, can you introduce yourself?
Dr. Michael Witter, da 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 da.
Mike, you have to unmute. Brother Mike, you got to unmute.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, so my name is Michael Sabal. I did grow up in the Dangriga area, area in Dangriga. Let me see if I can do my video here. Okay, I'm trying to go into the video mode here.
Egbert, are we back on the general? Are we back together, or are we watching a movie, or?
Yeah, we should be back together. I was looking for something else to show the cassava farms.
Keep going down, Egbert. Keep scrolling down. Keep scrolling down.
Keep going down?
Yeah, scroll down. Scroll down. Scroll down. So I think you passed it. Go up. Up, up. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. No, I don't know why you're not getting the video from there.
Okay, I'm on. Can I just introduce myself? I was trying to unmute.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, Michael Witter, retired University of the West Indies after many moons, living here in Jamaica at the University of the West Indies, Mona, for many years. And well, I adopted Belize many years ago under the warm welcome and guidance of Egbert and Cynthia. So my credential is that I swim in Gumagarugu River. That is the main credential that I have. So I'll be listening on you, but I'm doing some other things at the same time. So I'll just be on audio. Enough respect.
I won't let you get away with that, Dr. Witter. Dr. Witter,
yes.
I won't let you get away with that. Michael Witter, Professor Witter, King was the one who developed the first 5-year plan for the country of Belize many, many years ago. And I had the privilege and honor to be the only Belizean on the United Nations team that developed this first 5-year plan for the country. So we're very honored, Dr. Witter, for you to be with us. Enough love, Obafu.
Thank you, Obafu. You are my teacher.
Oh, Lord, please.
Remember going to church in places like San Miguel and Aguacate and those places?
Yes, we did.
And singing in Maya.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. We traveled the length and breadth of this country. So right now it's Garifuna time for us to touch the hearts of the Garifuna nation. And thank you to be able to be our mind and voice there in Jamaica and the region, so that we take this to the level that it needs to be.
My privilege, my privilege.
All right, let's
Hi, good morning. Hello.
Yes, hello.
Um, I'm I'm glad and happy to hear that you are improving in your project that you are doing.
Yeah, somebody saying something?
This is a
Yes.
call from all the way from Santa Familia, Dr. Narciso Torres,
Yes.
who is the leader of the
Yes.
Maya Forest Gardeners.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Narciso.
2,500 acres of land.
Go ahead, Mr. Narciso.
Well, I'm happy to be to hear that you are doing something great for our country and the Garifuna people, because people need people, like we need to do better or our best in life to help other people.
Yes, Mr. Narciso, I'm very glad you called in because we need to work together as indigenous people struggling for our territory and our human rights.
The power of
Yes.
Dr. Narciso Torres, I call him Dr. Narciso Torres, is because Dr. Annabelle Ford, she got her doctorate from the University of Santa Barbara by following people like Dr. Torres, who knows a lot of things about the plants and healing in the forest. He's a forest gardener. And we have been able to have the head of the University of Santa Barbara acknowledge Dr. Narciso Torres. We'll have a ceremony, COVID willing, where he will be recognized at the highest level of the university, even though he has not gone to university, but he will be given a recognition. So that's the importance of this sharing as indigenous people. Thank you so much, Dr. Torres, for calling in.
Sure. I had a little problem with connecting, because I didn't know how to work this thing.
Yeah, we all have challenges, Mr. Narciso. No worries.
Yes. Have a good day and a blessed day.
Dr. Torres, one other thing, I remember when we connect as leaders all over the country, and he's been engaged with the farmers, Garifuna farmers, with Merlins and the beach, Mr. Lewis and so on. And one day while we were at his farm, he was saying that bread nut, he produces everything that he needs. And bread nut, and many of the things we don't need to plant, they're already there in the forest if you know, and he knows. Bread nut is the salvation of our people from starvation. That's what he said. And then I remember when I was in Hopkins with Uwane's father, he was saying the same thing. So what I did is I just picked up the phone and had Dr. Torres and Mr. Martinez speak, Hopkins to Santa Familia. And this is what this conversation is about, networking and supporting and loving one another all over the world. And he believes like us that we are the ones for the world, right, Dr. Torres?
Yes.
All right, thank
Exactly.
you. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
God bless.
Bless you too.
All right, I think we could move on. I was trying to find this cassava making, but I cannot find it.
Yeah. This one, Egbert.
On.
It's on.
This is on? Yeah, but I don't want to spend too much time with this.
It's on.
Okay, can you hear it? Can you hear?
No, can't hear yet.
No.
Okay. Okay. You could hear it now.
Yeah. We'll do one more. I see ants. Yeah, that's the part of where we go through. The ants, they eat the cassava. No, they don't really have any effect on it. They look for their own feed. Okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
Right now.
Good, thank you.
You know when I go to the market, sometimes, and you see cassava, and you don't know what's inside. You always, one of the tips when you go to the market, ask them for chop it, not true?
Yeah.
Because sometimes inside.
Sometimes it rotten, sometimes it kind of it whole, then it more fibrous than starchy.
What are the qualities you look for a good cassava?
The texture. Because they're not much, you don't want lone fiber, but you also want fiber.
So white is good?
White is excellent.
Beautiful. So that's so easy? Just pick up cassava?
Just that.
Easy because I only do 2. You may have to do the whole farm. But a worm they grow, right?
Yeah.
You know what worm means? That it is organic. If you put fertilizer, pesticide, the worm are dead. That's a beautiful indication that this is a naturally organic product.
So yeah, cut this up and bag up.
Cut it.
Yeah, ready?
It's a quick thing, man.
Process and peel and wash in the shed.
Let's go.
Yep.
That's it. The cow that they watching, they hungry too? You feed the cow cassava?
Yeah, they eat it too.
So what we have to do first?
First we peel it and then wash.
Show me how to peel one. So give a lead.
Yeah.
So you do 1,000 pounds.
Wow. But this process that is actually the last, where I say, hands process, where no mechanized yet. When you have a whole lot, all you have, rub them against yourself, push them around, and they clean their own self.
Yeah. Then I like cat. But cat cleaning oneself?
After we peel and wash, now the machine does the grating.
So traditionally you may use what eggy.
What eggy?
With a eggy. That is the one with the sand and you put it.
Yeah, the grater thing. We are seeing that right now.
It's a eggy.
You could try that too.
Ah, okay then. I want to do some here. Good. Work me. So show me. You're not knock off you.
Well,
look at you.
Now you be careful on that one.
Hey.
Normally the up and down with the whole 100 pounds. And then so backward, right? And then so it's
back again.
So that, so they choose what song where they could keep coming.
So these are the traditional way.
That time one time.
But then you realize that
we can't stay all the years and realize the hope. So we have to go technology.
Okay, good. Thank goodness your equipment and the moisture. No. What is it called? Sibiba?
Sibiba.
Sibiba, the grated cassava.
Yeah, so you have the wet one and the dry one.
This was obviously wet, and cassava bread is a dried product, right? So we need to subtract the moisture.
Traditionally, we use the wola.
This is the ruguma.
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 Yeah, ruguma.
Ruguma, wola. Wola because it look long like a fat snake. That's why they call it wola.
Yeah, and the way you swallow and things.
And then you traditionally now either have to go up there, load it for up there.
No, you take it down and you load it, then you hang it back. Somebody would have it up there, so catch it for make sure you go on.
Then you pull it.
Then you
squeeze it.
You put weight at the bottom. Once it's full, you put weight at the bottom and then you sit down on it. And then the juice will seep off the side.
You need a good sit down there though.
Well, some people say you can't move, you can't shake. A lot of rules when you sit down on it. And then mostly the family will do it, so they got mosquito and things.
Oh, but then mosquito bite you can't move.
They say you can't move.
That's what
But this one do the same thing.
All right.
Again, we come up with technology. While the Ruguma would take like 2 persons, 1 person pull it up and the next person up there. That only carry 40 pounds. And then this one carry 200 pounds.
Wow.
1 person do the 200 pounds at the same time where 2 persons would do 40 pounds.
All right. So this make out a titai.
Yeah,
and this, and then now you use
this is the only material we plat. like the titai. So when pressure is added, then the fine material not seep out, but only the juice seep out.
So what's happening now? Pressure,
and the juice
push down, liquid. This is cyanide. But when you cook it, it is not poisonous.
Hibisa, that a manual way, traditional way, sieving. So we have moved this fire to carry that in Hibisa.
Okay, so this is a Sibiba minus liquid.
Minus liquid.
All right, good.
Yeah. Traditional way of sieving. Same back kit titai.
What is the name again?
Hibisa.
Ibisa.
Yeah.
These are the only thing you still keep traditional. You know, got nothing else to do this with.
Well, the machine do it.
Okay. Oh yes, this is it. Fine, powdery, dried. All right, bro. Let's go to technology because
we are dealing with this machine. Good. Only time left to convert this wood now for stainless steel.
I see. But then you painted gray, look like stainless.
Well, our image.
It's an optical illusion. Why? That's wicked.
It grates on top and sieve at the bottom.
You know why you do? And why your cash register work like that? For saying so when you don't. Imagine. Again. Pure cassava.
Now this sieve material we place on the comal and then bake to make the cassava bread. Ereba.
And it allows you to make that thing famous too?
This is the sieve where we done sieve and now we bring it this side for Tilla who do the baking.
So this is Tilla? Your
Tilla,
sister?
My sister.
Okay.
She does the baking.
Okay. Me, you know, show me your photo.
This is about 2 pounds of cassava.
You have to clean your comal.
I think again? Beisawa, broom.
Beisawa, okay. So make it clean.
Yes.
Mama, go there. No oil.
No oil.
Just,
Yes.
All right, good.
Yeah.
Put it in there now.
Then I put it, the sibeba on the comal, and I have to spread, right?
I know what try because I want to look like hummingbird gap. And I got a lot of cracks and crevices. So I'll leave it to the professionals.
The comal must have a certain amount of heat if you don't have a...
So you use firewood? So it has to have even heat all around.
Room to level out the same humps and bumps on the hummingbird that you were talking about.
You don't want the bumps and the humps.
No. Then I kind of lash it, make it go.
Who old are you or Cyril?
Me.
You may lash out like that with me, yo?
And I get trouble.
So that you practice the lash.
Yeah. This type of...
We'll call this one, yeah.
This Hibise.
Hibise?
Yeah.
Oh, the same Hibise, yeah.
But a small one. I get it done, full up somebody.
Full up the gap.
Yeah, full up the gap. Then I use the broom to sweep off when I want.
Each bread take like 5 or 6 minutes to bake complete.
Wait in a moment. How much of this you bake a day?
Well, that depends. 75.
Tell the even heat, like you said, because if it didn't have even heat, you might have a little brown spot, but spot. But obviously your fire is very even. You have to cut it on the comal because that's the best time.
Yes, the best time is this score.
Yes.
If you score it after you hard up, then it
crumbles.
Not give you the shape where you want.
But this is not how you do it for the. You usually do it bigger.
Yeah.
This not go to the garbage.
No.
Nothing. You grate this, and then this becomes farina. And what is farina? How you use it here, Garifuna?
We use it as a porridge.
Porridge.
When
Milky.
Milky
is milk, huh?
Yeah, you add milky,
Sugar?
milk, sugar, your nutmeg, whatever. Yeah, my cassava is finished now. So I move from here and I put it on the table to cool.
Ereba. From the comal, cool. Final product. Products and byproducts, cassava bread, big and small. We have the one with additives, sugar and ginger. We have marinated, spicy. Then we have the farina. We have the cassava starch, the cassava flour. We have this is the hue from the coarser material from the cassava.
Boy, look here. Amazing. I'm still covered in a cassava and a machine where you make. I tell you, boss, thank you very much for inviting me to your place. I love your mission statement to preserve, what is it? To preserve
culture while producing a natural, healthy food and feed the world and maintain the Garifuna culture.
Excellent. I love that part. Maintain the Garifuna culture. Say where, my bro?
Say where, Negebo.
Thank you. This is the part I get excited because now I will take the products that we just do and I will make my twist on it. You know, I grew up the Greek, so we're going to play with the farina. We're going to play with the spicy cassava. And guess where I'm going next? Tompia. Stay tuned.
I'll stop here and I'll hand over to Cynthia.
Okay, this is wonderful. Egbert, we just need to get back on the
Yes.
right, exactly.
Yeah.
So
good.
That is very exceptional. While we're getting back on track, one of the things that has come up here has been the issue of food sovereignty and food security, and I would like to ask for comments and questions along this line, especially Sister Martha, you and I were having a conversation earlier about the authenticity or finding a balance with other people's technology and our own definition of ourselves. Yes. One of the things that came up had to do with the how the world exists. I mean, if Peter is still on, Peter from Canada, one of the things that we're in a group that has a conversation about the world that we live in and adjusting or working with that world without losing ourselves. I was making sahau with my mother the other day, and my mother said, no, we can't blend coconut. No, we're going to get the grater that has the board and the stones in it, and so on and so forth, you know? So it was an experience where children, women, everybody was involved, and there are certain things that only women do. Yesterday, we saw that some of the roles have been reversed, you know? And so I would like to invite some comments or questions along that line, Sister Martha, because we are living in a world. This food sovereignty is an example of how we need to be like gatekeepers and custodians and ensuring that the authenticity of who we are is not lost. And so therefore what Sandy Beach is proposing with the museum is excellent, because that is the kind of opportunity that will help us to preserve who we are forever, and then maybe welcome that other technological advancement as we're looking at marketing and free trade and that kind of thing. Any thoughts on that, Sister Martha? Queen Martha.
I was waiting for you to explain your experience about the farina, because last night we had some of those last night.
You're showing off. Yes. and rightfully so. Oh my goodness. Yesterday we went to Hopkins and we were in the rain because we really wanted to connect with
Miss Merlin.
Wanted to connect with Mr. Merlin, right? And we're not going to allow this technology to stop us from doing whatever. In fact, we're seeing that COVID is giving us a world of possibilities, because ordinarily we would not have been communicating like this through zooming in and zooming out. So now we afforded this. So we went yesterday and it was raining and it was, incredible. So when we came back, and I need to say also that we made contact with Supreme Court Judge Antoinette Moore, who has been in the forefront. She lives in Hopkins and she has been in the forefront of mobilizing with the Maya land rights. And she has always been willing to help us in our cause, right? And so could you please mute whoever? And thank you. And so and Ms. Moore has agreed that she will help us in addressing the issue of land rights. And so Marlene, Martha was there with me. So the issue of food sovereignty, it flows into everything. So when we got to the house, I said, Martha, I feel cold. You know, but I got to show off myself too, and I did go into the sea because I have to get that salt water. That's part of who I am, you know? We're close to the water and the sea. And I came back and I was feeling cold, and Martha's daughter gave me, I don't want to say massage, an anointing, okay? And also she gave me some hot tea. What was in the tea, Martha? Pepper grass, John Child, something. Anyway, she just said, I have something special for you. It was hot. I let her keep her secret. And then she said, would you like the porridge today or tomorrow? I said, I'd like the porridge. No, the porridge was Farina, right? She had prepared it. And she had me, I had take pictures. I'll send it to the nation of how the steps of how this was made, the authentic way, right? When I say the way of, it's not just the material thing, it's the spirit that goes into the production of this. So I would like us to really,
there's a question.
Do you have any thoughts? Yes.
Yeah, I would like to, I was just doing some research as I saw the question from Helen, and also acknowledge what you said, Mom, about the spirit that goes into it, because that's what I wanted us to lead with when I came on the call. So the first thing is that it's a really good question. If we, maybe this is something that someone can look into who is directly involved in cassava making. No, it is not used for laundry, but it could be if we figure out the technology, because the types of starch used for clothes is wheat, corn, and there's another one that I can't remember, just a moment. Wheat, corn, and rice. So 2 of those products have Gesundheit, exactly what I'm talking about, allergy-related components. And so cassava is becoming one of the superfoods on the global market for substitution of those 2 products. So, I mean, this is something that you really want to think about if you're into cassava production, is that it can be used in many different ways, and it's not a product that's really hard to grow. It's very resilient, very good for many things, and this is something, thank you, Helen, that can be capitalized on, which is to use it for starch for laundry, which is a really, really, really big market now, considering that there are so many allergy-related issues when it comes to washing clothes and all that goes into that. So that's one thing. The second thing is the spiritual aspect of business. I have a great-grandmother, my father, Egbert Ihinho's grandmother, was a businesswoman who was a trader in her time. And that woman, I was told by many of my relatives, used to speak to me. And she still speaks to me in terms of business, because she was an entrepreneur. She was the type of woman, I was told, who could take $1,000 at that time out of her apron pocket, and give it as a loan to whoever needed money. She was very business savvy, and I identify with that. And I always wondered why I wasn't so much into academia as I was into business. And my great-grandmother, whom was referred to as bad granny, who I referred to as good granny, was a really, really powerful woman. Yes. And so I just want to acknowledge that spirit in this space, because I really believe that she is with me all the time when I'm making business decisions. And so that's the second thing. Now, the third thing is in terms of food sovereignty and where we're going with our food. Again, I want to emphasize that this is a very timely conversation because of the awareness that is that's taking place right now when it comes to some of the food issues that are taking place globally in terms of what people are becoming allergic to, wheat allergies, you know, what's clogging people's colons, gluten-free issues. And cassava is a fundamental food that's being looked at globally for substitution, replacement, and health, superfood health concerns. So I'm complete there. Thank you.
Nehanda.
Can I make one comment about the cassava starch? The reason I
Yes, go
asked,
ahead.
okay, thank you. The reason I asked is in the film, they showed a little pouch of cassava starch. And I remember my mom telling me that her mother used to use the cassava, the poison part of the cassava for laundry. And that was her side business. One of her side businesses was doing laundry and starching the clothes and the whites, something like that. And I was
Yeah,
wondering if nowadays, if
I
they're
was just
using it.
about to explain a little bit about that. I know that, I don't know if Dr. Anita can remember that when we were in Hopkins, and you'll find out that majority of our parents, that is the way they prepare their clothing, using our natural and local starch from the cassava. That starch was cooked, and then you will wash your clothes, and when it's half dry, you will dip it in that little in that cooked starch that is diluted with water, and then you'll put back your clothes to dry before you press it. Then you don't need to spray starch it because it is cooked with the starch, and you'll find out that that same cooked starch that would keep the crease in your and the pleat in your clothes for months, I would say years, if it continues use it. So it is one that we have been using for many years. It's just that the youths of today and others now, we use the washing machine and we just buy the can of the spray starch, but our parents used to use it.
Okay, one of
So
the things that
one
I'm
follow-up.
hearing.
Let me, Mom, I really need to address this very clearly right now. And then I'm gonna be complete. The cassava and the potato, so there are many food starches that are being used for laundry. But cassava has a component that deals with a gluten-free aspect that allows people to have access to the starch without the allergy component of gluten, which is present in wheat and corn. I'm not sure about rice, but in wheat and corn, that is one of the issues that is problematic when it comes to consumption of starch and putting it on your clothes. It's an allergy I have. So I'm constantly looking for products to consume and to put in my laundry that are able to, that I can use in place of wheat and corn. And since we are familiar with this product, this is a business opportunity for us to maybe link with those who are already in cassava production or going to it ourselves, so that we are able to capitalize on that aspect of our culture and gain the legal intellectual property rights of said product. I'm complete.
Beautiful. I just wanted a point. I
speak.
just wanted a point of process, please, and I need some volunteers. 2 points. One is I really need, these are very valuable points, and Nehanda is one of the people who is recording main points so that we summarize at the end. But this is very rich conversation, and we want to continue this kind of conversation. So please, I will need some volunteers because we will need to, we are focusing more on action. I mean, we're not, these are beautiful conversations, and we need to remember that we want to take this forward, because there have been these conversations before many times in different spaces. So I'm just accepting invitation. The second thing, if there's anyone who would like to be interviewed to take this conversation into a wider space, please let us know, because we're getting ready for interviews so that people who are not in the conference will be able to listen later. Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to comment or raise a question?
Yes, I want to comment, Cynthia, thank you. I'm very much interested in improving our technology, right, without losing the culture. Somebody who knows engineering perhaps could explore that Kamal and the fire. We use firewood. But I was talking to Janice, maybe she's left before. If there's a way we could, you know, find some engineering school that would perhaps be able to use a different type of heat rather than the firewood, so that it makes it more, environmentally friendly. That would be one project that I think the Garifuna Nation should explore. I'm complete with that idea. And then also, I think we need to also, and Nihanda mentioned the whole chemistry, right? The whole, I would want to refer to organic chemistry of our food. Our ancestors use the technology to take the cyanide out, and I'm almost certain there's a good use for that cyanide. And also the starch, which is gluten-free. And many of us, many in our community perhaps don't know the benefit of gluten-free product. Not only the gluten-free, but the other type of cassava, not the bitter cassava, but the other type of cassava, the sweet cassava that we eat, which is very good for natural roughage that our body needs. And I remember when I got sick one time, Dr. Tega told me, go back and eat your cassava and your yam and your ground food, the food that has roughage that your body really needs, instead of eating this refined food when I was living in the city. So those are the things that we need to emphasize. The ancestors gave us everything we need, and all we need to do is improve on what we have. So I'm done.
Perfect. So what we need here is, yes, so Shakesha, please introduce yourself. And
yes. Good morning. Yes. This is Chakesha Showers calling in from Florida, Tallahassee, Florida. I've had the pleasure of coming to Belize for at least 10 years straight out of my relationship I've developed with Cynthia Ellis. And I'm a 30-year veteran school teacher. I've taught from kindergarten to adult school. That's just a little bit so you know who's also speaking. The other thing to know is I come there every year for the beauty. I sit on the beach for my health. I just sit there and people will ask me, why do I just sit there? Why don't I go look at all of these tourist areas? I did do that the first year I came, but by the end of the first year, I came to the realization, why do I need to look when I'm in paradise? Belize is the paradise, and Hopkins Village is my special place. So I've met Mr. Lewis's, the Lewis's there, the president of the Women Cooperative, who started the first cooperative, Merlin Costello. And I'm just really enthused and motivated by what I'm seeing on the screen. It is a great video. The clarity is so clear. And what I wanted to put in was I wanted to I think it might be Rachel who was speaking, talking about the cassava and the thing about gluten. What I wanted to put in is this thing that she said about her grandmother. She's correct. Her grandmother is still speaking to her.
That was Nehanda, Shakesha. That was Nehanda.
Oh, that was Nahanda. Okay. Nahanda, so right. Your grandmother is speaking to you. Our ancestors are just seconds away from us. All we have to do is speak, or all I had to do was speak. I was having that feeling with my mother. And this might sound like it doesn't fit in this conversation, but it all fits. Everything everybody's bringing forth fits. And I'm listening for the fitting of it like a puzzle. And the thing I wanted to say to Nahanda, now that I know who the speaker was, is that just seconds away, I took that on with my mother. My mother passed, maybe it's been 5-6 years, that I cry often because I miss her. And Reverend Henrietta Bird, who was on yesterday with you guys and shared, she called me and Cynthia called me to let me know is I missed her, and Reverend Bird said she's as close as you're speaking, Chakesha. All you have to do is speak to her. So that's the point I'm making, and all of this is what's happening today, is our culture is presenting itself back to us. I have been asleep, but this year I have woke up in this area about spirit. Cynthia Ellis and I participated in the International Black Summit, which is a 30-year-old organization, volunteered 100%, led by, founded by people of Black descent. And we opened that 3-day ceremony in honoring the ancestors. So all of this is the technology.
This morning we are having the women's conference. We're having session 2 of the women's.
Martha, please mute.
What I'm saying is, and I'm working on presenting a context. It's new for me, but I'm creating a context that all of this is being said for all of the ears. The gentleman said earlier, engineering. No one's coming to do this. There's no cavalry in the United States. We say the cavalry is not coming. We are the cavalry. So when we say engineer, who do we know that's an engineer? I reach out to that person. I'm not going to give a laundry list of what somebody else is going to do. I look at the laundry list and say, where can I make that impact, the power of one? That is what's developed my relationship with Cynthia for over 10, 15 years. We've done great things. I've met her children. I know Nahanda. I know Nahanda's daughter. I know Nahanda's grandfather. I know Cynthia's mother. That's the power that we are. Filbert, I met him in my travel. I've gone to where he lived. We are power, pure, unadulterated power, just like the cassava. We are the cassava, and we're going through the different stages. And I just wanted to point to, keep looking for the I. I will take this on. You won't take on everything, but I take on what that matches my passion. One of my passions is talking. That's why I'm talking. One of my passions is to travel and to go back to where I have traveled. I've been doing that for 20 years. I have Australia and Antarctica, and I will have done all of the continents. And people say to me, what will you do in Antarctica? And I say, I may get off the plane, get a cup of coffee, walk outside, drink the coffee, come back in and get on the plane. And they laugh. And I said, but have you done it? Forget the people who laugh. Find your passion and pursue it. And I just want to thank everyone, all of the hands and all of the people. Queen Martha, I hear about you all the time. So I'm going to stop talking and just be with you guys. And I bless you. The God in me salutes the God in you, because you are just marvelous. Not some of you, but every one of us is that marvelousness. And I'm going to complete now, turning it back over.
Thank you, Chakesha. You are a world citizen, and we embrace you as Belizean, as part of being a world citizen. And this is what it's about in terms of oneness. We have a few minutes to wrap up, so if there are any questions or comments, I would like to summarize that this has been a beautiful sharing. We look forward to our next speaker soon, Dr. Amy Magdaleno, and she is in Jamaica. She's from Hopkins. I noticed that Brother James, one of the facilitators, is on. Thank you, James, for coming in. I want to thank all of you who are present and recognize all of you. Just let me finish, James. I want to recognize all of you in the sense that this is a movement. This is about participation. This is a space where everyone has the opportunity to give their perspective. Is not right or wrong, bad or good. It's a sacred space where we are listening, going into some deep listening with the Garifuna Nation that is supporting and sponsoring this movement, where all the thoughts are being put together. I'm inviting all of you to take notes, and our core team will take notes because we take these suggestions seriously, that we are moved to action beyond these 2 days. So I'm complete, and I welcome you, James. Just to revise for us our main points of oneness as we get ready for Dr. Amy Magdaleno to come and share with us. I want to invite people who are interested and available for being interviewed. The interview lineup has begun.
Okay,
Thank
Cynthia,
you.
in the chat, James, just a minute. In the chat is a greeting from Nicaragua. Nicaragua president of the Garifuna Association in Nicaragua says greetings. She says, I'm online and I'm listening, but I cannot speak because I'm likewise taking calls. My greetings and honor to us from Nicaragua. I want to tell Grega Sambola to leave her email in the chat. Grega Sambola, leave your thing in the chat because we are concerned about the hurricanes and the effects of the hurricane, and we want to reach out. So give us your email in the chat, and we'll reach out. Go ahead. Over to you, James.
That's beautiful. Before James, 1 minute. I want to honor that. I want to honor that message, and I want to invite all of you or any of you to send messages of such, because we are a nation all over the world, and we are with our brothers and sisters in Nicaragua, Honduras, Guatemala, Salvador, wherever Garifuna people are, we are with them. We have a oneness with us that just as the storm hit them, it hit us. And so it wasn't an attitude, well, thank God it didn't come to Belize. Thank God we didn't get hurt. You know, no. The attitude is Garifuna Duo, which is that what happens to you is happening to me. And therefore, we want to maintain this connection. And our connection is not one of how much food, water, clothes, and medicine will be sent. It is about how can we strengthen the connection and use this as an opportunity to build and strengthen our relationship so that we can be present to activate through the Garifuna Nation, supporting you in a way that goes beyond this. So I'm complete, and thank you. We need to do this. James, over to you, please.
Yes, so thanks very much, Cynthia. That was certainly a proper recognition in regards to that call from Nicaragua and our brother there. And thanks also, Egbert. In regards to actually bringing this segment that both Martha and Cynthia have been actually facilitating, I believe that it is rather very fitting.
Sorry, James, I needed to do something which I'm asking everyone to do. Please say who you are, where you are from, and how you have contributed in this process, because many people are coming in new. So we need, as you taught me, we need to keep repeating certain key points. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Yes, so as Cynthia had indicated, I'm one of the conveners of this conference. We have been, myself, Cynthia, Egbert, and all the facilitators. Well, a number of the friends that are here on this call have been very much involved in terms of preparing for this conference and actually shaping the kind of philosophy that's supposed to guide
Did we lose the sound with James? Did we lose the sound with James, Egbert? Sensuman?
Yeah, he's frozen and he's not speaking anymore.
Sensuman, can you help us, please? And Nehanda, I will need to speak with you.
Are you friends hearing me now?
Okay, yes, we hear you now, James. Great.
I put the link for the interview space, the Zoom chat. If anybody would like to click on that and go in and give their impressions on the meeting so far of this conference, you can go ahead and click on that and, of course, give your impressions. Flavius is there waiting to hear from anyone.
All right, so thanks very much for that.
Can you and I speak, Nehanda?
So, yeah, just finishing the thought. It's very, very important, friends, that we recognize the wisdom of our ancestors. And in regards to food, I believe that what we will need to do is to certainly present, study and present the scientific value of our traditional foods. I think that many of us that are on this call know that Aristotle himself had said, food is medicine. And something that, I had actually noticed over the years is that more and more our people, Garifuna people, have been, witnessing diseases that we have never really had as part of our experience, like, this high blood pressure, diabetes, people being amputated. You heard in my younger years, I don't remember seeing people that were amputated. And so this in itself is a call. The fact that we can see Garifuna people that are amputated, Garifuna people with high blood pressure, and these various diseases that are actually referred to as the diseases of the wealthy. I feel that it's an opportune time that with all the wisdom that we have at this time, that we really demonstrate the scientific value of our scientific foods. So this is a rather very smooth connection to what will be, to the team that we'll be dealing with now, health, healing, and nutrition. So we have Dr. Amy Magdaleno to come up.
Can I ask Dr. Amy?
I'm trying to share my, yes, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm trying to share my video. I already sent my presentation to Professor Eugenio. If he could put it on the
Okay, so while you are doing all of that technology, I would like to say a little about you, congratulate you for being in as a part of this movement, and that you are in Jamaica, the beautiful country of Jamaica, and really would like to invite you to speak to what your journey has been like as a Garifuna woman who is living in Jamaica, who has been a doctor, studied in Cuba, worked at KHMH, and is now in Jamaica as an emergency doctor, training for 4 years. Welcome, Queen.
Thank you, Sereme. Mabuga home sumut. I am Dr. Amy Magdaleno, originally from Hopkins. Both my parents are from Hopkins. My father is Apollonio Magdaleno. His father was Octavio Magdaleno, Wiki, as they call him. Okay, that must be the other side. As they call it, he contributed greatly to the Garifuna community. He makes ruguma, if I'm saying it right, and hibiste. That's how he contributed to the Garifuna community. As my grandfather has passed away, he didn't die with all this craftiness or this wealth. He passed it on to one of my cousins, but my cousin he doesn't practice, or he doesn't do it. He doesn't do the arts. My maternal grandmother from my mother's side, my mother's name was Leokaya Magdaleno. She was a teacher, just as my father was. They both retired. My mom have passed away. My grandmother, Mama Sando, was also a healer, and I thought I was the first healer in the family. Yeah. She used to do massage. The massage when somebody have a broken feet or whatever in Hopkins, they would go to her for massage, and she do other things because when I was younger, or recently, I get to understand that she know a lot of stuff when it comes to neonatology, like when a child is born between the first month of life, she know how to nurture these premature kids and bring life into them. That's amazing. And that's because she was really close to the earth, as our Garifuna culture is, that they know what herbs to use, what medicine to use to bring us to life or to balance that state, to balance us. Now, I did my schooling in Belize City. I lived in Belize City, but my mother ensures that when summer comes, we go to Hopkins.
That's like the point of it, like all shapes and all sizes. So I don't know how to say
Please mute whoever is not speaking. Please mute so Dr. Amy is heard.
And then yeah, we go to Hopkins, so we know our culture. We know how to talk Garifuna. I understand Garifuna whole deal. I talk Garifuna, but not that very fluent. But I know how to defend myself. So I went to St. Joseph Primary School, went to Anglican Cathedral College. I did sixth form, and 6 months before prior to graduating in sixth form, I studied marine biology. I stopped and I said, I don't want to do marine biology. I had this inner calling or something in me that wanted to give to humanity. So I went to University of Belize, and then I did um, lab technology, how to be a laboratorist, like when doctors draw blood and you look at the samples and stuff like that. That still wasn't enough for me. I had this compelling something in me that drives me, that keeps on pushing in me that that's not what I should be. And while being at this university, I met great people like Luwani and a couple two other friends. One have passed away, God bless her soul. And Luwani was filling up paper application form to go to university because we were young, ambitious females, Garifuna females, who wanted to expand our knowledge and explore the world. So I saw her filling up papers. I had already filled up papers to go to North Carolina, have been accepted. But when I see the price and everything, I said, oh my God, mom and dad would have to mortgage both of our houses for me to go to that university. And then I said, oh my God, what if somebody gets sick and they have done all this investment in me and they won't be able to help my brother, my sister, my father and mother? I said, no, sir, I'm not going to that university. So as I went back again, my friend Luwani, she was filling out these applications to go to Cuba. I told her, let me look at that. I filled out the application. Hello, guys? Am I being heard?
Yeah, I hear you.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, I hear you.
Okay. Because my internet is unstable, that's why.
Go right ahead, man.
So, and then I gave her the package and said, like, put that in Belmopan if you want to. Fine. A few weeks later, or a couple months after, I was riding my bicycle, being happy and merry about myself in Belize, when someone stopped me and said, I heard your name on the radio. You have been accepted to go to go to Cuba to study medicine. And I said, yeah. And I continued. So I wasn't dwelling on that. So one day I just woke up and I told my mom, Mom, I'm going to Cuba. I'm going to study. My mom, being the nurturing, supportive woman that she is, she said, yes, baby, sky's the limit. You know, education, what you have in your head, nobody will take away from you. So I packed and I went to Cuba. Being Cuba, Havana was had bittersweet moments, challenging and embracing the challenge. I had to learn Spanish because I did not know Spanish. I had to learn Spanish at university level, read and write Spanish at university level. Stories I could tell. That's another chapter. Anyways, so I finished being a general practitioner, studied to be a general practitioner at Calixto, Calixto Garcia, Havana, Cuba. And I went back home thinking that, yes, I'm a doctor, my life is made. But while practicing at Carl Huchner, I faced a lot of challenges. I don't mean to sound to be xenophobic or racist, but being one of the few Black person, female at that institution, I went through a lot. That's another chapter which we do not dwell on the negative. We're here to turn it into a positive stuff. So I've been in emergency at Carl Huchner for 5 years. What's more disheartening is that when I see these young Black brothers coming in with gunshots, killing each other for little frivolous things that we could fix. What happened to our family structure? What happened to us? Love your neighbor as you love yourself. And the energy these youngsters have, the negativity that they're so full of, we need to break this chain. We have to stop. That's one of those things that motivate me to become higher in my studies so I could help them physiologically to fix them. And then at a higher level, so I could reach out to them, especially when I see these young Garifuna Black men coming in with gunshots. It disheartens me. We as a community, we need to fix this. We need to help each other. The strong help the weak. In my challenges, coming here to Jamaica, that's how I met the great Miss Cynthia Ellis. Challenges yet to be told. I come here on my own. I have lost my job at Carl Huchner because I don't, as I said, I am not, Magdaleno. Who knows Magdaleno in medicine? That's not a big name in medicine. Anyways, and then they say, oh, it's COVID times. You cannot go because we are challenged financially. Now is the time. You have to be bold, as I am, as I put myself for other younger, for a Black woman like me, to be bold. Don't worry about security. God and our ancestors, if you're positive and have the willpower, you will make it. So many times I've been challenged, but I'm a praying woman. I ask God to look over me and to heal my heart and my soul so I could be a better healer every day. So when I go back to my people, I will be stronger and better to enable myself and enable them to help them. Now, what is health? Health is a state where, well, unfortunately, it's just one of my slides that came in, but I don't have much. I just basically have 3 slides. What is health? Health is a state of complete physical, mental with spiritual in it, and social being, not merely in the absence of a disease. How can we attain this as a community? How will we do this? We can do this in several ways. I'm so energetic and so positive towards making a change. We can do this one by networking internationally and locally. I am here. My teachers and you will welcome people. So younger Black women like me, if we allocate to get scholarship, so we can go back and help our community. We can get scholarship. We can do this. We need people in gynecology and obstetrics. Imagine the southern part of Belize, Southern Regional Hospital, just have 2 doctors for a vast population. How can you give quality health care to our Garifuna women with just 2 doctors? We need more doctors. We need more nurses. We need more supporting people, supporting staff, so we can come together as one. We can do this, and we will do this. We need pediatricians to look after our young ones. We need nutritionists, people who will let us use our own resources to develop our young minds. We can do canteens and whatever it is to feed our children because of the social ills that's in our society. I never know what it is to eat ramen before going to school. We have to break those chains. It is these young minds that need healthy food, so they can develop and think better, so we can have a better Garifuna community. When it comes to spiritual healing, we need to come together as one. We need psychologists, or we can be our own psychologists. Garifuna will, you for me and I for you. Whenever we have a problem, we need to learn to communicate with each other, and we can help each other with our problems. And we have all these communicable diseases like diabetes, high blood pressure, that there's no need that we can do. There's no need for this. If we wake up in the morning and we have our little groups that we do our morning walk before we do our daily routine, whether we work or not. That helps to bring down high blood pressure and diabetes. Basic, simple things like that. We can, with our diet, I've heard a lot about when we're talking about nutrition. Yes, nutrition is the way to go. Our ancestors were very, very intelligent people. And maybe because of the ways that they had to survive, that makes them intelligent. Basic things like cassava and ereba. Cassava is ideal. It has fiber to help with your constipation. It helps with your cholesterol. It gives you energy. These things that the white man come and tell us that's not good for us. And we have our resources. Did you guys know that you say both eat only yellow yams? Yes. Yams helps with your muscular contractibility, so you don't gain extra weight. And then it gives you energy. Plantains, that helps with your glucose level, with your sugar. And this is what our ancestors have been eating. Now, because of the way of life, as life is dynamic and it evolves, we're not that active as our ancestors used to be. We watch TV, we are in front of laptop and all these nice gadgets. We don't exercise that much. Hence the reason that we need to do morning walks and evening walks so that we don't develop these diseases. But we need to do networking, and we need to harness the resources that other people, other Garifuna people that are in other countries who are in better position, that we can make even a dialysis unit. We can do this. We can reach out to the government, as I have, but if they say no, we still move on. We need to help ourselves and make better for our communities and each other. That's all I have to offer. Thank
That's
you.
a lot. That's a lot, Dr. Amy. That's a lot.
We need to be gold.
A lot. Amy, and Amy is very modest, like most of our speakers. She faced discrimination on her job. She faced discrimination. You don't want to say the word, I will say it. Racism at Carl Huchner Memorial, whatever, right? She was deserving a scholarship after serving that entity
10 years.
For 10 years. Now you imagine even the union turning against her, advising her to resign. We had to write a strong to them and telling them that if they don't support her, we will expose them. And we are not done yet. Okay, so I'm done.
Okay. Thank you for bringing that up, Egbert, because that's an excellent example of how our involvement in the challenges of our people is very effective.
Yeah, you have to check the pill inside.
Very effective.
You want the captopril and you have another one.
Miss Martha, please unmute. Yeah, it's very effective in terms of practical things, you know. Dr. Amy decided that because she's so committed to our Garifuna people, she would take all her savings because she lost financial opportunity in making this choice. And so the Garifuna Nation, because of the Garifuna Nation's letter, as what is effective now with a number of these issues we have been dealing with yesterday and today, had a lot of clout. And it was very helpful that because at that time, the Minister of Emergency, National Emergency, what's his name? Mr. Castro was able to write that letter that was needed. Dr. Amy knocked on many, many doors and her supervisors refused to submit that letter. What is also interesting is that once she arrived in Jamaica, now you see we have to dig deep and explore these things that are said and written. Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
Now
Amy.
me being here in Jamaica, they don't see me as Dr. Amy Magdaleno. They see me as doctor from Belize. My face is Belize. But when they want to know about me, I boast about my heritage, my Garifunaness.
It's very beautiful. But I'm very insistent in this movement that we're in, because we've done very, very well when it comes to the dancing and the drums and the language. We are beautiful. And the other level is, as I had a conversation with Peter from Canada about living in this other world that doesn't necessarily appreciate us the way we are. And we cannot blame or quarrel with them. We need to get with the program. Dr. Amy, in going to Jamaica, needed to go through a process to have permission to work in Jamaica. So even though CARICOM, that is our Caribbean International United Nations version, says that we can work in any Caribbean country that we wish, it is not automatic. There's a tedious process. So one of the challenges of this movement is that we need to identify those of us who has an expertise, who is going to be able to help us navigate these technical points, because these technical points are very important. You know, to go to the United States, we need a visa. We need, as we're talking about setting up a credit union, Ms. Yvonne gave us an example that is excellent about all the detailing that needs to go. So Dr. Amy, you have given us an opportunity to really, really study, and you've given us a charge. You know, as we are in a women's conference, we need, you are a mentor, you are an inspiration, you're a light for young women and young men. And we are thankful that you are the one who is leading the health and wellness aspect of the Garifuna Nation. And your powerful review was the essence of honoring your ancestors, and you are very rare as a person who is complementary. Because there are many physicians who, when they go into that world, forget all about us. You know, the attitude can be, well, I made it, so why can't you? You know, so I just want to thank you. And I don't know if there are any questions for Dr. Amy in this line of health and wellness and what we need. And Dr. Amy, one of the things that came up recently, in Barranco, we had the unfortunate passing of a 9-year-old child. And what happened was that the child had to be moved from Barranco to Punta Gorda to Dangriga to Belize. And so I don't want to dwell on the sadness of that loss, which all of us felt. And we're feeling losses in our Central American countries. What can you say to us? I know that you are aware of Dr. Luther, who has developed a facility for Honduras. What can you say for us as I have gone to the different Garifuna communities here in Belize and found that some of them have no facilities, or where there are facilities, I'm talking about health facilities, there are no staff in place. What can you say to us, or what can you suggest in terms of the people who are here, what we can do? I see like tons of doctors coming from the United States pre-COVID. None of them look like me and you, and I don't know if any of them was Garifuna. But what are your thoughts on this moving forward that we can consider?
Okay, my thoughts. Once again, I apologize for that very sad event. That's something in this time and age that shouldn't even happen. We cannot look, well, if the government step in to help us, fine, but we have to harness our own manpower, our own energy, our own resources. Hence the reason why we need to do international networking. Liaise with some university to train our people. And then the ones who are in good position who can help us build our own hospital. So we can build our own hospital with the qualified personnel, so we can do our own networking with our own Garifuna villages to can provide, make health accessible to all Garifuna patients, Garifuna person, no matter what your social economic status is. We need to make our own. That's my position on that.
Excellent. Egbert, is there a way that I can see the people who are present? Why I'm asking is because we are inviting people to be interviewed. So I just needed to see so I can suggest who can be interviewed.
And it's not only with the kids, but then when it comes to maternal health. So too many times, a lot of complications happen, things that could have been avoided with a pregnant mother, or the quality of health that she should receive while bearing a child. We can do better. We need to train our people, and so we come back and offer these services to our people.
So Dr. Amy, you studied in Cuba, and one of the things that is notable is that even though Cuba had a lot of pressure economically and politically, even we have seen with the COVID that Cuba is the first to respond in getting out to other countries. As we are looking at our health strategy as a nation, what possibilities do you see in terms of our moving forward, as far as those of us in the community maybe getting some training in some kind of, they had a program called Where There's No Doctor. And there are programs where the acknowledgement of the cultural ways of doing things has been integrated. I know in the case of the midwives, people like the Hopkins, who she never lost no baby, she delivered about 800, or I don't know.
Yes, Auntie Beleng, the great Auntie Beleng. And some of these things have been lost. I don't know if because we don't have the initiative to carry our heritage, or if the person who have the gift did not want to share it, but it has been lost. But I assure you that the way how they did things to maintain or to give life is so precious. It fascinates me. One of my great dreams is to put together the modern medicine and this Garifuna medicine together, so we can so we can make a better healthcare system for our people, because there's something with our Garifuna people, the ancestors, how we are able to live in a healthy population that need to be studied, that we need to know more about ourselves to get where we need to be.
Excellent. And what I observed with some of the midwives that we have been interviewing is that they never lost a baby. They never, in their deliveries, they delivered most of the babies, and they're still practicing now. And the model that we are proposing moving forward is the affirmation and acknowledgement of that. And many years ago, Ministry of Health in Belize included these midwives, they call them traditional birth attendants, and had just gave them some support so that within their communities, they would be able to do these this care. So perhaps this is a model that we may want to explore further, and in developing health systems. You are in the area of emergency care, and we've been noticing we've been having disasters and what have you. What kind of strategy or what kind of mechanism can we put in place in terms of getting training or of our people who are in the communities who don't have access? I know Saint Bite has a building with no staff, okay, for example. So what can we do strategically? Because this is not just about lamentation, this is about being proactive. What do you think?
We need to train our people, our local people. So the persons like me who have the know-how, I need to go back, who have the expertise, and go back and train these people in ways how we can survive when it times for disaster. Basic stuff until when they reach to the facility, or the person who's trained at a university level or whatever, to make that person reach there so they can get the quality health care they can get. But we can train technical people, which will help a lot in making a difference what our outcome should be or will be.
Helpful, and I wanted to just thank you, Dr. Amy, for being so open with us, and certainly
It
you
was
have
a
come up with
pleasure.
some very good suggestions about the way forward. I don't know if anyone has any questions or last words in terms of this segment, because what is happening is that we would like to use this movement as an opportunity to support you. And so it has been very useful to hear what your experience has been. And for us to be intentional in terms of recruiting people like yourselves, women, and
don't worry about security. God and ancestors, once they see the color of your heart, you will survive. There's no
I love that. I love that. I love that very much. And I would like to congratulate you for taking that bold move. Nothing stopped you in getting to Jamaica. COVID and all.
Is a moment, it will pass.
Yes. And you are dealing, you are one of the frontline people dealing every day
with COVID.
With this COVID situation. That you already acquired a badge of courage. And a lot of that has to do with the acknowledging the support and the spirit of the ancestors.
Yes,
even
we have a call from Nicaragua, Miss Sambula, Grega Sambula, is on the line. and she wants to share with us. Go ahead. You have to unmute, Grega. You got to unmute. The floor is yours. You got to unmute. Go ahead, Grega. You got to unmute. Good. You're good now. A little louder. I can't hear you. A little louder.
Go outside.
Can you? Good. Can you speak now? Grega, can you speak?
Yeah, I'm coming outside.
Okay. You must be at work. After Grega, Esther, we'll ask you to be brief because the next presenter is on standby.
Okay, good morning. Good morning to everyone. I'm running outside so I could speak.
Yes, go ahead.
First of all, it's an honor to be listening to each one of you great leaders out there. So my name is Griega, as somebody already mentioned. I'm the president of the Garifuna Association here in Nicaragua, but as Sister Amy was speaking, I was like, what? This is what I'm facing right now at this very moment. 2 months ago, I went to Orinoco, the capital Garifuna town here in Nicaragua, and I had a meeting with my people because we as Garifuna people here, I just see us in one stage or one level ever. And it's like a couple things happens, but then I think there could be more greater thing happening among us as Garifuna people. But it's just the way we carry ourselves sometimes, or the way our leaders show us, like, you're not that important. So it's like they pick you up, they throw you here, and throw you over there. And that, for me, I'm fed up of that. And I says, this is sufficient. I went and I have a meeting with them and I says, it's time for us to think different and think about self-governing. You know, we have to think about a way how we could look for opportunity for job for our young people. And I think it's time we wake up. I said, I'm sick of this thing where we have to wait for somebody to come and give us something. And then after they give us something, they want to own us, like if we belongs to them. And I really cannot deal with that situation. We have a mentality here is like we wait for the government to give us something. And when they give us something, we become a slave to them because we have to keep doing what they want us to do. And I believe it's time as Garifuna people and Garifuna leaders, we come together and we need to give capacitation to our people because we have resources, but we don't know to manage those resources. We're lacking of management of what we got. So the little what we have, other people come in and they exploit that what we have. And I believe it's time indeed we need to raise up and do something different for the betterment of our community. So that is my point. And because of my meeting that I had in Orinoco, I was ordered or I was forced to resign from my job. So 2 months ago that happened. So the mayor said to me, I think since you and me cannot understand, I think you should resign. I says, I don't have a problem with that. I resign and I'm moving on because I'm going to talk to my people. And as long as I'm there, I'm going to stand in the gap for them. So that's it. Thank you very much. Rima, thank you very much.
Okay, wonderful. Nicaragua, how has it been in terms of the devastation and the experience that you have had? Is it like how we have in other countries where the devastation has just added? I mean, there were conditions that were challenging, horrible before, and now the hurricane gives more challenges. Could you give us some idea of what it has been like for you and your people, our people?
Yes. In Nicaragua, the North Caribbean coast, because we have the North Caribbean coast and we have the South Caribbean coast. So the North was like, it's really, really like bad at this very moment. People lost their home. We have material losses. And the South Caribbean coast where we live wasn't much affected by the hurricane. We had some breeze. We have a couple roof that went off, but I mean, it's not that bad.
And even with the coronavirus thing, we didn't really have anybody who was infected from our Garifuna communities.
Amazing. That's
So we're
where I
thankful
want to
for
go.
that.
That's
Yeah,
where I
we're
want to
thankful
go.
for that.
Cause it's the same experience here in Belize, you know. There are not as many cases in our communities, and my question is why. And the other question is in terms of the hurricane, where the area of Bluefields, that is where a lot of the our Garifuna people, is that correct?
Yes, Bluefields has a big majority of Garifuna people, but likewise in the Pearl Lagoon Basin, there is where we have the 5 Garifuna communities. We have Brown Bank, Lafayette, St. Vincent, Orinoco, and Marshall Point. So the people who are in Bluefield are people who migrate from these communities to Bluefields for a living. Yes. Because in neither one of these communities we have jobs. You know, unless you're a teacher and that's it, or you fishing or you farm whatsoever, but there is nothing like job opportunities in these communities. So people migrate for a living.
Wow. So it's been very wonderful to make this link, and we want to continue this connection with you because
I have a question.
can I complete, Nehanda, just one completion. We want to be able to develop a movement, and this is a sacred space to share information and to do listening. Okay? Go ahead, please, Nehanda.
Yeah, my question to Grega.
Yes, ma'am.
Is she still there?
Yes, I'm here.
So the people who do farming, what's the size of the farms you would give or take on average with the farmers? What kind of farming do they do, and what acreage do they have at their disposal?
Well, I'm not sure about the acres, but they normally do rice, cassava, sugarcane, pineapple, and now we have some farmers doing watermelon.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any more questions? Because this is a very important linkage and conversation. We don't often have that awareness with Nicaragua. And what is it that you would like to see in terms of our future and this movement as women, as Garifuna women, sis?
I would love for us to the same type of capacitation, but like in real, in person, in physic, to come out and let's meet up with more women to empower young women, Garifuna young woman, because I'm smelling the fear in our people. It's like when time for them to stand up for what is right, they just get like that fear come over them, and then it's like you alone stand up here and then you look like the troublemaker, because that's what they call me, the troublemaker. Anytime we stand up to defend what is the right of the people, and I think we need to empower people so that they could stand up for what, and stand up and defend what belongs to them. I believe that is my heart desire.
Well, join the club and join the movement of troublemakers, which is a very beautiful thing. And in the sense that we are moving forward. Yes, Egbert.
Yes, Greg. We send us your email. We have a radio show, Radio Dumure. We also have a Facebook page called Garifuna Nation, where we are trying to document everything that is happening in our communities from Belize to Nicaragua. So send us your email. We'd like to invite you to our radio show so we could explore the issues a little deeper. It's good that you reach out. Send me your email, put it in the chat, and we'll take it from there.
I already did. I
Okay.
sent my email and my phone number.
Very good.
Beautiful, beautiful. We Egbert likes to say, "Let us strike while the iron is hot." So we have the media available, and we certainly will have you on the media lineup where you can share with the world what is going on. Because we are sharing this so that we get a connection and a networking through this virtual possibility. Thank you so much, sister.
Wonderful.
Stay strong. We invite you to Belize. In fact, you're already in Belize and all the countries through this virtual means. And we're looking forward to the ability to exchange and visit with one another. Please be a part of the Garifuna Nation. We are one nation. We love you. Have a beautiful day, and greetings from our people to your people, although it's one people. So we'll
Good.
contact you about the interview.
Very much.
Thanks, man. There's a technology issue. Some people are saying that the thing is too low. I am raising my volume here. Could you do something about it? But I'm hearing everybody loud and clear, so I don't know what the problem is with others. Or other.
Maybe it's their signal.
All right, right now, let me see.
Okay,
What's up
so
with
meanwhile he's
Egbert,
doing that, let me just finish up, James. We have Louisa, who will introduce Reverend Dr. Eulalia Centino to talk about health and counseling. Go ahead, James.
Yes, just in regards to, well, just to make reference to this point, because Amy and our sister Grega have both made reference to it. It has to do with this, you know, the need for our people to know that they are not alone and that they have an entire nation to stand for them. I just want to make this very practical in terms of understanding it. If an American person is somehow troubled or, you know, undergo any kind of negative experience in certain part of the world, you tend to find that you know, that particular case will be taken up by the United States. So in terms of our people and in terms of what we're doing here, I believe that we need to create that kind of sense of connection to our nation, which means that wherever we are as Garifuna people, we know, and the world should know, that our security is covered, that we are not just there as an individual, but we are part of a nation, and a nation that certainly protects its people. So I think that this is something that we need to definitely pay specific attention to. And I just want to repeat it again, that Amy has spoken about it in terms of her professional experience. Grega is making reference to it in terms of our people in Nicaragua. So this is a very, very important point. So Cynthia, back to you. Or Egbert.
Wonderful. Egbert already introducing Louisa in order to have a presentation from Sister Queen Centino.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. Live from Virginia. I'm here to introduce Dr. Reverend Eulalia Centino, coming to you from way of New York. So just a little bit about Dr. Centino. Dr. Centino has her education with the Hebrew Union College from New York. She has a postdoctorate degree for mental health from Baruch College. And she's also educated in mental health counseling and is a school guidance counselor from Long Island University. Dr. Centino has worked in hospice care since 2007. And on the pastoral side, she started several Garifuna masses and groups in New York, and that was granted by Bishop DiMarzio. She's a licensed New York office clerk. She's an ambassador to the New York Brooklyn Borough. And Dr. Eulalia Centino, as you know, has been involved in several projects that's for the benefit of Garifuna. And she performs weddings and preaches in different churches. As a matter of fact, she was the one who conducted, from what I know, the first Garifuna wedding for me and my husband in January there in Belize. So without further ado, Dr. Eulalia Centino will be talking about counseling and pastoral care. So I don't see her on there. Dr. Centino, are you there?
Yes, I am. Briti Rambawayu.
Briti Rambawayu.
What's Rambawayu?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay. First and foremost, busati na nishi busare me lua bure me laudang halila midi.
Adia. Logo wayu leo guye logo wondero lida aba mama no gunda na gambo ni anibirigo ayano ha logo hadasi luma bungiyo luma fleise laya la bungiyo lida anichugo lele dewe habehon lo gyara bela ha faraga dini won kala lebu na bay le hadigu bay lida hadasi luma abureme memege nali halilida inglesi pero busatna na dume halida gaisna kala lebu na boy consejo adia lida Garifuna luma lewondero lida lanena wagundago ligilisi rugo luma bogudi tway ligilisi adia kele ligela nefisi tebe memege. I have here in my first diagram what is pastoral care. What is counseling? What are the different types of family counseling and therapy? But today's focus, I will focus on marriage and family therapy. Together, I will put together how can Garinago benefit from counseling and therapy. In today's session, therapy was not something that we looked at in those days. But today, therapy becomes an essential to life expectancy, right? So what do we consider as mental health counselor or counseling? According to the American Counseling Association, counseling is defined as a professional relationship that empowers diverse individual, family, group to accomplish mental health, wellness, education, and career goals. Counseling involves helping people to make needed changes in way of thinking, feeling, and career goals. Counseling involves helping people to understand themselves, to be aware of what they are, who they are, first of all, to know who we are. We carry so many baggages, right, that it is not unfold until you reach that place where you can sit with a trained, licensed professional to be able to disclose to them everything that you want to unfold. It is just like peeling an onion. Peeling an onion, you know that you take the skin of the onion off and then it has layers and layers and layers. However, in that, you will be able to bring things that has been in your life, and I will add a little more to that in psychoanalysis, which brings the core from what is the root of the problems that we face today and every day in our lives. I commend and I assist my fellow counterparts who just spoke about their experience in discrimination, of which I, as a Black Garifuna woman, there were only 6 to 8 of us in this class with all whites from different parts of the world to have taken this course. And the discrimination, yes, that I faced. However, that should not be something that we sit and take for granted, because this is where we sit with others to help us to explore ourselves and to talk about these problems. Now, I go back to a little bit to talk about pastoral care. What is pastoral care? And pastoral care integrates psychoanalysis, psychology, and pastoral care. So pastoral care consists of helping acts done by representative, a person who directs towards the healing, sustaining, guiding, reconciliating, and nurturing of a person who has troubles or problems or concern that rises in their daily activities and their interaction. It could be wherever they may be, on the job, at home, within themselves. And so therefore, we are created by these type of gifts as pastoral care, right? In our baptism to begin with, we were called to be priests, pastors, kings, and priests, and lay ministers, because today lay ministers are very important. That lay ministers, we can minister to each other. I believe that we are called to also, pastoral care is to proclaim the good news in prayer to the needy, to the community, and through evangelization by visiting the sick, the shut-ins, feed the hungry, and cater to the poor. So here, I want to go a little bit into family therapy. Family therapy is where we sit with families, husbands and wives, and whatever problems they're facing, how to organize their lives, teach them how to understand one another, and how to be able to take that pattern to their children with kind words and efforts. So basically, I want to go back to just take marriage and counseling to begin with. Marriage and counseling is sitting with two couples who are dating for X amount of time, who wanted to be able to sit with each other and decided that they are going to join together in marriage. This is what we call a pre-Cana, because we sit with them for 6 months to help them to understand each other. In other words, what is the likes and the dislikes of a woman that a man should honor and respect that woman? What is the like and the dislikes of a husband to be that he can speak of the things that he does not like, that it may be honored? Because I believe that everything we do, it should be honored by the other person with great respect. And so when we talk about these things, it helps us to understand each other through that way of communication, where we get to understand that person and that person gets to understand us. Likewise, in the jobs that we do, wherever we may be, even in your own household, to maintain that osmosis. And so we talk about the roles and of the families, beginning with the father. What is the father role in a house? The father role in a house is as a provider. He will go out, bring, and I'm going to interact this with our Garifuna heritage, because in those days, these were the things that a father would do. A father would get up early in the morning before sunrise to go to the farm or to go fishing, to bring the food in the house, or to bring the fish, bring the plantain, the cassava, the coconut, and everything that will be cooked for that day. The woman, however, who is the mother, whether she is a stay-home mom, because we had many stay-home mom in those days, but my mother, by my biological mother, was a nurse and a midwife. My dad was a carpenter, and he was also, a homemaker for us as children. When my mother comes off from work, he takes on that responsibility to take care of us. And so therefore, this is what brings this stability to adapt to this nature that we so honor. And so therefore, when it comes to the children takes chores in a household where mom will direct or dad will direct. Our chores of each individual in the family as it should be, that brings harmony. When that is given, it brings harmony in the family, because then you're able to express yourself and to talk about things, to talk about behavior. How could you structure this child in the way that this child should grow? The Word of God says, bring the children unto me and let them know me, that they can grow to know who I am, right? And so therefore, when that is done within a family, that includes a family that prays together, stays together. I strongly believe in that, because it directs us. And as Garifuna people in those days, if many of you can look back, maybe some of you are too young to understand. However, the first thing was prayer, then the chores. But prayer was so anal in a household, because you have to give God thanks and you have to give honor. From my childhood, I go to church early at 6 a.m. in the morning to read on the altar. In those days, Jerry Valentine was one of my teachers who was very strict and take roll calls in going to church. Now, by so doing, this adaptation, you will grow with, you may detour, but you will come back to your upbringing, because that was one of the essential roots of the family, staying together. So back to marriage and counseling. When the two people have understand each other within that 6 months, they are sent for a retreat of where they can be together, stay together for that 1 week, how they can interact with each other. That will tell us that they are ready to be joined together in marriage. So thereafter, they will take those principles and they will live by them, because then one will remember, I am not going to do this because this other one doesn't like it, or we may avoid conflict. And counseling is what helps people to understand themselves, to unfold these layers of what's going on. Then I go back into psychoanalysis, because psychoanalysis tells you that things happen from the root of the problem. From the root of a problem, you talk about from the moment the semen enters into the ovum, right? And then the developmental stage started. So we go into maternity. A mother goes through. You will find that when you look into that course of psychoanalysis, what takes place when that child has been developing in the mother? What goes on? You will find that from the time the fetus has become a 4 or 5 months, the ear is formed. The child listens to everything. Everything the mother eats, the child eats. Everything the mother goes through, the child mimics. So it's a mutation of that when the child grows older, you will find sometimes people ask, why is this child that way? Why is this child that way? Why is this child this way? Right? And so you will find that children go through things and they go through trauma. And this trauma stays with them, but they cannot talk about it, because in those days, not many parents agreed to listen to children. Mani bano haba. Baba yura yarong. Agime. Today, in counseling, we are allowed to express that feeling, express what it feels like, express what it's telling you, express, and the parent's job is just to listen as counselors. Counselors are not advisors. They are keen listeners, because the key to life is listening. And so therefore, when we look at all these things, it brings us to the understanding of what counseling is. And how is that for us as Garinago? let me go to talk about that. How can that benefit our Garinago family? When you give besikate associated hada irahi hada familia luma sung luye kate lehe mari huti dan ligia dagalumo dali benale. Frometi kate mafia te meha grigia yahe grigia gamba tia lo consejo yahe maha tia hagambo. Pero uguya weyo lao meme anichugule lube lichugu ni agrigia lidaba flasu le giara la hagambo go hamogwa lu giara bela hadume ha yano ha hamogwa lu giara bela hichugu fe la diga yuro ligeme ugushuru luma irahu keme atadiga wagushi wao luma jame yuro gidewa tasaru bahe binasi lutanyuro twagu tugudi na wagabana lu giara bela tayano ha wama tishigu fe madiga umemetiale la diga ni haba suseda magamba na meti la ni hala hadiga ya bogudi la diga nuge me homa weidi watu wa meti hisoga humati ya hunigwa Brede hugeme leader aba lu ubayala amu bogudi geti ya lu hafanya gunu huwari ogua ani ha meti katele arufu da hobe wong ugwele logwali gumadi hada irahi ha aguma di ubale agubirigo pero nibirigo Gerati wagara go wari gong lido lira. La diga uagili le siat, la diga niya bungi uwama niya lige bungi uwama hama hari wagubirigo lida wagor lago bungi yu yarafa bay bungi lu lagambo niwa. Lu gyara bay la lichugu ni kate lida lubara le wasiru asasira. La diga luma bungi yu Giara gwati lu la sashini kate mama keisi wabuseruni la ulufurese pero baru masada lu wagorbahani warihi be la ni la bungi lida sun kate le wadegube lu giara be la wichu go consejo la digo gwen weyu ariha be malu bahama irahi wele busake mediga lu frango go dala malu go lu hagumli habala irahi kabati irahi ni be go halu bay hasufiru walahi wagele urit la diga ualime lu lakieru no hon luago ualime lu lerengo homa buido titi ale lu hisamena ugwele lerenga buite le lu gari go buite le lu sunkate pero merego ti hon ida lu bala lo seruno merego ti hon lu lebe bela sagade maluba lu labo gubala lu lahura lu la bihino ale buido le suini le buite be adia pero gwele yaha wartani go adia yanuge ha faraha hanfaraha hagedo gala usul la gubri hagaiti boga konse neberigo hamadia aguberigo ho irai lu gyara bela ha gambu ni dumure iligia lu inebe bayala aguberigo ko ho irai case irai ho aguberigo irai tima ho aguberigo la daga abo agre aba hewe lagara go ba hewe ligia lu lagre nego abo agre haba ule kele ligia lebe wasa ba yaw bogo lelo ha be bigi bu dagal mo biyuma so either liati bagre roni only le lu la subu duni hele la lu bara adia itara wayati hon warahi nibirigo lu gyara be la wadumri ha hon mamati wa madogo pero agubrigo ho irahi mamba bumada biro buge agubrigo buge ugushuru buge ugusili luti geti hasubu dini irahi kala inebe se bay ye lumoti hodi lu gyara bela hanugani hamogo ani atile le swini bay yanu le la biduru bay lida yanu le hon wogia wa garinogo lu wagu yo hawari gon lida la diga weiri hali feidi ligeti la dunna bay le ihempule le ichigo bay logo ichigo dino lu frakasu le ogunya inyura ha wa maya wuria hagia leged na bay Garifuna duo kagi wege la diga aba me herengo da ligia lela uho bulto ayudi habaru ugra tugiala aguma de habon inyaru munada inyaru wuri lubata wayadu gaso la rufu da hono tu ida lubala tiabe kaisi abarahu kaisi aba to lubota wayadu lumeta nigani maligia ani ati tidasi aba ugu shuru nibiru aba tidasi aba ugu shuru to lubota tanuria tanuwa daha taguria lubame wayu le lube liabe lige me hengu be wagubiru agri ha huma luba wayu le lube liabe mama hagri he ya huogwa pero lubame ubo awan hati gwele hagaya ti wanahi nibirigo yumbi wama lida aba lida me dan ligia ge yego te besina go luta gure roba irahu la gure roba irahu lida me le yiro gidna le nugu shibai lige meha aba ugu shilele inebe wati lida bururu hayabe besina go no hanuga ni hasani ayeri rahu la daga ayeri ligia la rufu dogo lungo kaisa ba ayeri la nugu bati lu nugu shi lu lasuru guduni lu la yanu halu or lu la baichu ni la daga la daga duru ka duru hali pero lishu ba yati nugu shi fe lida la gure ni wakala weye la baichawa wele se hal wabaiha amete dumura inibirgo aliyo ba diwati laulera abia pero mere go gili lu wasubudu ni lu rahu kala richaba iluma maricha ba iluma ge yira gili lu la weye du bala law buseli gia mabusero gasu meme hagambu ne memegi law bale nigira lu meni la alg dahane lu halg dahane birgo kuma la bure me sereme
Thank you, Abu.
Sereme.
Dr. Sereme. Aluganani. Questions? Anybody? Questions from anybody? Go ahead.
I saw a comment in the chat where a young lady said that Dr. Centino's speech gave her like an elder speaking to her, and so she really appreciated it. It was very deep.
Very good. Good.
Yes, I have a question. Cynthia Ellis Nangriga. In moving forward, what is it that we need to consider in our healing process as a people, as we're looking at the continuing destruction of our men, Garifuna men? We are consistently having a situation where young boys are being killed or men are being murdered in different parts of Central America. What is it that we need to examine in our relationships with one another, in our families, in our communities, in our countries? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ellis.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for an awesome, oh my goodness, sharing. Queen.
You're quite welcome and thank God. First of all, our government are placed in a place where we need to tell them what we want, not their dictatorship, because your votes is what put them there. So you should take on that responsibility to sit with your government, those who are in charge of prison department, education department. Why? Because jobs need to be created for these young men. The idle brain is the devil's workshop, right? And so therefore, when you talk to your government to create jobs for these young men or to have schools for them, you will see the difference. And besides, the church is a big place to help. Not all of us want to return back to church, but where is God in our life? Who is God in our life? Who is our creator? The Lord says, if you're not with me, you're against me. And who is there to come to rob, steal, and destroy? The enemy, which is the devil. You got to capture them from they are young to help them to do activities, to go to the hospital, to help with whatever they may be, or to go to the elder to give them a cup of water, or to see what they can do, or to listen to their conversation. When I was young, I grew up with elders. I did not grow up with children or my classmates, my own age group. From I was a young child, I grew up with the elders. And so when you come now to nurture these young men, they have to be nurtured from they are young. Community service is a key. I don't know if you guys still have Boy Scouts, but Boy Scout is a big help. It teaches them and it nurtures them and it molds them to be the men that they need to be in a household. And then thereafter, that child will grow up and pick up something that he or she has learned from a young age. But again, your politicians are very important. You put them there, they are not there as a statue. I myself, as a county committee member in my community, we raise our voice. We go and we look at what needs to be presented in Albany. I go and I petition out there as one of the advisor with Senator Hamilton. And I did that with my children. Community service. It doesn't matter. You're going. It's not what you want. You can do what you want when you're older. I won't stop you, but you have to be on your own. We have to set the boundaries. We have to set the guidelines for them and the expectations that we want from them. You can do whatever you want when you get older in your own house. I won't be there. But in my house, I rule. And that's what goes. We have to let our children understand, my people. But we have to be humble with them also.
One of the things that came up in the preparation for this conference and for this movement, and I'm going to call on Ian Cacho, I see Robert Mariano on, and some feedback from the men. One of the concerns that, and I hope Wellington is on, one of the current concerns that came up was the concern about the absence of the male presence in our homes and with our families. And not from the perspective of condemnation or judgment, but that imbalance or that lack of harmony in what it means for family. And what came up also was that my father, Godsman Ellis, was raised by his grandmother, my great-grandmother, and at least his mother saw that she did not have the capacity for whatever reason. And basically what our grandmother did was to make sure that our father was connected with men within the community. So we had this sense of the village. And in this urgency of this conference that we are having, which is about healing our relationships with one another, we are in a state of emergency. We have been a state of crisis where our men and our young boys are in jail and on the streets and so on and so forth. How do you see our taking that level of responsibility as you're speaking about Garifuna Duo and our ways of being that we need to align with, again, complementing that other way of other people's institutions and cultures?
One of the way we can start, for instance, we have the high schools, right? We have the teachers. We have the men teachers. We can always go to them and ask them, what can this child do? If they are willing to create a program within the community, free of cost, they will be giving back some of their time, talent, and treasure, if it may be. We can get them together to see how they can be mentors, because for young men, we need mentors. But they have to be willing also to take these children under their wing. and give back to let them see them as an example, as a mentor that they can really mimic or mirror. That's very important. And even in our institutions, we have them get into programs, into activities. Back home, we have what you call PE, physical education, right? Okay, they can have after-school programs. And for those who are not in school or who are not material educationally, there is what you call how you call it? There's a name we call it.
Vocation.
Vocational
Apprenticeship.
training. I know that there's a vocational training in Belize. There's one upstate in Dangriga. I attended one with Mr. Mariano. And so when I look at the work that they do in carpentry, the uniqueness of the work that they do, this is where we need to place our boys when we see that they lack in academically, but they can use their hands because their hands are blessed. So we can take that structure and put that child in when we know that he is not of material for education, but yet still he can labor otherwise or other ways or means. And that's very important. So these are the institutions that we need to really get these guys under, a place where they can find their comfort without judgment, but teaching them. Because today, working by hands is so great when it is carpentry, masoning, because they become entrepreneurs later on. They will know how to make their little money. They will know how to take care of a family. And so by doing that is one of the ways I believe that we can. And when it comes to parents, we can join together as women and pray. There was one thing my mother did with us. Sag Aryebu. The Meleheito Gatala Warumugela, Abatiabe, Abatarisa, Abatabini Roguniwa. And I mimicked that from my mother. And she said to me, pray over them, speak to them when they're asleep, bless them, but don't curse them. When you're cursing them, you're cursing yourself and you're cursing them at the same time. So what do you get? Nothing from nothing leaves nothing. But you have to pray over them, pray with them, whether they want to hear it or not. Pray until they answer you. Agamba Bumotina, do you hear me? Yes, mommy. The child must answer because the Spirit of God is in every one of us.
Very powerful. And just finally, I'm a grandmother. I'm a mother of 5 children and 17 grandchildren and counting.
God bless you. God bless you.
Birthday of one of my sons. Thank you. And so I consider it my birthing day. What I have done with my grandchildren, I'm present for their birth and they are delivered into my arms. I make sure I'm there and I speak into them. I speak purpose into them. And I'm noticing that as they're growing, that they are becoming. My question though, is very specific to the Garifuna Nation and those of us who are here in this sacred space. Earlier on, there was a presentation about, well, you also said it, that we are the ones who are responsible for our people. We are the ones basically that we are waiting for, even though we're navigating and with institutions. We have intentionally, this is a women's conference which has intentionally invited men to be involved and also people who are not Garifuna. Because the situation is so deep right now that the call is basically to look at the fact, look at this. Many of the heads of this country in Belize are Garifuna men. Many of the people who are in influence are Garifuna people. So there's something that we need to look at deeper in our healing process to support these men who are in leadership to be available as the way of being for the young men. That's
Yes.
what I'm looking at in our healing process. Yesterday, we're looking at that space where we can be honest, not ashamed, not afraid of what are the challenges that we have had, and to step into the power of who we are as we align with the infrastructure of other entities. Specifically, the Jesuits, the Roman Catholic Church, mentored our young men, people like my father, Godsman Ellis. They were intentional, structurally. A lot of the people, our people were sent all over the country to minister to other cultures. Having done that, our cultures are in great and deep challenge in terms of where we are as a people, and therefore moving forward, I'm calling on these strengths that we have. The bishops of the Catholic Church back to back are Garifuna. The bishop of the Methodist Church is Garifuna. Bishop Boucher, and so on and so on. So I would like for us to maybe propose a gathering to focus on this strategic conversation of healing, that we move beyond what is the word? Beyond being I don't want to say profile, beyond being like in position to positioning intentionally, where we can go into our communities, into the prisons, into the places like Bakatong and so on, where there are this hunger, this need, and this thirst for affirmation, for transformation, for recruitment. Godsman Ellis, that's what he did. That's what my dad did. I'm not upset that the Jesuits have moved from Belize City. Now they're going into Punta Gorda. They're going to set up an institution in Punta Gorda. So rather than take that as what are they doing in our community, I'm asking us, as we are the ones, what can we do in presenting and positioning ourselves, as you said earlier in your presentation, to take that level of responsibility, beginning in our homes, our communities, and making that decision that we are the ones and we are the change.
You know, that sounds so good to me. And I take that back as we quarantine, right, with this COVID. In those days, our elders used to gather together in the homes of each other, or in a certain home, a central home, and pray every evening for the community, right? And quarantine brings us to a place where, I mean, I like COVID because at least I stay home to away from running all over the place, so I can have time for me. But look how things is happening today in this time and age, right? Where we are asked to wear a mask, where we are asked to stay indoors. So what do we do, right, with COVID? What do we do? What do we do in our spare time now, rather than looking at each other or looking at the four corners of the wall? And this piece of gadget, I call it this piece of transformer. It is such a small, less than an inch, a quarter of an inch, this transformer that is in these cell phones. And today it become a separatism amongst us, right? Because everybody has a phone down to a baby. Has to be with a phone. And what are we doing? It creates a separation. Now you've got to call a child, come and do this. Why? They refuse to leave this piece of gadget, right? And so now everybody is just, the house is quiet. By the time you say, who live here? They don't even hear you. Why? Because everyone's eyes is focused on what the media is having or following this and following that. What about following the word of God? Where do we put God in all this? But when anything happens, oh my God, anything happens, oh bungi nugushilei. Later, gesa wa megyo ni bungi wagoro ni liri. Or luti hamuga werede uluma suada. Kaisi la ligia la tida bay wanigi tadubu habe wanigi ni bagay wabay ugenwe. Hagaiti bungi wawe. Luwonda rubala lida aba. Luwayano habala lida aba. Eremo wagia lida aba. Frege wagia lida aba. Prayer moves mountain. Prayer moves mountain. Without God, we are nothing. Without the Creator, without our Maker, we are nothing. So where do we put him? He is calling us back at this time and age to reflect back to him. There is so much meaning in this COVID. There's so much meaning in it. God wants us back. Look at all those who have lost their lives. It comes like, I call it like a demon who comes to rob, steal, and destroy. When you see people falling and dropping and they didn't reach emergency room and they just stay wait before they are triage and they fall, there's no help, there's no one there. It is so sad. You know? And so where is God? We turn our back away from him and he is calling us back. So my sister, we need, as I reiterate, to speak to our congressmen, to speak to our leaders, those we put in place, and let them take charge. We need to dictate to them what are the changes we want in our community. Not just to vote about Wagundarago, halale, you know, orale, webuga luwichu guni wasiguru hong, ida lubala gyala hido guni garino. Ladiga gasu gega mala le banya la garinogo, do hagambo bala garinogo. Lu wayuru bala hama, wegu ni home, kala wabuse rube leader wane community. Leader wabe bele. Ye lumoti weredere. Gasu werengu ni home kala wabuse rube. Lu lige bala ebugo. Busetu aba muna home warahi. Lu me hedo daga hayandigo. Kay aba only mabure met. Ugwele gabure me haya only. Anti grigi. Hagawati. Hagayati garinago. Meda wama lu ili badwala nibego. Rede wama kaisi chugudina la dega. Risiti le rasa garifna. Risiti la dewe ya bungi lu le rasa garifna. Geyego wabugia digego ya. Uwati kaisi aba garifna nibego. Trust me when I tell you, there's nothing like Garifuna. Our culture is rich. If you just study the word of God and study the Garifuna culture, it mirrors. But logo gede walu wari hinelera. Lara mawama. Wage hiyari yo. Echigedino. Leb lebunage Garifuna. Lugera bela waramo. Luwichu ni kata ikei wabuse runi gabafu tuwate nibirigo. Itara wanya hinyari yo keisi muwa. Ariha humaisa muwa. So ida bu bichu bu lida muwa tauchubu. Ta mochubu magele habo. Pero abu ichigo lido sagon lido muwa le risiti. Eha baisa tawedo. Eha baisa tagele ha. Ariha baisa. Le buidu inadiri te buidu babihi ti dagia. Keisi garinago. Arma wa malidaba.
Cynthia, you were, thank you, Sister Reverend Dr. Centino. Centino.
Yes, sir.
You know, I was, when I heard what was happening to my brothers and sisters in Honduras, one of them was Centino. It really sunk in my heart. So I tell my brothers, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, we are family. We are one nation.
Yes,
What
we
happened
are.
to you? What happens to you in Honduras? What is happening to you in Nicaragua? We all feel it. We are one people. And that is why
Yes.
UNESCO has looked at us as an intangible heritage to humanity in the face of inhumanity. And you said it right. We are example of God's gift to man.
Yes.
Cynthia.
I have a question for the Garifuna Nation. Well, not a question, but a challenge that is, many years ago, I had the blessing through God's grace to be in Suriname with the Maroons of Suriname. And one of the experiences we had is like how we spoke earlier on about having our own cultural ways of governance through the alcalde system and so on. The Maroons activate that in Suriname, where if there are any issues that are affecting the community, like how the Maya do it now, the community embraces, just like how we would be in the Dabuyeba, where the issue would be brought before the elders and other community members. And one of the rulings which I found very amazing was no one would leave that space until the matter was addressed. I was part of this process where there was a married couple that was going through some issues in their relationship, and the elders circled them and listened, and the other members of the community circled the elders and listened, and it was the community process that addressed this issue. And I found that phenomenal, because many times I believe because we have come out of harmony with who we are, we throw our people, especially our young men, to the mercy of the system. And there is a possibility. I have been in a process where I have gone to the head of police. Some mothers came crying to me that their sons were about to be taken to Hattieville prison. And so I went to the head of police and asked him if he could give us these 10 young men that we would work with them for a month and to see how they would transform, and they did. So I'm just inviting this kind of conversation where we don't start from the perspective, well, throw them away, throw them to jail, get rid of them, but have a collaborative relationship where we step up and take responsibility that, as we used to, that these are our children. This is not my child and your child and the other person's child. So I really would like to invite that kind of approach where we're not, it's not that we are compromising or tolerating negative behavior, but certainly looking at the root of the manifestation of the trauma that we have experienced and finding ways in which we heal through it. And where the teacher no longer becomes the babysitter or the place that you send, that is COVID has come to bless us, because nobody is going into the buildings that are called schools, and nobody, at least here in Belize, is going into the buildings called churches. Home is the church and home is the school. So isn't this an excellent opportunity blessing us to come back into alignment with our divine purpose and way of being?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Centino. I want to thank you so much for your presentation, because this is something that, speaking from a personal perspective, I was present with my mom when she was in Suriname, and it was I think I was maybe 13. And I don't know if my grandfather told my mother that I had experienced this pain. I don't want to call it abuse, but I'm a survivor of such atrocities, and I didn't have the language yet because in our culture, I noticed at that time that there is a way of being that causes a certain kind of a silence, so you suffer in silence. And so my mother didn't have the language at the time, but she has always been a praying woman. And so she connected with spirit and said, I'm going to take my daughter with me to this healing circle. And I don't know which one of my grandparents, ancestors came to me, but she spoke to me while she was in that ceremony. I was asleep, and I was present. I can't describe it, but it had started to. I woke up violently ill. It was like a purging. I was just throwing up all of this stuff, and then I started to be able to realize from that experience that this is something that I need to talk about. And so COVID again, yes, I'm right there with the blessing of COVID, because it was through COVID that I have been able to have this conversation and type of healing with my own immediate family, with my husband and my children, because I have 2 girls. And so I really, really appreciate this, because this hearing from one of my own is speaking to the like, it's almost like a giving a permission that it's okay to have this kind of healing conversation and to speak from the I. It's so important, so that people feel safe, children feel safe. The child in me feels safe now to speak that as one of the things that is a part of Garifuna Dua when it comes to our healing. So thank you so much for that.
You are quite welcome. When it comes to spirituality, right? A lot of time we are directed and we don't know how we are directed. And with the ancestors, the Holy Spirit, which gives the spirit of tongues, that allows us to have that privilege, because only Garifuna have that privilege to hear directly from their ancestors. I've been to so much other churches that I'm a member of the other churches here in New York, from Brooklyn Borough President's office as one. I am one of the ancestors. I'm one of the ambassadors representing Belize, our Garifuna people. And when I sit with them on a table, the Spanish may have similarities. They only hear voices. But for us, our own uses our bodies to show themselves, to show up, to be present. How awesome it is when you hear from your own mother talking to you through a sister. What a privilege we have. From my childhood, I used to say things that just was going to happen. But then when I get older, I fall into fear that what people might say about me. I never forget the first time I told my father I dreamt the ship, the army ship, explode under the sea, and I saw it. But then he would say to my mother, Momo, agawa besa to Lilia. And then it happened. And they were, and on and on. 9/11 was the same. And it becomes frightening that I learned to say it to 1 or 2 persons just to know that it was said. But it is frightening. And for you, Nehanda, that's an honor. It is hard to explain, but the existence is there. But Maguro, let us not throw it away. It's very important. Let it not be sour in our stomach, but let it be a vitamin. Let it be a sweetness that we honor. Amen.
Amen.
And amen. Thank you so much. And I wanted to just give a couple of quick housekeeping announcements. Virtual keeping announcements. We are interviewing those who are interested in giving perspective on the conference and this journey, which is a movement, which is what we have been sharing. Yesterday, we spoke to many of these spiritual issues of Garifuna Duo, and the very reason of this conference came to me through a dream, but I knew it is not just my dream. And therefore, this sacred space is an invitation to all who are called to be in alignment with this, because we are the ones we have been waiting for. I am the one, you are the one. And so I really am very thankful for those of you who have shared and who are sharing, and invite you to be a part of interviews and that we are having. I want to acknowledge Kaina Martinez, Sandra Miranda, who is the president of the National Garifuna Council. I'm not singling out people, just people who are standing out whom I can see. I would like to invite Jean or Joan Lucas to be part of the interview. Miss Martha is going to call you. Queen Eulalie, I just want to thank you so much for having really touched on the soul of who we are. We have been very involved with a lot of churches, meaning we, the Garifuna people, I don't want to say we've been used, but we have been participant with other churches, certainly in Belize. We are the ones who opened schools and were ministers of the word in communities and cultures that were not our own. And one of the interesting things is how do we, I really am so impressed and would like us to have more teaching sessions with you in the future, because this is a strategic planning movement where we identify people who will continue to share and teach with us over time. As we are seeing that the Jesuits are now moving into our communities more directly, there is a challenge for us to see how we align, or if we align with that. The topic came up yesterday about the challenge of assimilation, and to what extent does that dilute the authenticity of who we are. And certainly I am thinking, for example, of people like Sister Barbara Flores, who is in the United States, and she's the head of the Nuns for the World, the Sisters of Charity. And so I remember once when I was living in the United States, called to be an advisor to the Catholic bishops of the United States. And when I went to it was a 4-year process, and it was to see how we include worship and prayer from other cultural perspectives. And I remember being so amazed there when the keynote speaker was Sister Barbara Flores. And the topic was Garifuna spirituality as a model for worship. And I'm like, okay, so this is saying something about how others are seeing us and the extent to which how we can be more proactive and more pragmatic in aligning or bringing together these essential ways of being for ourselves. And you have really given me a lot of food for thought in having conversations moving forward with the church, with the church institutions, political institutions, you know?
Yeah.
And it came up, Joe Guerrero brought it up yesterday about a comment that was made by the principal of the Lille Academy, Dina, about the challenge of assimilation. Because what clearly happened, the fact of the matter is that that same Delil Academy and this same Catholic movement, we're not going to talk about religion, just about the facts. It was African American women from the United States who were enslaved in the United States who came to Belize to minister to us. Isn't that amazing? People who were free people. So that's an interesting dynamic there. And I just wanted to invite us to not go into a place of wrong or right. We might not agree with everything or understand everything, but this is an opportunity for us to explore and to continue exploring beyond these 2 days to developing networks and relationships and strategies that are intentional. Too long yesterday we spoke about, we had this famous Garifuna way of, hey, you know what, it just, we say so much with that, hey, you know, we have ways of commenting about each other. We spoke yesterday about the negative, the gossip, the backbiting, and so on, which we are. This is not we are about. That happens all the time in movements, and
Yeah.
so we have in this process, which has been a couple months of preparation to come to this place. We are moving forward, and we are certainly asking for your leadership in being part of that spiritual anchor that keeps us focused and on track. Because we always need to have custodians of the culture, gatekeepers, who do not allow us to go back into that negative place and space. So
Joseph had a comment, and Esther had their hands up for a while. So
okay,
Joseph and Esther Nunes, could you chime in? Sorry, Cynthia.
Okay.
Joseph Guerrero here. Sorry, I can no longer participate as I wanted to, but I'll keep listening in. Thank you.
Okay, Esther Nunes. Esther had her hand
Earlier,
up
I
for a
said
while.
earlier, we had spoke about the breakdown of the family, the breakdown of society. So I was looking from a sociological perspective. I was looking at these all 5 main institutions in regards to if the family is not in place, if the educational system is not in place, if the economic system is not in place, a religious system is not in place, what happened to society? These institutions must be together. All 5 of these institutions must be together in order for society to function. If they're not together, what happened? There will be decadency within our society, within our community. And that's what's happening in our community. The family structure is totally off. One, for us over here, the educational system is really off because the family is there to nurture you, to nurture the child, so the child can eventually fit into society. And then the educational system is to impart knowledge so this child can contribute to society. If this child cannot, this person cannot contribute to society, what happened? These children turn to innovation, a life of crime. That's the reason why we have social problems in our society, in our community, and we have decadence in our community because the systems are broken. The institutional systems are all broken. From the family, the educational system, the political system, as we can see here in the United States, is totally off. So I leave you with that.
That is so beautiful. And yesterday, what came up for us, and even in coming to this movement and conference, is that we are the ones that we are waiting for. And this intention is to align. You start with the I, with the me, with the you. And we look through the history and tenacity of the Garifuna people and people of African descent. I know you all know someone like Harriet Tubman, and there are different people who were able to be like catalysts for other people in the community. And that is what this conversation is really about, that as we see these areas that need transformation, we present ourselves is for those who are Christian, or, you know, the Bible speaks to the story of not hiding your light under the bushel or your talents, you know, the story, which is an allegory, which is not literal, where we are given these talents and we are given these gifts, not just for ourselves, but to share. And the master was very upset with the one who had the talent and said that he did nothing with it, you know? So this is the spirit and the space that we are in, where we have been sharing about things that have worked. When we speak about family, in preparation for this conference, we had in-depth conversations about what we meant by family. And the facilitators, who I want to thank for having been a part of this process, we realized that family for us is not like family as defined by other communities. Family for us, as I shared about my grandmother, it could have been said, you know, maybe one would have wanted to say she was irresponsible. How could she just give away her baby and so on and so forth? However, my grandmother was wise enough to know that her capacity at the time was not strong enough. And so baby, God's motherless, my father at 9 months, was given to his grandmother, my great-grandmother, and the community embraced him. The village embraced him. So that these are ways that we need to be innovative now in terms of looking at what is going on and to see how we can align and find out ways that have worked in the past. Reverend just spoke about, and other people have spoken about our homes being open to love and to serve others. Dr. Amy spoke about it. So these are things that have worked in our communities and our way of being that breaks down the challenge of loneliness and the ability to affirm our Garifuna ways of being, you know, speaking the language as she was speaking just now in Garifuna. That is part of the nurturing, that is a part of the embrace. So as we are healing and moving forward, I want to first thank you for bringing up that question. And secondly, because it is important for us to bring out what the concerns are, because that is what makes us sick when we keep it inside, you know? That's what causes cancer, disease, and all these negative things. However, as we are moving forward, we are still here. We are still here in spite of the fact that we were challenged, you know, and left to die. You know, we are here and very alive.
Yeah, Cynthia, just in regards to, you know, what both, well, Sister Centino and Sister Nunes have actually spoken about, it clearly indicates and it hinges on what we would like to certainly achieve by way of this conference, which is a wholesome vision of a model community. You know, I also take up the opportunity to share with everyone present the aim that we had actually set for this conference and going beyond the processes, development processes that are associated with what we're sharing here, to initiate a process of sustained holistic development, embracing spiritual, I would like to stress that, spiritual, social, and economic advancement, having Garifuna women as central agents of change for the building of virtue-based model communities. Sister Nunes actually made reference to the importance of educational, economic, family, political institutions. And the presentation that Sister Centino offers, you know, also add to this kind of vision that we all desire to be as a fruit of this conference. And what I see directly connected to that is our developing a very clear vision, wholesome vision, and connected to development plans that we will be able to share with the respective governments as to where Garinago people are, and every individual that is interested, you know, to further the cause of the Garifuna people. And so certainly it is of great importance that we say this here, and so that every participant, everyone that has been involved in this process, everyone that will continue to be involved with this process, know definitely that we are not only here to speak, as we are constantly saying, what we are here to do is to certainly set the path that we are going to take starting now.
Good, thank you, James. I wanted people to know that in preparation for this women's conference, we had two big initiatives. One to deal with the microeconomic issues of our community. Therefore, we are thinking about that credit union very seriously. And also in terms of mentoring, having apprenticeship That is why we are thinking about the Garifuna University without walls, because we seem to have learned from history when we give our young people for others to teach, they come back with a different value system.
That's
so
true.
Therefore, we have decided, this Garifuna Nation, we will implement the preparations and we will start the Garifuna University without walls. We say without walls because COVID has taught us that we could start a university without walls until we get the land and the walls to be like the others. And I think that was the university is a perfect model of a community, because I've been to, for example, Harvard. Harvard is a whole city, right? Harvard University is a whole city. Everything resonates around the mission of perhaps Harvard. Berkeley is a whole city. They have all the departments and so on that the city needs, the community needs. So I think if we go the university route, we might be able to.
That's true.
Esther, go ahead.
I'm just what is resonating with me from my end is that when I teach in the heart of Brooklyn and McGarvis College, and when I notice in the classroom, I have Garifuna students who has no clue in regards to who they are as a Garifuna individual, have no clue in regards to our history, our legacy. So it starts from the educator, it starts from the family. So this family is lacking, then the educator is there to pick up and to sustain, to maintain, and to empower these students. That's where we come in inside the classroom. So of course, I concurred with you in regards to we need our own university to teach and indoctrinate our children. Someone said earlier about spirituality, about the ancestors. I do speak about the ancestors in the classroom. It's unusual, but when I go around the class and ask different questions about the cultural heritage, about their spirituality, it's amazing. As Black people come, I mean, I'm not trying to be racist, but collaboratively, when we speak about our spiritual experience, it's amazing how we are connected as one. In regards to connecting with the ancestors, they believe in it around. I mean, Black people in our community, they believe not only us, but the Caribbean people have the similar experience from their ancestors. So it's amazing that we indeed need to have our own university to empower our people. So I concur.
Thank you, Sister Esther. You will be a critical person in our journey with Miss Joan. Joan Lucas is the head of our
Esther again is modest. Tell us where you teach, Esther, and what your
I have taught at McGarvis College for about 13 years. And I am working on my PhD. I'm doing a cross-cultural studies with Garifuna going back to St. Vincent at Balisau. I saw your work, Mrs. Ellis. I saw your work. Garifuna going to Balisau, but the person interviewed just people specifically from Dengriga. But what I want to do, I went to St. Vincent about twice. I want to interview our contingent who was there in regards to what Balisau meant to them. So when I first got there, when I first got to St. Vincent, I was just so devastated because then I spoke about the history of the Garifuna people. And when this woman told me over there, that is Balisau, I broke down. I had a spiritual connection with someone came inside of me. Like I was just like on the ground, like crying because this person, the pain that we endure as a people, that resonated within me. It was just a journey for me. I don't know what happened to me at all. And one point I was walking, I was at a certain spot. And this girl, I mean, this door just opened and I just fell on the ground. Like someone pushed me, but there was nobody there. And I was like, Jesus. And the person said to me, Jesus gay. Because I was just so, like who, nobody, so it was very spiritual for me, a spiritual connection. I was never the same after I left from St. Vincent. And I went back again twice, but that's our ancestral homeland. And we all need to go back to our ancestral homeland. So that's why I'm focusing on the Balisau as my research.
Wow.
Beautiful. And the Garifuna Nation is having a conversation about the Balisau, that Balisau is not to be sold because it's a sacred place. Thank you for sharing, Miss Joan.
Yeah. Yes, that's awesome. We need to, the family is where education begins. And we need to work and build our own university. So I'm just saying, yes, I'm all behind this effort for us build our own university without walls. And we want to begin as early as January.
Absolutely. And so we have different universities present. The University of Ohio, Dr. Michael Witter this morning presented himself. He's the person for the University of the West Indies. Dr. Michael Witter has been having conversation on our behalf with the Vice Chancellor, Hilary Beckles. And the Garifuna Nation is really doing some excellent outreach where we are not going to be ashamed or afraid of defining who we are as Garifuna people and speaking to Garifuna spirituality as part of the education. We have to be obedient. We know
Right.
that when we are not obedient to the ancestors, we know what happens, right? So getting back in harmony. Miss Esther, you are just so beautiful. I want to thank you for your interventions. And Egbert, how are we looking with time and our program?
Thank you.
Egbert,
Thank
how
you.
are we looking? There are
Yes, I
people.
want to have, I don't see any questions in the chat box, but I think we wanted to have a young person's presentation. And that was Dennis Destiny Harris is still there. Solidarity from Professor Andrea Lee. Maybe we should go with Andrea Lee first, then have Ms. Harris. Ms. Harris will be very short, and then we'll move into the Dr. Carla Barnett presentation along with Jane Bennett. So we'll do Andrea Lee, then Destiny Harris, and then Carla Barnett. I think we're doing okay with time.
Thank you, Egbert.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Greetings, everybody. You want an introduction? I'm sorry, I just want to make clear what you want.
Yes, an introduction and your interest in the Garifuna dance and the fact that you are a professor of dance, which I found very amazing. We don't have a dance department in the college that we live. We don't have a dance department in the city, nor the University of Belize. And we, the Garifuna, have how many dances? 8 or more. Go ahead. You were studying some part of our dance and you gave your students a research project. So just share your interest and how you are in solidarity with our Garifuna Nation.
Oh, thank you so much. I've been so enlightened and inspired all morning, just being here, listening in and just receiving so much wisdom and so much inspiration. As Egbert mentioned, I teach dance. I'm a dancer, choreographer, and I've been teaching. I'm a dance educator, and I've been in the dance education arena for over 25 years. I teach at a community college, and at our community college, we have we offer an associate's degree in dance. And I often share with students how they can make a career from the arts. They can make a career from dance. I'm an example of that, and many of my colleagues are example of that. And one of the things that's been happening, and the reason why I was sharing with Egbert some reactions that I had with students, I teach a course called History of Dance. And this is actually how I came into knowing about Garifuna culture, because I didn't even know about that. All the time studies I've done, all the education, and I mean, I'm preaching to the choir, and I've already heard it mentioned before, just in terms of education, like we are not educating ourselves on our own culture. And so when I was just wanting to look up something different for my students, a different narrative around the origin of dances, a different narrative around who are the greatest dance contributors in the world, etc. Usually when you go into the westernized version of dance history, you're going to find names of white women, white men, and then you'll find the connection of dance starting with the plantations when it comes to Africa, and then you don't hear about any other types of other cultural dances too much. So I happened across videos online on punta dancing and some other dancing from Garifuna culture, and I started looking at the videos and I said, why don't I know about this beautiful culture? And so for the last 4 years, I've been giving an assignment to my students in my history of dance class. And hands down, maybe 1, 2, or 3 have ever heard of Belize, Garifuna culture. And then, so I have a series of questions and we have a conversation about it. And they're just, you know, the reaction is it's all over the place. Some of the reaction is, especially for my students who are of Latino descent, they say, wow, you know, I knew that this was kind of related. I'm from Guatemala, etc. And this reminds me of, you know, dances that we've done. But for the most part, other than those students and maybe a few students who say that they have a relative or they may be from Belize or Honduras, which has been really rare. I don't think I've ever had a student who was of Garifuna descent in my class. So that was my first introduction, is discovering the beautiful culture of Garifuna people and then realizing this connection, because I also have a study abroad program. I've been taking students to Ghana, West Africa, and community groups for the past 11 years. And so I'm seeing so much connection just by what is online today. I mean, in the conference, there's just we're just connected as African diaspora people. When we go to Ghana, the people who are African American on the trip, who are from the South or born in the South, they get to Africa and they say, wow, they make the rice, this tastes just like how my grandmother used to make it, or this feels familiar. A lot of stories come from the elders who are on my trip, who were raised in the South, and there are always these connections that they bring from their memories being raised in the South to what they see when they're in Africa. And then everything today that I was seeing online with the food and the cassava and the you know, the making of the starch, they do that in Ghana. And so you know, it just makes me realize how we really do need to connect. I really appreciate what folks were saying earlier around you know, this space and time of COVID and the pandemic has made us connect in a way that we haven't connected before. But now, how do we like harness all of this and keep the energy flowing? One of the things that we're doing in the dance department, which I've been talking to Egbert about, is we're developing a folkloric dance certificate, because we have so many beautiful dance forms, but a lot of youth, a lot of folks don't realize that they can make a career off of this. There are more white women teaching African dance at universities than African people. So, you know, I really want to share that knowledge, and I would like to create a pathway for people to come in and, you know, become teachers and educators. It's not a glorified profession because, you know, teachers are underpaid, etc. But it is, you can really make a good living, and that's the only way that we're going to pass this culture on. We also are looking at a global dance camp, and so, you know, I think someone just earlier was mentioning about the youth. You know, there's a gentleman that I met in Benin, and every summer, because he's an elder, he holds a month-long program for youth because they too are sort of like, you know, they're not speaking the language anymore. They're losing touch with, you know, their just the things that cooking and the herbal healing, etc., the arts. And so he leads a youth program every summer. So as you all were talking, I was thinking, how beautiful would that be to have a Garifuna youth camp, you know, where youth from all over can come to some place and just, you know, get immersed in the culture. Otherwise, you know, it can get lost. So I've said enough, and I'm glad to be here, and I'm hoping to connect with Egbert and have students, the next time that we do the Africa trip, have students come to Belize first before we do the Africa trip. So those are some of the thoughts that I have, and I just appreciate being here today. Thank you.
We appreciate you very much. We love you. You have absolutely no idea how important your presence is in this sacred space for us. We love African American people. As you know, when the situation happened in the United States with the man who was being beaten, the whole world, right, was up in arms. And this has been so for years. So in this space and in this time is an excellent opportunity for us to explore. This is a movement. This is a spiritual connection in divine order. There are some connections we've made. We have a Dr. Billie Jean Young she's now in Alabama. She does the one-woman show of the life of Fannie Lou Hamer. And she is a friend of Belize, and she's Belizean, okay? So these artificial boundaries and borders are down. So we welcome, we had Sister Denise Mayer she was at Auburn University, then University of Alabama, and she actually brought some drummers from Belize to Auburn University, and now she's at University of Alabama. So we are just thankful. You are just a breath of fresh air, and invite you to be part of this movement. Thank you. Are there any questions or comments on what our sister just shared? Okay, I really appreciate the point you're making about art and dance. Dance is a part of our healing. Dance is in the Garifuna culture, and especially with women, is not a entertainment. It is a form of healing. It's a form of therapy. It's part of our spiritual way of being. I want to invite different people who are in this space. I would like to invite you to know that you can speak with the other world. We have our media connection where
Luther said he might
perspectives. Yes, Egbert? Yes?
Yeah.
Luther,
Hold on. I'll get back to you, Cynthia. Go ahead.
Oh, excellent. I want to acknowledge my sister, Michelle Cole Barnes, Alabama. We're part of a network of leaders. Thank you for coming on, Michelle. The Rural Development Leadership Network with Starry Kruger. I met Dr. Billie Jean Young through this network. And we are very, very excited to be in tune, at oneness with Michelle. Reverend Michelle, would you like to say a little something about yourself? And we've been for many years meeting, and I felt like the lonely international person in the network, although I was always embraced and welcome. Sister Michelle, Reverend Michelle, Pastor Michelle.
Greetings. How are you today?
Share a little about your thoughts about how we as women of color, Black women, African women, experience spirituality. Sister Eulalie spoke earlier on about the importance of our spiritual knowingness and deeper listening. And you are where in Alabama right now?
Yes, ma'am. I'm in Alabama. I thank you for this opportunity to speak just a little word. I've enjoyed what I've already heard. But I think that with this pandemic, we ought to be aware that we are much more spiritually and internationally, interculturally connected than we once believed. I think we realize that the world is sometimes smaller than we think. It's amazing to me how sometimes in the Western culture we get caught up with it's just me, my, and I. But sometimes when you're in an international forum or intercultural forum like this one, you're aware that we have problems, and sometimes those problems are very similar. I'm in a rural area of Alabama, and a lot of the concerns that you all have expressed, I see here in my own area, in my own town. I am a licensed practical nurse. I have been a nurse for over 25 years now. I am also a minister of the gospel. And so I do a lot of different things, and I do a lot of community work in the community. I am also a member of the Rural Development Leadership Network, which is an intercultural group that has been a blessing to me, and therefore I got to meet Cynthia as a result. So we've gotten to do a lot of things with the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women, and speaking on different panels on the issues of rural women. And I represented my own state, Alabama. So I'm excited to be a part even of the conversation and just listening to what's already been done. But I feel that for me, getting in touch with my spiritual side has been critical to surviving not only the pandemic, but other adversities. And from what I have read and studied and known of your people, you come from a strong spiritual lineage. So I would tell people to tap into that. And I always tell people wherever I go, I'm not ashamed of where I come from. When you see me, I represent a line of strong people, a line of spiritual people. I have a lot of ministers in my family. I've had law enforcement in the family. We've had nurses and doctors in the family. So I come from a long line of people that have also served in the military. So when you come from a people that know how to survive in the midst of adversity, therefore you know that the same God that brought you through before will bring you through now. Amen. How did you make it through the last crisis that you went through? You relied on your faith, and you relied on your community. I believe the doctor previously that was the minister that was talking about family and spirituality. One of them were talking about relying on our village. We have to go back to more of a community, more of a village type mentality. Not only did it take a village to help me become who I am now, but it's also taken a village to bring us together to make it through the different crises that we face. So I believe that as we realize that it's not just about one person, but also God bless you to be a blessing to others. As we realize that, I believe that we'll be stronger as a result, that we'll realize that we're going to make it through this together. I'm not content just to make it myself and see my family go down or see my community go down. No, we are coming through this with the help of the Lord. And that's what my message that I've been sharing with everyone, whether it's in your health. When I take care of people, Cynthia, they don't realize sometimes that I'm praying for them as I'm working for them. I expect them to get better. I expect them to improve. And so we're going to have more of an attitude of faith and moving by faith that we expect as we work together, as we combine our ideas and solutions together, that we can ask God to give us wisdom and understanding, and also to show us how to get out of the dilemma that we're in. So I'm a real big advocate for prayer, but also uplifting other people. So that's all I have to say. But I believe that we need to go back to that spiritual base and just begin to think about, how did you make it through the last crisis? How did you make it through the sickness? How did you make it through when you were trying to make the ends meet and they still didn't meet? but you begin to believe in some kind of way God brought it all together, and before you knew it, you had what you needed. Or there was a neighbor that said, if I got a piece of bread, you got one too. We have to get back to that, especially in the United States, and not just because a crisis have happened, but on a day-to-day basis. And then I like what someone else said earlier about mental health. This is a really critical piece because people are depressed. They're going through so much stress right now, on so many different levels. So sometimes just offering that support, also letting them know that there is professional help available and pointing them to those resources, saying that we need it all. You need the church, you need the community's help, you need everybody's help. All of us need to come together and work as a team, and we will overcome. And that is my conviction and my story, and I'm sticking to it. We will overcome together. And that's what I want to say. God bless you.
Thank you, Sister Michelle. We have already overcome. So you're taking Martin Luther King's words. Thank you for being there. Thank you for being available to be a part of this conversation and this movement. And we look forward to collaborating with you in the future in this process of healing and spiritual cleansing, so to speak, getting rid of that stuff, all that negative, and staying focused in the place that we are made in the image and likeness of God. God is perfect. God is good. God is everything. And once we remember that, everything is available to us. So I want to thank you, sis. We have a question. I would like to acknowledge Reverend Henry.
You're on mute, Cynthia, you're on mute.
I would like to acknowledge Reverend Henrietta Bird, who is one of my mentors and guides. I do spiritual cleansing on a regular basis, so we certainly will be hearing more from her.
So you got a computer? Anything I want to hold on, make her get offline.
Okay, Reverend Bird, do you want to say anything? You are free to if you wish. I don't want to put you on the spot, but you can if you wish, since we're into the spiritual zone at this moment.
I'm just enjoying myself so much, listening to everyone, and I'm grateful to bring the Transformative Talk College of Spiritual Studies to Belize. As soon as we can get there, we will be there. And so I thank you and everyone who put this together. It's so I mean, it's just so needed right now. The more we come together, the tighter we, the more we can pick from each other's garden and have just a beautiful array of who God created us to be. And we were all created to be magnificent, not mediocre, magnificent. And so as we step into our magnificence, we just say thank you. We're just grateful, right? Because God never ends, and neither do we. So God is always getting bigger and better and stronger and wiser through us, right? God is. But God, we represent God. And so the stronger we get, the more we can communicate who God is to others. And if they can see God in us, then maybe they can see God for themselves. So thank you, Cynthia. And I look forward to more and more of what I'm experiencing today. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Reverend Bird. And there you have it. We have everything that we need, including ourselves, in this journey. And you are showing up to testify that that is a fact, that we are building on that energy, that positive energy. Finally get to see how much we love one another. You may not have known how much we love the African American people. You just come to Dan Grigor or anywhere in Belize and you will hear all these old time, these songs, Percy Sledge, Mahalia Jackson, Otis Redding, you know. So there's that connectivity that is so important to share.
We're cousins.
Yes. Esther, you'd like to say something?
Just to add a little, I said we're cousins. That's who we are. We are cousins. We are one family. We are cousins.
Yes. So this has been a very rich sharing so far. We've touched on many areas. Really appreciate each of you. Egbert, a time check. How are we doing with
Yes.
our...
So yeah, after this, we have Dr. Carla Barnett on the land issue. But before that, the young people want to come in. I think Destiny Harris. She has a
Excellent.
10-minute presentation she was supposed to give yesterday, but she wanted to present it today. So Destiny, could you take it over? Then after that, Carla Barnett.
Yeah, so hi everyone. I just wanted to say my name is Destiny. And I want to say thanks for giving me an opportunity to speak with you guys. And I really loved hearing more about the culture and being more informed and like what you guys are doing, and think that it's definitely going to make an impact for sure for like the younger generations to come. And so I guess since you guys have been like talking about spiritual healing, and I really love that. And I'm definitely an avid believer in that. And so now I'm going to kind of like change the focus onto more of like the financial healing aspect. And so I've been talking with Chase and Egbert about how you guys are in hope of developing a credit union, and definitely want to help with that aspect. But also, I'm currently a founder of a business that's focusing on financial inclusion and literacy. And so I just wanted to tell a little bit about like what we're doing and educate a little bit more on the importance of financial help. So I'm going to share my screen because I created like a little quick presentation, if that is okay. Okay, so it says that you have to disable it so I can share my screen.
What was that, Destiny?
So I'm trying to share my screen, and it
Okay.
says the host disabled it. So it's like on the left, like at the bottom, like a caution where you can give me permission to share.
On the chat.
Where it says like it should have like participants.
Okay,
and then
I
it should have
got
like
you.
permission.
Saint-Simon there. Saint-Simon. So I should go to you and make you co-host. All right, you got it.
Okay, so yeah, I just want to first start off the presentation with a quote. And so saying the most important investment you can make is in yourself, and kind of like you guys were talking about, like just spiritual transitions and spiritual healing and things of that aspect. Definitely, I believe in that. But then I also believe in us having like a holistic approach when it comes to our life. And so being also focusing on the financial aspect too. And so kind of like what I stated, I created a company, and it's called Solution Now. And so it's connecting individuals to underrepresented financial professionals. And within the industry, that's women and people of color. And so we call it the Match.com for financial services. And so I don't know if you guys know, but definitely when it comes to finance, it definitely is not a diverse at all. And I believe when you want to get financial help with your money and things of that aspect, you want to have people who look like you, people who relate to you, people who understand the struggle. For example, I was a first generation college student and grad student. And so just learning how to navigate within that industry. I remember first semester of college, I went to the school bookstore and I dropped $3,000 in loans on books when I didn't know you could just get them off a check in Amazon. So just being able to have had those resources and that understanding of someone who could have told me that, because like my parents didn't know, definitely would have saved me for sure. And so that's why we say the problem is there's a lack of access to underrepresented financial professionals. Along with, we want to build a community for those underrepresented financial professionals. And so just to go more in depth of like what a financial professional is, it's someone who you go to and you're like, you know what, okay, like I've been saving, I've been putting money in the mattress, or I've opened a bank account, but I want to expand beyond my own knowledge. I want to start creating ways that I can build generational wealth. I want to save up to pay for college, or I want to just do something more than I might have the personal knowledge of myself. And so these are like people who are experts within the industry, who have studied it, the in and outs of it, and can help better reach those particular goals. And so just to go more in depth is, so what is an underrepresented financial professional? So when it comes to the finance industry, it's not diverse at all. It's usually consists of white men. And so our focus is, okay, so if you, definitely money, when you're talking about money, it's definitely a very touchy subject. And so I want someone who can relate to me in all aspects of my life. And so if I'm a single mother and I'm looking for a financial advisor who understands what it's like to be a single mother, sometimes the statistics is that when due to unfortunate events, when a woman becomes a widow, and sometimes she has nothing, she doesn't know what's going on with the financial situations and things of that aspect. And so just being able to have a financial advisor that you can relate to, or for example, me being a first generation college student and being able to have had that financial advisor when I took out these particular loans, saying like, no, these are the loans that you need to take out. These are the certain APR rates you need to know, and things like that aspect definitely would have saved me thousands of dollars when it came to college and stuff. And so that's definitely why we're focusing on connecting individuals or people with those underrepresented financial professionals, because unfortunately, the barriers to entry to become a financial advisor, a financial professional, is already super hard. And so I think there's, like, I guess for here, when it comes to African Americans or people of Black descent, it's only 6%. And so that's not diverse at all. So we want to be the middleman to connect people to financial advisors. And so again, just the mission of the company that I built, it's building a diverse community of financial professionals, along with helping build that client advisor chemistry. Like I stated, you want to find a financial advisor who you can trust, who you can relate to, and who you don't have to worry about, are they going to take all my money, and things like that aspect. And so then just last to state, so our mission is definitely to change the stigma of what a financial professional is. I don't know if you guys have seen the movie The Wolf of Wall Street, but I would say definitely, more specifically, America media portrays financial professionals in such a negative aspect. But there's definitely financial professionals that are willing to help. You don't have to have a whole bunch of money, but they definitely want to help create that financial literacy, and then generations to come to build that generational wealth. And then I always say, I think they portray financial professionals in such a negative stigma because being financial literacy is literally the gateway to having the world as your oyster. And so that's why definitely we want to say, like, there's a financial professional for everyone. Whatever you're looking for, they're out there. And so we just want to be that middleman to direct people to that. And then lastly, helping others build generational wealth through increasing financial inclusion and literacy. So then once you have been able to navigate within certain aspects of life, it's like, okay, but because I don't know what it is to have investment, I don't know what it is to have stocks or to build wealth when it comes to owning different forms of lands and things of that aspect. And it's some, like certain races, they know this because, to relate it, I guess, to America, it is a system that's built to help them. So when you're a person of color and trying to navigate within that specific industry, there's things that they will never tell us, but we definitely need to build a community. So it's like, hey, I've done this, I've navigated within this industry, this is how you can continue to go. You know, everyone can eat. And then lastly, we are focusing on the company that I build. We're focusing on making sure that we satisfy our customers. So when speaking to clients and they're like, you know what, I would like to have a financial advisor, but I want to have someone who is comfortable. I want someone who I can trust, someone who has personalized service. It's not just transactional, but they're trying to build a relationship. Someone who is just not trying to take all my money, someone who has online services and things of that aspect. So, well, now due to COVID, if I don't want to meet them in person and instances like that, that's definitely something that we're trying to provide, a financial professional for everyone. And so, because we are trying to change that stigma, we like to describe ourselves as the match.com for financial services. And so all of our featured financial advisors would have it's an app, and so they would have two pictures of them, so you can more personal basis, you can get to know what they look like. If you're looking for a financial advisor who's a woman, you won't be shocked if it's a man. If you're looking for a financial advisor who is Black, it would be there. Along with language, we think that is definitely something that is important. So if you speak like Spanish or a particular dialect, a lot of people want to do finance within their native tongue. You're able to find that specific financial advisor so that you can create literacy throughout the community. And then along with changing that stigma of what a financial advisor is. Fun facts about financial advisor, for example, I know I am a financial advisor, and then I know Chase, who's a part of the community, is one too. And just saying like, hey, you know what? I also like to play sports. I also like to watch TV. I'm just not a robot. I can relate to all different aspects of life. And then lastly, the company Solution Now, what we're doing, our mission is definitely increasing access to underrepresented financial professionals, focusing on client advisor chemistry. So when people go to find their financial advisor, it's someone who you can relate to and things of that aspect. And third, we're building a community. And yeah, I would just like to say thanks for letting me share more stuff about my company.
Oh, that's beautiful. Where are you located, and are you in school or you look like 16 with such amazing knowledge and experience? Where are you actually?
Yeah, so I'm located in Atlanta, and that's super funny. Everyone tells me that. I'm actually 24, so I received my undergraduate degree at University of Georgia, and then I actually have 2 master's degree in international business and finance. But everyone tells me, they ID me, they're like, you can't be over your 20s. I'm like, no, I'm 24. I just look young. I have a baby face. But yes.
Amazing. You're certainly a very good, excellent um, part of our movement. Young, black, and beautiful. And brilliant, genius. You've been an inspiration, and certainly would like to see you as someone who will help us to move forward with the mobilizing of young women and young people who are the leadership, because we are interested in this women's conference. We are committed to promoting women now as leaders, so you can lead the next conference, next time around, or the next initiative, and share with us how we can strengthen this. Are there any questions or comments?
Yes, can Destiny put her information in the chat? And the other question is, can I join as a financial professional if I am not located in the US?
So currently,
How
right
does it work?
Yeah, I can definitely put my information so we can talk. But currently right now, we're only focusing right now on the US market. And so I guess our goal is to receive investment funding. And so for those who do not know what that is pretty much where people who have a whole bunch of money, they're like, you know what, I think this is a great idea, which I think that's something that your credit union is thinking about, but they give you like $1 million in funding and you don't have to take out personal loans. And so we're focusing right now on the United States, and then definitely we want to expand to other countries for sure. But yeah,
so you definitely exchange your information with Nihanda in the chat, and yeah, we want to follow up. She's in touch with Chase. Chase is one of our leaders, along with Yvonne and Louisa White, in developing our credit union. So, and then we have it. That's why Chase reached out to you, right? Yeah.
So can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so thanks, Destiny, for your presentation. How long have you been in business, and do you have like a Facebook page, Instagram? What kind of communication methods do you use to advertise your business?
Yeah, I will put our information in the chat. And so I graduated from grad school in May, and then I went through an accelerator. So that's where you pitch your idea, and then they're like, okay, if they think it's great. And so it was one of like the top accelerators within the United States. And so now we'll be releasing our app and our platform in March. But right now I'm in the developing process, and then people can sign up for financial advisors.
Okay, that last sentence, could you repeat? People can sign up, or you're not receiving clients right now?
So right now, there will be 150 financial advisors, a part of the underrepresented community that I am interviewing everyone to make sure that they align with our missions and goals of the company. And then March 2021, that is when we will go live, and you can have access to all of our 150 financial advisors. But right now, we're just building a community within the financial advisors to make sure that they can be present for the people who want to use the platform.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Destiny. We are pressed for time, and I don't want to take away from the next presenter, Dr. Carla Barnett. Thank you, Destiny. We will have you on our radio show, Radio Demure, very soon. Could you introduce Carla Barnett, Cynthia?
Yes, is Dr. Barnett there? Dr. Carla? Yes. Carla? Is she here?
Yes, I am here. Just let me start here.
Beautiful, beautiful. Well, while
yeah, I've been listening. All
Thank you.
I mean,
thank you.
But that last presentation by the young ones, man, it just gives you hope. Gives you hope. You know we're going to be in good hands.
We are in good hands.
Absolute brilliance.
Thank you, Dr. Barnett. One of the things is that part of this movement is that we are engaging with young people now, not tomorrow, not for the future, but right now. So even I am here with a team of shy young women who have been making sure that I can deal with the technology with my young self too, right? I want to introduce Dr. Carla Barnett. We go way, way, way back, and it is very important and useful to say that personal relationships are very important in acknowledging our journey and place to be. And Dr. Carla Barnett's mother was very close to my mother, as our parents traveled around the country because of work. And my mom says that their family took care of her family when they had to settle in these different rural communities. Fast forward to when I returned to Belize after living in Guyana. I was with the CARICOM Secretariat, and living in Dangriga for a while, second time or third time or fourth time around, and used to be very much involved in retreat and activities in Belize City. And that is where your mother reached out to me, Carla.
I know.
And this is how the alignment works. I went to her for prayer. We had people who will offer to go for prayer. And when I introduced myself to your mom, she says, I pray for you every day for a year. I said, how is that? She said, because in our prayer group, we have like a basket or a hat with names in it, and each person selects someone that they pray for, and you are the person. When I opened my paper, your name was the name that I got. So we have that very special connection. The other thing that I really appreciate and respect about you is that no matter what, you've been very consistent. And it's interesting that when my term finished at CARICOM, you were the person representing Belize. Actually, you represent the Caribbean as the Deputy Secretary General for CARICOM. Yes. And CARICOM happens to be the Caribbean version of the United Nations. I just want to put it roughly like that. And then when you return to Belize, we've always continued to have this dialogue and communication and great respect of the position you've been. You were the minister or responsible for lands in Belize some time ago. And it was in that time that I reached out to you and asked if you would be willing to guide us. And at that time, I was very specific, Garifuna people, in the education about land and lands, and what it is we need to know in order to inform ourselves in ownership and management of land. And more recently, through you, I was able to get information about the Sandy Beach Women's Cooperative that for many years, over 30 years, did not have their land document finalized. And we met before the elections. You were minister of the United Democratic Party. And before that time, you have been encouraging us to be more informed and educated about land. So you have been the governor of the Central Bank of Belize, right? You can share.
I was a deputy governor and I acted as governor for quite a little while.
All right, good. So that's just a general introduction, and I would like to invite you to share your thoughts with us in this women's conference, which is the first of its kind of Garifuna Women, which is a movement for purpose of action. Okay, Dr. Barnett, welcome.
Thank you very much, Cynthia. And yes, you're right. Our families have been close for many years, maybe before we were even born, because your dad as agricultural officer and my dad as a police officer happened to be stationed in the same geographical area a couple times. And so your parents and my parents became friends, and maybe that's really the origin story here. And they've remained friends, and over the years you and I have reestablished friendships, and myself and your sisters as well. And so it's been a long time that I've known you. I want to tell you thanks for inviting me to be here. I've actually done a little presentation. So if you can allow me to share my screen, I can show it. But if that's a difficulty, I can just speak to it, because what I want to do is to put a little bit of history, and then I want to ask a couple of questions. I want to can somebody, before I go on, can somebody tell me if I can share my screen?
Yes, I made you co-host.
All right. Okay. So let me share my screen. Let me see if I can get this to go up. Are you seeing my screen now?
Yes, Miss.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, we are. Yes.
Okay, so we're going to start here, and I want to talk first. I want to tell you that I'm going to talk about what Cynthia asked me to address, which is the Garifuna land ownership, and I want to put it in a little bit of historical perspective first. Up to 1638, we only had Maya people in Belize. That's what the history tells us. And there used to be quarrels about that, about whether or not the Maya people were here when the British came. I don't think we quarrel about that anymore. People understand that that is what our history was. Since 1638, we've had the Europeans, their African slaves, and I put free blacks and coloreds in parentheses because when you go back into the documents, that's what you see. The people at that time being referred to as free blacks and coloreds. The British up to since 1638 ruled themselves, and there was absolutely no regulation at all about land acquisition. People just came, picked out their bit of land that they wanted, sat on it, took off the logwood, shipped it away, and that was it. By the time we got around to 1765, it became clear that you had maybe about 10 landowners that were kind of hogging up all the land. And so they started to regulate the settlers, how many logwood works they could own. And so they were limited to one on each river and that sort of thing. But at this time, the settlers were mainly north of the Siboon River. Some were beginning to move south, but it was mainly in the north of the Siboon River. Belize District, Orange Walk District, Northern Cayo, Orange Walk, Corozal, in those areas. And since 1802, the Garifuna arrived. They settled on coastal lands in the south and started to fish, to farm, to live, establishing villages in Punta Gorda, Barango, Hopkins. You know this better than I do. In 1838, on the eve of the emancipation of slavery, the early colonial government decided that there would be no more free access to land, and a price was set. So that at the end of that, of course, the people who were going to be freed from slavery could not really afford to buy any land, and so we had the reality that the price was not affordable, and then everyone else came, and I'm lumping everybody else together because these are the groups that and more that have come to Belize. The Chinese, East Indians, the refugees from the caste war, the Mosquito from the Nicaragua coast, and Palestinians, Mennonites, everybody who has come. In the 1850s, the British began to establish what they would call proper colonial government. And one of the first things that they did was to implement what was the Laws in Force Act of 1855. And this is really important for people to know about. We don't talk about it, but this is where people who were sitting on land got title to the land that they occupied. So if and this was largely British settlers and some what they called again free blacks, free coloreds, but the people who were sitting on land who happened to be Maya or Garifuna were excluded. They were not included in the Laws in Force Act. The Garinago in particular had been cultivating their provision grounds for many years, and so they should have been able to receive firm title to the land that they had been quote unquote in quiet and undisturbed possession of. And this wording comes out of the Laws in Force Act. But in 1857, they were informed that they would have to pay an annual lease for this land because they would not be given ownership and they would lose any rights if they moved away from the land. In 1867, 10 years later, it was declared that no quote unquote Indian, referring of course to the Maya people, could reside on any crown land without any prior arrangement to pay rent for this land to the crown or even to a private landowner. And so land that was originally Maya land and Garifuna land became crown land under the colonial law. This is important history because you have to understand how it is that we have people with land and without land going back a few hundred years. So onwards now, the British established Crown Colony in 1871, and then in 1872, the first real land law came into effect. This law has now been replaced by the National Land Act, but the Crown Lands Ordinance created the procedure for establishing reserves for the Maya and for the Garinagu. For Garifuna people, this meant that the leases of Crown lands that had been created, remember, they did not get their land under the laws in Force Act, they were given leases instead. These leases were canceled, and the land that they had owned and that then became leases now became reserves. And part of the difficulty, Cynthia and I were discussing this a few nights ago, part of the difficulty of our history is many of us have grown up hearing, oh, land reserved for the Garifuna, land reserved for the Maya, no land for other people. In reality, this was not a giveaway of land at all. This was a restrictive provision in our laws that only gave access in the reserves. The colonial state retained ownership, they retained the power, and they retained the control over the land. And this is the same as happened in the case of the Indian reserves, which were, of course, the in parentheses, it's a Maya people they're referring to in these laws. So we have to be careful when we talk about the quote unquote Carib reserves and the quote unquote Indian reserves, that we don't take them to assume that this was any preference being given to anyone at all. It was taking away the original occupation and the ownership that should have represented, and replacing it with a reserve that provided for no ownership, no control, no power, no use of it for anything other than plantation grounds, and couldn't borrow against it or any of those things. When I was doing my my PhD research many years ago, I had the guys in the Ministry of Natural Resources do a map that outlined what the reserves were for the Indian reserves and the Carib reservations. And I want to show you up front, this is what they had done for me at the time to show what the original designation of the Carib Reserve was. You would see that it is all of that Stan Creek district area through to the Commerce Bight area. All of that was set up as the Carib Reserve, recognizing that that is where the Garifuna people lived at the time. Now, I want to also call your attention to other Garifuna land where detailed research needs to be pursued. I have not been able to do further research into these, but I have found references in the literature to Carib reserves, quote unquote, Kalida district, not only in the Stan Creek. I have also seen references in the literature to land purchased in common among a group of Garifuna people in the northern Toledo district. I haven't been able to put my hand on paperwork in relation to that, but there is a need for that to be researched from a legal point of view and from an intergenerational point of view. We also need to look at the loss of ownership in the original, quote unquote, the traditional villages of along the coast, where the traditional ownership, traditional occupation by the Garifuna people it is in fact continuing to disappear. And Cynthia, if I may, it is in that context that you and I had the conversation about the Sandy Beach cooperative years ago, because I was becoming concerned that they, after all these years, had not completed their ownership papers. I don't want to spend too much time talking about the history. I want to talk a little bit about some of the concepts that I've been hearing over yesterday and today. And I'm going to just lay them out as I understand them, and we can talk about them a little bit. First, ethnicity, which, you know, we're talking about cultural characteristics, food, language, music, or spiritual beliefs, social organization, those kinds of things. Ethnic consciousness, which takes it to another level, which is a mobilization as a group around these characteristics when we're beginning to seek advancement for the group as a group. And then we go to the concept of nation, because that is the discussion that I've been hearing of over the last 2 days. And Cynthia and I, we were discussing it a few nights ago. Nation is a larger concept than just ethnic consciousness. It is a concept, it originates in ethnic consciousness, but it incorporates political objectives, not party political, no. We're not talking party politics. We're talking about organizing around a greater collective sentiment, commonality, objectives. It incorporates territory, but it transcends it, so that the nation is not confined to a particular territorial concept. But in the discussion I've been hearing for the last 2 days is a Garifuna nation that is global, that has its representation in various parts of the world, and should see itself as a part of the larger global concept. And then we can talk about the nation state. The nation state is purely a political entity. It is within specific geographical borders, and nation state and nation are not the same thing. In the Garifuna nation that I've been hearing the conference talk about for the last 2 days, where it resides in territory in Central America, speaks about Nicaragua coming up through Honduras, Belize, but it is one nation that is across all of these geographic boundaries. And the other concept that we need to talk a little bit about is what indigenous means. It transcends borders. And I raise it here because often you hear the question about whether or not we should be talking about quote unquote indigenous. And Cynthia, when you and I were discussing the other night, I made the point to you that indigenous transcend borders. It means it comes before borders were created.
Yes.
And so we need to recognize that. And I want to finish with some questions. Yesterday in the conversation that we had with Frantz Fanon's daughter, which I found an amazing conversation, the discussion of genocide came up. And I think it's a discussion that has to be had. It's something that we don't want history to be set aside, because if we're talking about reparations in a particular case of Garifuna people, we're talking about, you know, it's genocide. It's not anything less than that. And therefore, we should be encouraging a discussion, I think, about whether or not that discussion of Garifuna genocide is a subset of the ongoing work on reparations. That's the work being led in the CARICOM area, in the Caribbean area, through the work of Sir Hilary at UWI. Should that conversation be had separately from the reparations discussion as a separate conversation, as a Garifuna nation specific, transcending many territories, or do we keep it separate but closely interwoven? And it's important because sometimes it's easy for particular ideas, particular concepts to be lost in the larger discussion. So if it's going to be a part of the ongoing work on reparations, then I would think that great care would have to be exercised to ensure that it doesn't get lost in the larger conversation about what happened when African slaves came to this part of the world, and when slavery was abolished, and white landowners got reparations at that time for losing their property, but there was nothing done for the freed slaves. In that kind of conversation, you don't hear Garifuna, so you would have to be very careful that that conversation does not allow the question about Garifuna genocide to just slide by, because that's not what we would want. Another thing to ponder: pursuit of land rights. Clearly, the Laws in Force Act excluded the Garifuna people. It excluded the Maya people as well. They've had their advocacy alive and going. It still is, but we're not seeing the kind of advocacy coming from the Garifuna side as yet. We also have to speak in terms of the land that that was expropriated in the creation of Crown land, expropriated from the Garifuna people, and so you have to speak in that language for it to be taken seriously. And then there's the loss of land in the original villages that needs deep, specific research. It might involve a lot of oral information gathering from the generations, and there has to be a legal research taking into account not only the laws that have evolved, but the larger legal concepts that are attending discussion of treating with the rights of indigenous peoples. And I want to finish by saying that it is absolutely necessary for there to be a clear strategy. There needs to be a leadership team that has live, and I like to call it organic link, meaning that the nation has to feed into the process, and the feedback into the nation has to be live, so that people are really mobilized and keeping up with the work as it proceeds. So this is not the end. It is the end of my presentation, but it is not the end of the work, because there's a lot of work left to do. And I want to leave it there and open to any discussion you would want to have.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barnett. I'm sure there are going to be some questions, and so I would like to welcome questions because you were very clear in your presentation. Are there any questions or comments for Dr. Barnett at this time?
Yes, I have a question. This is Helen Ihini. Dr. Barnett,
Yes.
do you work, you've done an awful lot of legwork and research on this, which is greatly appreciated. I'm wondering, did you do this all yourself? Do you have a team of people? And these papers that prove evidence and history, how are those accessible to our organization so that we can push this forward?
Well, Cynthia, when Cynthia introduced me to her daughter, we ran into each other in the supermarket 2 weeks ago. She said she has a PhD in land. I spent a lot of PhD research time in the Lands Department, Ministry of Natural Resources years ago. I spent a lot of time in the Archives Department, and that's a kind of legwork that it will take. I've been digging up, I was able to dig up, for example, that little map. That map that I have in my possession goes back to thesis research around 1990 or something like that. And so it requires a willingness and ability and making people available to go and do that digging up. Because that is what it will require. So the information is there. The unfortunate reality in many of the colonial territories is that the best part of the records are in the colonial office in London. So some of those records are there. The good thing is that a lot of that is now being put online. So you need a group that's responsible for researching this and digging up. And I don't mind having the conversations and giving guidance as to where information might be found at all. But that's why I have the information, because in the past I did do a lot of work on the history of land and settlement and use and all of that in Belize.
Thank you very much.
Sandra has a question.
Thank you.
Sandra has a question.
Hello. Yes.
Hi, Miss
Dr.
Sandra.
Barnett, hi. Dr. Barnett, I am not sure if you would recall when the team from NGC went to your office.
Yes, I do.
When we were on trying to find out the details on the Carib reserves.
Right.
When you told us that the reserves were de-reserved.
Yes.
Right. Well, since then we had asked for that information because we were researching on Garifuna land in preparation for the GEF project that we now have. Now this project is to determine Garifuna lands in all our Garifuna communities.
Sandra, could you break down that acronym GG? What does that mean?
GEF is the Global Environmental Facility, right? And it is managed by UNDP, which is the United Nations Development Program, right? And it is to determine the aspect of Garifuna land, what we used to have and what we have now, so we can go back to government to say we have lost all of this. Now, how can we be compensated, either in land or in projects or something that the Garifuna people in Belize will decide upon at a later date, but of course we have to negotiate with government. Now, would you be able to assist us as we are doing our research with what you have found from your research?
I would make anything that I have in my possession available. That goes without saying. And I would be willing to give advice as to where to look for information, because you have to know the system sometimes to know where to dig for the information.
All right, so that's why I just want to know if you would assist us as we are working on the project, because it's ongoing, and we are working on using Hopkins as a pilot project.
Good.
For the other communities.
Good, and let me suggest to you that one of the first places where your researchers need to go is the Archives and Records Service, because all of the information from all governments departments end up there, and so that's a good place to start. And they've been preserving that what they have quite well.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Lose volume for Dr. Barnett. Can we hear? Are we hearing?
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Barnett.
You're welcome.
Okay. I thank you, Carla, and thank you, Sandra. For those who are new, Sandra Miranda is the president of the National Garifuna Council. And it's beautiful that she's participating in this conversation, because the spirit of this forum is to inform our people all over the world, to educate ourselves. And this is the conversation in inviting Dr. Barnett to present, because this is a campaign to make all peoples aware of what the facts are and how we as a people can collectively take traction. Go ahead, Egbert.
So this question may be for Carla Barnett and Sandra. So from the historical fact that has been presented to us, right, before the settlement became a colony, we can apply customary laws so that we could reclaim some of the territory that was lost. Now, I've heard that Sandra has a team that is researching for the National Garifuna Council, and there is approximately 100,000 acres that, if I'm right, what I heard, supposedly should belong to Garifuna. How far are we in terms of two things? The 100,000 acres that was being defined, and the next is, what is your opinion in terms of applying the customary law so that we could have ownership to territory? Sandra. Then you, Carla Barnett.
Egbert, I'm not sure if that 100,000 acres you're talking about is what would be Carib Reserve, because we are not looking at 100,000 acres. We are looking at each Garifuna community and the land that they used to use. So our research starts with the elders within that community. And like I said, we are using Hopkins while the other communities are still working. Now we talk to the elders, we find where is the land that Hopkins used to use, where the Hopkins people used to farm, how far they used to go to have like the farthest distance with the housing, the farming, what areas they occupied, how they knew their community was, because we were told from the Ministry of Rural Development that none of these communities were demarcated. So you have to go to what the elders knew what was their land and include farmland. And then we go to, okay, so where is Hopkins now? Right? So then you tell you, okay, Hopkins have been cut. It's no longer across the highway. The farms have been sold. City now is demanding this little portion, and they've taken that part for reserve. So these are the things, and then we'll document those. And we also have somebody who will be doing mapping. We have GIS maps, and then we have the mapping with what used to be. And we have all maps also that we have from the lands department that we are working with. Then there are times our researcher have to go to the archives department to see who owned these lands way back then. And you find that they were just crown lands. Who own them now? And that is what we can get. Now, when all that is put together, then you go to government and said, listen, all these lands were for Hopkins. You took them away from these people. This is not right. How can you compensate us? So when you go to customary land, you're looking at communal land. Now you have to find out if that is what the Garinago want in that area. Because from talking to our Garifuna people, they aren't into customary land. They don't want communal land. So that will be a different exercise. So we are not even going there now. Before you go there, you need to know what you have, what you had, what you have now, what you have lost. And that's the basis of what we are doing right now before we take it to the next level. Does
It is
that
very
answer your
beautiful.
question?
It is very beautiful that we have this sacred space where we are listening to one another and we are being informed, and we are going through a consultative process, which is a collective one. It is beautiful to know that the United Nations has provided some resources to help us to go through this process. And that is the intention of this women's conference, not really to have an opinion, but to get information that informs all the Garifuna people here and abroad on what the issues are, that we can get some traction. The first people who were looking at this issue of land were the Garifuna Council. 20 years ago, Sunowe was commissioned to do a study, and we are certainly looking at this study, which addresses some of these issues. And we are thankful that we can make reference to the Sunoe report, and thankful that recently funding has been received so that we can do this in a systematic and consultative way, where everything is just going to engage as many people of the community to learn. I actually invited Dr. Carla Barnett to help us meaning any of us, including people who do not belong to NGC or who are not a part of NGC, to be a part of the knowledge and the conversation in terms of the leadership, because it affects all of us. So I'm very thankful that you are sharing this with us, Sandra, because it gives us an opportunity to move forward like the Maya had done, in having a campaign or a movement to address these issues. We are not asking government for anything. We are organizing ourselves so that we can be prepared, go to the archives, do whatever needs to be done to get traction, which is long overdue. And so it is wonderful that we have this declaration here, and Dr. Barnett has agreed to help us in
Cynthia.
this movement.
Cynthia,
Yes, Bob.
this is Wellington.
Go ahead, Wellington.
Dr. Barnett, I'm very pleased to have you present a very comprehensive report on the land issue in Belize. And I'm familiar with you and your family. I know you've heard of me, but you don't know me, but I know much of you. Like your father was a cop, your uncle, and Manigo is my good friend.
Okay, that's my cousin.
Yeah, I know. But what is surprising here is that in 1855 and 1857, the British was imposing land tax on the Mayas and the Garifuna people when they themselves were squatting on land that did not belong to them. Because legally, it was when they signed the 1859 treaty with Guatemala that they acquired the southern part of our country, because Belize was always administered by Spain in half. The first half was from Quintana Roo, Mexico, to the Sibun, and the governor of Quintana Roo was in charge of that portion. And the second half was from Sibun to Peteng, and the governor of Peteng was in charge of that portion. In all the treaties that Britain signed with Spain, they were only granted permission to cut lagoon and mahogany, not to live there forever. And the British had several opportunities to seize Belize or to get Belize away from Spain in the first Treaty of Paris, the second Treaty of Paris, and the last golden opportunity was in the Godolphin Treaty. So my conclusion is that they had no interest to acquire Belize. But let's get to the point now. So under effective occupation, which is a principle of international law, we've been around there since 1801, and we have done a lot of development to these lands. So based on what we know, we have rights to these lands as under the concept of effective occupation we've developed. The only thing now is for us to assert our rights to land. It's not to ask for it, but we want to know in total how many acres, because you said something about freehold. We know of the freehold. Freehold would be Cerro. And Cerro in Punta Gorda, that was land that the Garifuna people, families came together and bought with cash.
Right. That's what I understand. But I think there's a lot of research that is necessary: land research, legal research, to determine where that land exactly is, where the borders are, and what's happened to it. Because I'm not sure what has happened with it over the years.
And I must commend you for being the first Minister of Lands that made a recommendation to the UDP government that they don't have to get a minister's signatures to acquire no lot and land. It should be an ordinary process. But for that, you took a lot of hacking, and subsequently we are where we are right now. So Dr. Carla Barnett, it was a pleasure having you come here before us. Thank you.
You're very
Hi, this is Joseph Guerrero. May I please ask a question?
Go ahead, Joe.
Hi, okay, my understanding of the Garifuna land situation is that there are three ways that I know of that Garifuna attain land. Let's make it four. One, the outright purchase, such as Cerro, which is then simply just private land with their title.
Right.
Two would be the Garifuna reserves, which is what I believe the Queen of England gave our people for service.
No, that was not what it was.
Okay.
Was
Well, there may be other
the
reasons
crown
behind it.
remained the owner of that land.
Okay. But you have the reserves, and then you have also the customary ownership, and there was also land that I saw in my research where the Garifuna were outright granted. They were granted. So those are the ways that I have seen in my own research how Garifuna have come to acquire land. So can you please explain to us the differences between, say, the one that was granted, the customary, and then the reserves, please? Thank you.
Customary law is not something I would be familiar with. That's a concept that I don't believe is present in our constitution or in our legal arrangements. But the customary rights would precede the establishment of the British system that we have. So that's not something that I'm familiar with at all. So I will stay away from that, but I would encourage you to have people who are legally trained in pursuing those rights to advise on processes for pursuing those rights. Lands that are granted would have been granted to individuals unless we don't have a system of granting land to a group. It would be land would be granted to individuals. So for example, when the soldiers came back to Belize after the World War, they were granted land, freehold. They were called free grants of land, which meant that they would get immediate long-term rights to those lands. And that happened in some parts of Belize City, in some parts of Belize District, sort of thing. So the free grant of land that you're speaking to would probably be grants that the Garifuna persons would have gotten in their individual capacities and not necessarily as a representative of Garifuna people, so to speak. The issue with the reserves, we have to be very careful because there's a lot of misunderstanding. And I said it in the presentation that people believe that these lands were gifted to the Garifuna people, when in fact the crown remained the owner of those lands. These were crown lands, and these were lands that the Garifuna people had in their possession before, and they were not given the rights to those lands under the Laws in Force Act in 1955. And when the reserves were created, the leases that had been created for those lands when they were taken away were then canceled, and they were given rights to come in and do annual leases and to come in on the reserves and that sort of thing. But the land in the reserves became crown lands. The reserves were disbanded. The reserves in the so-called Carib reserves were disbanded, I believe, in the 1920s, or I'd have to go back to my research. Which meant that they then became lands that you can go and get like any other kind of national land. And what happened in that is that that it was not limited, first of all, to Garifuna people anymore. But it also meant that whoever got it could get proper title to it. So it's a total transformation of what was there as reserves to then what became accessible for people to purchase. And I don't know how much of that quote unquote Carib reserve remains national land, if any. But there's been a lot of sale and otherwise getting new owners, and in some parts of it quite messy situations have arisen. I'm sure you're aware of that, but that's my knowledge of what's happened with the reserve that was established way back when.
Okay, excellent. It's very clear that a number of things need to be addressed. And the good thing in this conversation is that we're realizing that this is a bigger conversation than land. This is a conversation about awareness, consciousness, and determination of how we as a people, we as women, will take a grip. I have one question to ask you, Dr. Barnett, and it has to do with occupation. Wouldn't it be, isn't there a principle where the fact that Garifuna have definitely been in certain geographic areas, and these are definitely distinctively Garifuna, an indication of foundation for a movement of awareness or a movement of ownership or a movement of management, and how, in addition to the research.
Yes, it would, but you would have to be very clear in your information gathering and getting the research done. Because of the principles of occupation applies. Once you move away from it, you lose your continuous occupation. And so if it is land that was occupied but then not occupied, then questions can be asked. So it's really very important for you to do that research very carefully and very well. Every piece of land in Belize, you ought to be able to find the paperwork that goes way back, whether it's through the archives, the registrar general, the archives in London, but there should be a record that goes all the way back to the original source, what we call the original source of ownership, and that really is what you're looking for, because you're looking for there's another principle that you have to be aware of as well. Once land has been quote unquote alienated away from the crown, meaning it is now in private ownership, people who are currently occupying have rights as well, and the courts have been of a mind to protect those rights as sort of first principle, and therefore you really have to be very careful and very thorough in the research that's ongoing, and follow through all the way to original occupation to see what happened with your land.
Thank you very
Dr.
much.
Barnett, may I ask a question as well?
Yes.
And I have one after you, Efisania. Go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I was supposed to leave this because I'm dealing with a death in the family, but your presentation was so sobering.
Sister.
Yes,
Condolences, sister.
Thank you. Your presentation was so sobering, Dr. Barnett, and I wanted to know what might be the step we would have to take to access the research that has already been done, as opposed to utilizing energy over again, like having to do the same exact thing over again that has already been done.
It depends, Efasina, it depends on what your final objective is. If your final objective is to present an argument in court, you will have to have that original research done. Whoever is doing the research has to have copies of documents, copies of legal proceedings, and all of that will require very careful research. And so there's the information that you can get from previous research gives you good leads into where you should go. But if it's a case you're preparing, then research will have to be undertaken. And you can look at what happened in the Maya land rights case, for example, where very tedious research had to be done to bolster up a case that could be presented in a court.
Okay. Thanks very much, Dr. Barnett. I definitely want to recommend to Garifuna Nation. I'm glad that the NGC and the work that the NGC is doing is also very valuable, and we really need all hands on deck with this because it's a lot. I mean, to see how St. Bite has been basically bottled in, and the same is happening with Hopkins. You know, I look at Dangriga and I see that we can't go to the north nor south of our community because we have these private lands basically just trapping us in one location. And how did we let this happen? But we are now challenged to really do the work and find out more and more so that we can make our case and so that our future generations are guaranteed a future, a place that they can continue to have land, grow food, and survive for many more generations to come. So I really appreciate your what you have shared with us, and I'm joining in any effort to get this information so that we can get back our lands.
That is the spirit,
Thank you,
Sister
Senia.
Sima. That's it.
That's it, Senia. That's the spirit. Yes, I really like Dr. Carla Barnett's suggestion that as we move forward, we have two issues to present with relationship to the reparations movement. And that is the right to territory, right, should not be perhaps separate from the other issue of genocide. And maybe this question and the language, the use of the word genocide, to me is just being used recently. We don't use it often. It's just coming to me now to light that what we have experienced in St. Vincent and continue to experience is a process of genocide. It has not entered, even when I used to work with the National Garifuna Council, it was never brought up for discussion. So I want to maybe pose this question to Sandra. Where are we in terms of these two issues, the issue of territorial claim and in issue of addressing the question of genocide?
Egbert, we have not dealt with those issues, right? So don't even come and say, ask me, because I'm telling you plain, we are not dealt with those issues.
Thank you very much, Sandra. And I think that it is very beautiful that in this forum, we are being very decisive, because as we are noticing, we are the ones that we have been waiting for, and we are the ones who are in a movement, not to blame or critique anyone. In moving forward, we're arriving at a different level of consciousness and awareness of what needs to be done. That is what our ancestors did. They didn't ask any questions when they came to the colonial master. They had the audacity, they tapped into the spiritual strength and the power and made a declaration that it's going to be done. And therefore, that is one of the challenges, in addition to doing the research. This is bigger than doing research and getting all that information. No disrespect, men. Indeed, it is a sense of looking into ourselves and tapping into the power and the strength that we have, that other people have recognized, including the United Nations. That's why they gave funding for this process to be. But we are the ones that we are waiting for. I am the one to step into the power of declaring and engaging with what our ancestors were able to do. So it is all good. It's all good. It's already done. I'm complete.
Dr.
Any
Barnett.
questions?
Right.
Yes, may I,
Dr. Barnett.
Can I add something? Just let me add a little consideration here to Cynthia. Cynthia, I love what you said just now. And I when I put out the concept, I put, you know, ethnicity, ethnic consciousness, nation. The difference between ethnic consciousness and nation is it is defined by the objective that you're looking to serve. If it is just to tell the story, if it is just to let people know this is what we eat, this is how we dance and all of that, then you do the research a particular way. If you are in fact mobilizing to ensure that there is some justice principle that has to come out of this, then you have to do the research in a different kind of way, because it will have to be research that can be taken to agencies, to courts, to whatever, that can feed into the reparations conversation, for example, and yield a particular acknowledgement and result. So it depends on what you want, what the purpose is, and the basis on which you are engaging. Because if it is just as I say about ethnic consciousness, then we'll have a lot of more punta music and bundiga making and all of that, which is great because we're learning the culture. But if it goes beyond learning the culture to seeking for a justice principle, then that research has to be done in a particular way.
Go ahead, Joe.
Dr. Barnett.
Okay.
Dr. Barnett.
Joe, then you, Wellington.
You mentioned something that I like. This is called, you use two terms, separate but interwoven. And that is important because one of the things that we brought to the attention of the Prime Minister of St. Vincent was that we want to be consulted and be part of this whole reparation movement.
Right.
Due to the fact that their main focus was slavery.
Right.
And our focus should be on genocide, the destruction of our nation state, Urume, and subsequent removal to Ratan, and the consequences of that removal in the diaspora countries where we live. That is really our Garifuna case, not so much slavery. But at the same time, we are going to be in solidarity with our Creole brothers and all the other people who have been enslaved, and together we are going to make our case for due compensation. So, but the reparation movement in Belize is not moving because there are some Creole people who don't want to acknowledge that they were slaves. They still think that they are more British than slaves. But the history of slavery is in Belize, and it was vicious slavery.
Absolutely.
It's not a slavery where the slave master was nice to the slaves, like what they try to preach in the fake history that they give us, because there was slave rebellions in Rowan Creek, slave rebellions in Gracie Rock, Boone, and different places. And all these banks that we know today were slave farms.
Right.
So we are going to be
Freedom,
that's an
Siboon,
issue we
Runaway
need to
Creek,
address.
you know all of those names that go back to that time?
Yes.
Yeah, Joe, go ahead with your question, Joe. You press for time.
Okay. Yeah, I'm very sorry. As Dr. Barnett was talking, you know, I don't have the Maya land rights case judgment in front of me, but some of it came back. And one thing that I found quite interesting in the case, Dr. Barnett, I don't know if you noted it, but Midway is a Maya area that was actually formed in the 90s. And yet it's included in the Maya map that they presented in the court that Judge Conte made the ruling over, and that the CCJ also affirmed the ruling.
Could you explain
So,
CCJ?
The CCJ,
Joseph?
yeah.
Why is it?
They affirmed what Judge Conte said in the
All right,
yeah.
Caribbean
Oh,
Court
sorry,
of
in the
Justice.
CC, yeah, the Caribbean Court of Justice, yeah, and they affirmed Judge Conte's ruling basically in the agreement, the what you call the agreement that their government and Maya have with the CCJ, the consent decree. What I found interesting is that Maya didn't show original documents of land ownership in terms of those villages that were formed way after the formation of the Union, or when the border moved from Sibun to Sarstoon in the 1859 treaty. So how do you, can you explain how that phenomenon would happen, that Maya would not need to have the show the original land document? In
First
that
of
case,
all,
yeah, thank you.
it is still a matter of argument about the recognition of the British in the south, in below the Sarstone, because even though that may not have been recognized by Spain, they were in the country, and so that's part of what is arguing, what is argued about. I don't know that the Maya would have been able to show any title for any land at all, because remember, they, like the Garifuna, were not allowed to get any title that goes back, and there would have been no title that would have been preceding the coming of the British, because all of this titling of land is a creation of the British colony. Before that, people lived and worked their piece of land, and they rotated as the gods required them to rotate to protect the land. You know the deal. That's what they did. But there was no paper for anybody to bring for anything. It had to be an understanding that this was the territory that the Maya would have been in occupation of for years gone by as indigenous people. And remember, one of the concepts that I also put was the concept of indigenous, because like the Garifuna people, where the nation transcends the borders, so I don't know, for example, it would have been an issue with Garifuna people for us to use Aurelio Martinez to sing a Belizean ad, but for people who are not of the nation, that's a big thing, because he's an Honduranian, right? But for the nation, this is a group of people that transcend all of the borders. It's the same with the Maya people. They've always transcended the borders, and you had different groups of them coming from different places, but they were the colonial border is a creation that essentially divided the communities. So we have to be careful when we talk about whether they were there and whether they were not there when they don't have any papers to show, because they wouldn't. That paper was created by the British. They were here before the British.
Yeah, we have to make the case.
Absolutely.
We have to make the case. Thank you, Dr. Carla Barnett. This was very inspiring.
Egbert, just want
James,
to.
Yeah, James,
I
make
would
it
just
short.
like to call attention to the fact
we make
that
it short. We're
we
losing
are,
time.
we are in a very, strategic position here. It's important that we recognize the presence of the president of the National Garifuna Council in this process, because in this process that is under the auspices of Garifuna Nation, because ultimately we all need to pull together to be able to realize what this is all about. I believe that this conference actually represents a certain point in the global self-determination of the Garifuna people. And it's very good, the way that, yes, Dr. Barnett was making reference to, the indigenous, nationhood. I believe that it's very, very important that we realize that our concept of this global determination very much rests in our cultural consciousness, self-consciousness, which is very much grounded in our sense of unity and justice. And certainly in regards to land issues, as Dr. Barnett has mentioned, justice has to be there as a central point, but our unity has to be number one in our minds as we go forward.
Good, thank you. Over to you, Cynthia. Thank you, Dr. Barnett.
Very beautiful. Thank you, Dr. Barnett.
Thanks,
and I love when you speak about ethnic consciousness, because that is Garifuna Duo, meaning that we are people who transcend the world. Based on the image and likeness of God, we move with the depth and power. That's why we're declared a people of significance. So I will thank you. And at this point, Egbert, do we have our speaker ready, or where are we? Please mute Please mute. Egbert, do we have our speaker ready? We're expecting
Jane Bennett.
Okay,
Is she around?
excellent. Jane.
Yes, good afternoon. I've been continuing my fascination with all the presentations. Hi, Dr. Barnett.
Hi, Jane, how are you?
Well, thanks, and you?
Okay,
so I'm ready if you guys are.
Yes, just a little introduction, Miss Jane. Miss Jane is a very special person like all of you on this call, on this forum, sacred forum. And she was originally, I got to know her through being the director of the University of the West Indies Open Campus. And speaking about the United Nations, she says she's a Southside girl, meaning she's one of those professionals who has reached out into the most challenged community people of our country. And she reached out to me when I shared with her that we own 2,500 acres of land, pristine rainforests, and it's shared with El Pilar in Guatemala and Belize. And she was just so amazed that we were developing curriculum, that we have developed curriculum, which builds on the knowledge of the ancient people, the Maya, whom the Garifuna helped in developing schools in their communities. Immediately, I called the director of the media that this needs to be shared not only with Belize, but the world, because we have had people coming from all over the world, universities, researchers, hundreds of people that don't look like me and you, researching these archaeological sites. Miss Jane, in her excitement, aligned along with me and decided that we needed to look at the issue of food sovereignty in the communities of Belize City. And it's the first project that was funded by the United Nations some years ago in a community that is challenged. So I want to welcome you, Ms. Jane, because you could introduce yourself better than I can, but we seem to have been friends forever. And I want to thank you for that friendship and that spiritual connection that we have. Please share with us what's on your mind as we look at the issue of informal education and its effects on the Garifuna women.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. And I don't know how I can ever try to follow a very important and necessary presentation by Dr. Carla Barnett. I have been truly enlightened for the last 2 days, day and a half, because I had to step away. And the sharing and the love and the intentional movement, as Cynthia calls it, to take the Garifuna people where they should be and should have been for a long time. I applaud it. I want to say how happy and honored and privileged I am that Cynthia and James and Egbert thought that I could contribute to this wonderful, amazing 2 days of excellent presentation and sharing from all over the world that we've been hearing. I feel like I've been in school and I love school, so there you go. So again, yes, Cynthia and I met a few years ago, and I always say that I've never been called a stone, but she called me a stone, and I'll have her tell you that part. But I was very happy to partner with her to help people on the south side of Belize City with the food sovereignty. I had this vision of bucket gardening, and it evolved into container gardening, and now it's food sovereignty. But I just had to take the University of the West Indies from the Belize campus and its confines into the community. And that was a mandate. And I was very happy that even before I hooked up with Cynthia, I have a girl guide. I was a guider in one of my lives before, who pinpointed that the people in the Port Loyola area needed some help. And I really can't remember how I hooked up with Cynthia. I actually went to school with her sister, Lucia. So we have connections all over the place. But I was really happy that we were able to get a lot of interest from around the country, including Dr. Torres, who I heard earlier today, Cynthia. I was very happy when I heard him say hello. We got people from all over the country, from PG, from North, South, and West, coming into Belize City to support this initiative. It was truly amazing. And I want to say that the Ministry of Agriculture, and Cynthia already talked about United Nations Development Program, that they pushed $50,000 into that community to get that project going. And so when I listened to the Garifuna story and the plans, anything is possible. First of all, we're all spiritual people. I know by now between the Nunes family and Cynthia that I am Garifuna by osmosis. And so I really find myself being absorbed in all the stories that I've heard. But the important thing is that we are one people under God's skies, and we have to be there with and for each other. So without further ado, I think one of the reasons I was asked to be a part of this movement is because I believe that education happens wherever we are. And informal education in particular has been part of my life for a long time. I've heard people talk about their grandmothers and great-grandmothers who imparted knowledge to them. That does not happen in the confines of four walls of a classroom. I come from a family where my mom, now I know that she was an unheralded pioneer in adult education. We didn't know about those terms in those days, but what she did, she worked as a public officer, and she brought people into our home to teach them typing and shorthand. Some of you people probably never heard about that. We know about the internet and computer and so on these days, but in those days, secretaries needed some help, and my mom seemed to have had some excellence in those help. And so our home began to become a school. And the women and men who would come for help brought their children, and my mom told us we had to help those children with their homework. So we became involved in the teaching process. One of my sisters further down opened a kindergarten in our home. So I come from a home and a school all in one place. But very proud to say that we have contributed to education in the informal sector. As Cynthia said, I was the head of the UWI Open Campus in Belize for 12 years. And so I extended that within that space. And one of the things I really like to do, which is my niche, is to help people with their skills. And so continuing professional education is one of the things that I am really passionate about. And on that same spot of our home, when I lived originally in the United States, I just had my spirits talking to me, and I wanted to continue what my mom started in the new wave, so to speak. And I told her before she passed away, God rest her soul, that one day I would return to Belize and continue what she started. And so now there's a space called Egla's Training Center for Women and Families. And that was my mom's name. And what we do there is we provide literacy and life skill services to the Belizean population. And we started off as a women's organization because I'm biased about women. When I worked with the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF in New York for almost 20 years, it became very clear to me that the underserved people in the world were women and children, and I bought into that. So when I first set up the center, it was called Egla's Training Center for Women. And it's an amazing story. When I was heading UWI, a security officer saw my ancillary, my cleaning staff, going somewhere every day, and he stopped them and said, where are you guys going? And they said, oh, we're going to the school. And they told him about it. And he said, I want to go there too. And they said, no, it's only for women. And I have to applaud that security officer. He came to my office and he said, Mrs. Bennett, I would like to go to that school. I want to learn too. And how could I say no? And so I had to add and families. And so today I'm proud to say that we cater to children. We cater to those in primary school, high school, university, the man and woman off the street, anybody who wants to engage in bettering themselves in literacy and life skills, the doors are wide open now. So now it's for women and families, but that's one aspect of it. So I'll go back to what Cynthia and I talked about in terms of food sovereignty, because that's really important. And coming through in that initiative, it was very clear that a lot of the people in that community needed other skills, the ones that I was fortunate enough to be able to share with them. And so I started some training in the community and I brought them to UWI as well. And so what started as a food sovereignty initiative moved out into informal education again, which is where I have my interest and passion. And so Cynthia overturned the stone and we moved together trying to help that community to grow their own fruits and vegetables within their own space. And we particularly made sure that it was not going to be in vain. In other words, they live in a very vulnerable area when it comes to flooding. And so that's where the container and the other technology that the Ministry of Agriculture introduced to them came into play. And so that comes under, again, this whole informal learning that we continue to do. And so I think that's why Cynthia pulled me into this conference to talk a little bit more about informal education. And can I start sharing my screen, please, Egbert?
Sure. Let me make you co-host. Where are you, Jean Bennett? Hold on. I'm getting there. Jean, where are you, Jean?
Okay, while Egbert is doing that, we're inviting anyone who wants to be interviewed and to share the perspective of the conference. Just let me know. If there are any questions or points, you can message Egbert. The chat has been disabled,
Okay.
Egbert. Okay.
Okay, I'm making Jean co-host. You know, no. Okay. Jean. Okay.
Welcoming.
You good?
Yeah, you're good. You're good, Jen.
Okay. I seem to be having some problem now.
Thanks, Saman. Are you there?
Yes, because this is the presentation that's there, but I can't seem to get to it.
Yeah, are you bottom the share, bottom of share?
Yes, I said share screen,
Yeah,
and that's my presentation there. Alejandro, I need you, please.
Thanks, Saman. Are you there?
You are the presentation, Miss Jane. It's okay. It's all good.
Okay, I'm seeing if I can get some help from my son as well, because he went into it very easily. I don't know why. So at my end, I don't know. Anyway, I can start speaking.
Yeah,
I know in the interest of time. So we're celebrating Garifuna Women, and I declare that Garifuna women have and continue to contribute to informal education within their homes, in their communities, and further. I also declare that the Garifuna women are the CEOs of their family, the chief education of the chief executive officers of their household and of their communities. They manage things, they run things for their household, and they teach their children. And we heard a lot of that in the last 2 days of where learning actually starts. It starts at the feet of my mother, of my grandmother, of my great-grandmother. And they teach their children and others in their community about the uses of the plants, for example, that's in their yard. And these things are used for cooking, production of food, and for medicine as well. And I give examples of the basil and the cactus plants and so on. And in order to produce some of their food, they use certain tools, and I'll show that if we ever get the presentation going. But they use certain tools like the mortar and grater and stuff like that to prepare their foods. And the cassava bread is a very, very big part of the Garifuna culture. And I've learned quite a bit doing research on these matters, that to cultivate and process and produce cassava bread is nothing to sneeze at. It's a very intensive, labor-intensive process. I need you, please. I'm sorry, I'm just getting some help. And one of the other things that makes the Garifuna woman stand out in her community is those regal dresses that I see and hear. If Asina, for example, gave a very good presentation. One second, guys. So I've shared my screen, but it's not opening. I don't know if it's at their end or my end. I'm gonna close it and open it.
No, it has entered already. That's not you.
No.
Thank God for sons.
I
Thank
tell
God
you,
for
girl.
children.
And I'm blessed with 3 of them, and I make sure I tap into their skills.
Okay, thank you, son.
You're welcome. Let me see what I can do here. Share PowerPoint.
So you can keep talking.
Okay, there we go. Can you guys see it now, Egbert?
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay.
It says thank you.
Yes, I thanked you guys at the beginning.
Hi,
Before I forgot my manners. Okay, so I think we can continue now.
Can you guys still see it?
Hi.
Are you still seeing it, Egbert?
Yes, I'm here. I see it. I see it. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's perfect. Full screen
Okay, so let me
presentation.
Click or use arrow.
Okay, so I think I was here talking about the CEO of the family and talking about the relationship with plants and using their tools for cooking and the indigenous fabric that's used for the beautiful regal dresses. And another key contribution of the Garifuna woman to their culture, and I'm sure further than the confines of the Garifuna communities, is the midwifery of the Garifuna women that they're known for, and the whole rites of passage that goes with that. And I will say that this has been recognized by the Ministry of Health, that the expertise of the Garifuna women in this particular profession has been accepted, recognized by them. And I want you to know that I don't think they went to school, and I can be corrected. And so this forms a big part of informal education. So these women learned by teaching and passing it on how to bring babies in the world. And they were there for these babies for the better part, prenatal and postnatal. Looking at, I talked a little bit about the making of the cassava bread already and so on. So let me move to my next slide. So before we can differentiate between formal and informal, we have to talk a little bit about both, right? So when we talk about formal education, if you look at the images I threw in here, normally takes place in a specific structure. So you see children in a classroom, and so a classroom, a teacher, desks and chairs have always been a part of formal education, which culminates in graduation. And that covers from pre-kindergarten, kindergarten, primary or elementary school, high school, junior college, university, and so on. And so you progressively get certificates, diplomas, and degrees. And so that takes care of the formal education. Now, informal education, what are we talking about here? And I really love this definition that I picked up. It is wise, respectful, and spontaneous process of helping people to learn. And I would like, if you take away nothing from my presentation, that when somebody says informal education, you know that they have to be talking about wisdom, respect, and spontaneity in learning, right? And how does this work? Well, we talk a lot. Some of us talk more than others, but that is how we share very valid information that can be coined as learning. It's not just about, and I heard the word gossiping a couple times in the last 2 days, but we all do a little bit of it. We have to say that. We try not to do too much of it. And it's also exploration and enlargement of your experiences. So we talk about the things we experience, we share that, and that is part of the informal education arena, right? And what's the purpose of that? Well, it's to cultivate communities, and we can look around and see how that has benefited the Garifuna as well as other ethnic groups. So all this learning and sharing is happening all the time. And it helps us to cultivate associations and relationships that flourish our humanity. Okay, again, stop me, any questions, that would be fine. And so in doing my research, because we do things and we don't even think about it, so Cynthia kind of put me on the spot and I had to go back into some of this information. And realize that, you know what? Education happens, informal education happens every day. Think about it. Where did we first learn our ABCs? In the confines of our homes. ABCs, 1, 2, 3, shapes, colors, how to interact with each other, and so on. This all happened at home. We learned manners, how to socialize, and so on. And one of the things I read, and there's so much information here, I just picked it up on one of my images that I'm thinking now you're traveling on the bus, and a lot of people in Belize travel from all over the country by bus. Can you imagine and remember and think about all the things you heard riding on that bus? And we do it every day, some of us, right? So the sharing, sometimes we think it's just nonsense, but when you get off that bus, many times, don't you acknowledge that, man, I never knew about that. Oh, I learned something today, right? And so some of it is intentional, the learning, so you may go into like EGLAS that I described, that is an informal setting and you go there intentionally. But a lot of things we learn are not intentional, but it's happening every day. Another thing I remembered and I kind of focused on is I've heard about the ways of knowing for a few years, a decade or so. And so I went back to look at what exactly does that mean, right? And I picked up a couple of these images because it made me reflect on where it was coming from, right? I know Cynthia recently called me a scholar and I told her she's a storyteller. And I've learned from Cynthia that telling a story is so important and that you don't learn in a classroom. Again, you learn that by doing and knowing and really just being able to impart what you know to other people. And so I picked up this other image that says knowledge is all about knowing and the intelligence part is how you use it. And so knowing it, you can't keep it to yourself. And so you share it all day, every day through conversations and, you know, attending different events. And that takes me into my next slide where again, I'm making that differentiation, but commonality between formal and non-formal education. So we can see that the formal is curriculum-based, it's very structured, while the non-formal, and I can think of many conferences like this one that has been so enlightening and informative, and workshops where you talk about current topics relevant to your lives and others, and you learn in so many spaces. For example, you're at work, and somebody who's been around for a long time imparts some knowledge and skills to you that you need in order to do your job. And so I declare, and Cynthia has been talking about lots of declarations in this space, that learning happens wherever you are. Now I want to go back to the Garifuna women who we're celebrating and honoring in this conference. And we know that the farming community form part of the history of the Garifuna people. And I promised you that I was going to show you some tools that are used in the Garifuna home to prepare food, and there are some of them there. And there's the I'll call it part of the hudut maker, the mortar and the I forgot what that other thing is called. It's somewhere in my notes. But it's this kind of thing that produces all the hudut that was eaten. And I'm so sorry I couldn't get to one of my friends to get some. And the cassava bread, and there's some of that delicious looking hudut. But the woman plays an important part in the food sovereignty, once again, within the community. And I heard Cynthia say the difference between getting a handout and being able to be sustainable with food within your home and within your community. I move next, and I mentioned it before, the indigenous fabric that the women use to make the dresses. And I'm not sure, and I would question if they have to go into a sewing class, a formal sewing class to do this, or is this passed down from generation to generation, how to make these really interesting and regal looking dresses that the Garifuna people use, the Garifuna women in particular. I think the men have their own outfits too. I think I've seen a few of them. So again, I'm making this very short presentation only to emphasize that learning happens wherever we are. It happens every day, and it's the richness and the intentional the intentionality of our mothers and grandmothers and great grandmothers and aunties and other people in our lives that help us to prepare for our journeys in various aspects of our lives. And so for those of us who have never thought about it in this way, myself included, that informal education has and continues to play an enormous role in our everyday life, and make sure that we now recognize that the informal learning has enriched our lives. I'm going to wrap up. I know we're running out of time, and I did have some other things, but I shortened my presentation because I think the message is very clear. And I would not go away without honoring and mentioning two of the outstanding women, and there are lots and lots of outstanding women in the Garifuna community. But these two women in particular, I happen to have had the honor of meeting and interacting with the Honorable Madam Acting Chief Justice Michelle Arana, and she's a SA fellow alumna. And from the first time I met her, the first time I met Michelle, and she opened her mouth, I knew that I was in the presence of a queen and somebody that I could learn from. And she's excellent. She's an excellent speaker. And I was very fascinated as well when I did my research to find out that we have a young woman, 15-year-old, who may have been, as it says there, excellent in sanding, but decided to make a Garifuna drum. And so she's Belize's first female drum maker. And Cynthia, there are a couple of things that you owe me. I need to get some cassava wine. I've had hudut, I've had tapau, I've had various things, but I've had sahau, but I haven't had, I understand from my research, there's cassava wine. So you owe me wine and you owe me a drum. In fact, I have made a promise to myself that I have to own one day. So you'll hook me up and tell me where to find Dita Rodriguez. And so my brothers and sisters in the Garifuna Nation, I want to thank you for allowing me to speak a little bit on the topic of the value of informal education. And I hope that you're going to take away something from this brief presentation to acknowledge and validate that we are all learning every day in our respective informal settings. So thank you for listening, and congratulations and good luck for the follow-up on the Women's Conference
I got to keep
the last 2 days.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Jane. Beautiful as always, as usual. And can we have everyone mute, please? Egbert, how are we doing with time in terms of our guests? I know we have some respective. How are we doing?
We are on the nick of time. Brother Glover, Danny Glover is here with us. Along, I call him the big three. Brother Glover and Brother Gus Newport. Brother Gus Newport is a former mayor of Berkeley City, and Brother Alan Warren is the present deputy mayor of Sacramento. And so I'll ask Wellington, Brother Wellington, to do the honors of introducing Brother Gus, and then Gus will. I think we should shift around now, Brother Allen, because I think Danny has to take a plane in the next couple of minutes.
Well, I'm fine. You hear me?
Yeah, we could hear you. So, all right, you're fine.
All right, then.
All right, Wellington, start the process. Do Brother Gus, and then Gus will do Brother Allen, and then Allen will introduce Brother Danny. Go ahead.
Egbert, can you give me convener's privilege when it comes time to Danny, because I want to take responsibility for this Belize connection. When we met in Buffalo, New York with Billie Jean, Brother Danny Glover, you performed in Buffalo, New York with Billie Jean Young when we were doing Hearts for Haiti. And we had the words, and I tell you, I come from Belize, and you asked me one thing, why should I come to Belize? I'm going to leave you with that.
but I came to Belize. I visited Belize.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, to be continued. Please let us just move on. Thank you so much.
Brother Wellington.
Brother Gus Newport, on behalf of the Garifuna Nation, it is indeed a pleasure to have you come and address this Women's Conference. I have looked at your bio and your accomplishments as the former mayor of Berkeley, and I know you're going to bring to us some ideas that we will definitely be able to use in our continued struggle to build our nation, despite the fact that we live in different nations. Thank you very much, Brother Gus Newport, and the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I'm extremely pleased to be here with all you fine, wonderful people. I've been involved in international revolutions for much of my life. My granddaughter says I'm 4 years old in baseball. I'm 85 years old now, but when I was the mayor of Berkeley, Berkeley became the first city in the United States to divest from South Africa. So we understand the needs of people, and especially women in the international world, the Garifuna women. And I'm so pleased to be a part of this discussion. And we want to be an ongoing part as we mount an international revolution. Much of what has caused difficulty of the Garifuna women, people in Belize and other places comes from the founding fathers of the United States of America. We have a very corrupt country we live here in. My great-grandmother, for instance, was a slave. I heard the sister Bray say earlier, she met Danny in Buffalo, New York. I was actually born right down the street in Rochester, New York. So let me tell you, whatever the strategy is that comes out of this discussion and whatever else, I want to be a part of it. And wherever I go, Danny Glover goes and vice versa. So let me let you all know. Even if I got to get on a horse or a camel to ride across the bridges, across the ocean, to get to wherever you all are, I want to do all I can in my power to bring love, a revolutionary state, to uplift the women, the Garifuna women of Belize and other countries, so that they might have a future that we can all be proud of. Thank you very much. I'm pleased to be here.
Hello, everybody. My name is Alan Warren, and I too am very pleased to have been invited to this roundtable discussion with these two extraordinary gentlemen, Brother Gus Newport, and also I think just a world treasure and a person who has really shone a light and used his celebrity status to elevate the discussion around social justice, environmental justice, as well as an extraordinary entertainer and someone who I think is paving the way for others in our country to understand what it is our responsibility is to one to another as it relates to making the world a better place. And I can think of two, I cannot
Sorry,
think
can
of.
somebody mute?
Yeah. I cannot think of two other more extraordinary men to be here with in Gus Newport and Danny Glover, but most of you will probably know that Danny has a tremendous history in movies like Places in the Heart, Silverado, the Lethal Weapon franchise, Predator 2, but also Danny is an ambassador for the UN and is really helping to drive the decade of Afro descendants throughout the world right now. And so I was also very privileged a couple of years ago to travel to Honduras, to the home of a very dear friend of ours, Dr. Luther Castillo, in Siraboya, Honduras, and really see the Garifuna culture in its truest form. And during that trip, we had a chance to travel to Limon, Roatan, Tela, Tegucigalpa, and then we went to Costa Rica as well and had a chance to play some very small role, in particular Danny, in helping to elect, I believe, the first Afro-descendant vice president in Central America, in F.C. Campbell. And so it is with great privilege and honor that I also welcome Danny Glover to this roundtable discussion. Danny?
Danny. Danny.
He's in mute.
You got to unmute, Danny.
Can you hear me now? Now you can hear me.
Yes.
Thank you. I was on mute unexpectedly. I was on mute, but I was listening to the comments and that brother former Mayor Gus Newport made about me, and I listened to the comments also my dear young brother Alan Warren made about me, and all I can say is that what they said is a lie about me. they made up a lot of stuff. So I don't know who put them up to make up that stuff, but they made up a lot of stuff. Let me just tell you, in all fun, set aside, I am so proud to be here at this particular moment as we discuss the role of women and the dynamic role not only they play in the past, in the present, and also into the future. And certainly it's an honor to be here because I hear a name that's become familiar with me for a long time. The name of Luther Castillo. And I say that because I first met Luther when he was in medical school in Cuba at Elan. And then he's also played a part in a very important film about the School of Medicine, and about the role that the Cuban government and Cuban civil society plays in bringing healthcare in vital ways to communities around the world. And certainly, as we noted during this COVID-19 epidemic, that Cuban doctors have been in more than 30 countries in this country administering healthcare. Luther Castillo is a graduate of the medical center. So to hear his name and having been visit his home right there outside of Le Mans, in the mountains, in the hills, where I actually saw him doing traditional dances. And I was surprised because I didn't think he could dance. But just all that about, thank you for letting me be a part of this. This is an essential part of the conversation that needs to happen during this decade of African descendants. This decade of African descendants is now approaching its 7th year. We got work to do. We've talked about it, and we've talked about it. Not only does the work that we have to do is connected to the issues itself. We know all the statistics. We know that in the Western Hemisphere, in the whole hemisphere, there are more than 200 million African descendants, of which 90% of them live in poverty, impoverished, without adequate health care, without jobs opportunities, who live in the most poorest condition. And we know that policy is important. Real programs, real action programs, programs that in some sense, as my brother James earlier would always say, political projects which are designed to bring people out of their condition, to empower them in different ways, and empower citizens ordinary citizens, as they become the architects of their own rescue, becoming energized by this process of citizenship. An old word, ordinary citizens becoming a part of building a new world, building a new relationship between African descendants in the world, but also bringing the kind of resources necessary to further their lives, their children's lives, and those are yet unborn. And who are going to be at the forefront of that? And always have been at the forefront of that? Women. And the women from the Garifuna community have been powerful in their work because they maintain traditions, maintain storytelling, and provide the foundation that is necessary for us to continue to build. Thank you.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you, Danny. You have remained consistent through the years. Almost 20 years ago or 18 years ago in Buffalo, New York, you were promoting the building of a hospital for Haiti and Hearts for Haiti. And now it's Hearts for the World. So Garifuna women, we declare and thank you for the support. And you brothers here, people ask, why are we having our women's conference with men involved? We'd have it no other way, because the power and the strength of who we are needs our men. When you all are being put in prison or being murdered, as we have had hundreds of people being murdered for the sake of land in Honduras, it's been mostly men. And therefore, this is a powerful, important roundtable conversation. And we love you, African American men, love you people. And whenever we saw the assault of the African American man on TV, the whole world was in pain. So we just thank you. I want to thank you for coming along with our movement. This is bigger than a conference, it's a movement. Thank you so much as we continue to share. Are there any questions, comments?
Yes, the question is for Gus Newport. You said you're 84 years old and you still keep going. Can you share with us, as we younger get up there to be elders, how do you keep moving at 84 years old?
All that I have become, I give credit to my mother and grandmother. My grandmother, as I said, her mother was a slave, but my grandmother moved from the South and moved to Pittsburgh and then Rochester at a very young age. She started taking me to see Paul Robeson and people like that when I was 5 years old. And she started taking me to all things. And all she led me to understand was the beloved community. How do we build community and love and partnership that creates an economic reality, education, and all kinds of things that raises the quality of life for all people, men and women. And a lot of single teacher women used to move into our neighborhood because it was more affordable. And every time they come in, my grandmother would host a reception for them. And from the old Southern province, she have all those kids call them Aunt Jane or Aunt Nancy or whatever it was. The love that my grandmother instilled in me, and she lived right up to be 98. Everything I am, I have a picture of my grandmother on my bedroom wall. She and her husband and my mother sitting on her lap, and a picture of my mother at the end. Those two women are the spirit of my life. And it's because of them. We men, where would we be without the women who brought us here in the first place? So we're there for you. We don't want to be slaves to you, but we're going to do everything we can to assist you into a common society that raises the quality of life for all, because we know you are the one and we're here for you. Thank you. God bless.
In divine order, and I want to present the African American women who are in this space. I see Sharon Bynum. I see Reverend Henrietta Bird. Is there anyone else? Reverend Michelle Cole was there. And yeah, that is just, we love you and we invite you into this oneness of who we are. Any more questions or comments?
This is
Brother Allen.
Wellington Ramos.
Go ahead, Wellington.
Brother Newport and
I just want to say to mirror the message, the stories, and the connection that Gus has with his mother and his grandmother. When I was a child, and part of my moral underpinning growing up was a statement by my mother. My mother said she was eternally grateful, and she used the word specifically, eternally grateful for her mother and father because she didn't pick cotton in September. She went to school in September. Consequently, my mother graduated from college in 1942, Payne College in Augusta, Georgia. And she went on in life got to San Francisco and loved San Francisco and decided she was going to build her life in San Francisco with a wonderful, with the most beautiful man I've ever met in my days, my dad. And they built a life involved in their union, involved in their church, involved in the civic activities that happen around San Francisco at an early stage in the civil rights movement. My mother became the regional president of the National Council of Negro Women and raised a chapter in the 70s, raised more money for the Mary McLeod Bethune statue that stands outside of that office in Washington, D.C. than any other chapter in the country. But I remember a story that was told about my grandmother, my mother's mother. My grandparents were born late in the 19th century. They were born as sharecroppers. They grew up as sharecroppers. When my grandmother and grandfather married in 1915, they were sharecroppers. They farmed off there and made a living, just barely made a living. But one time, the overseer of the land was coming around a day in the fall, and the first thing he said to my grandmother, his name was Reese May. Reese May, it's not raining outside. How come no children ain't ready to go in the field? And Reese May stood right there with all her whole self and says, when they're school, my children don't go in the field. They don't work in the field. They go to school. My grandmother was a midwife, very valuable to the community. If my grandfather would have said the same thing, he may have had some physical harm. But the overseer turned to my grandfather. He's there at that moment, and he says to him, "You better teach your woman." He didn't say his wife. You better teach your woman how to talk to white people. And I understand. We all come with the same layers of history where women have made sacrifices. Women have stood up. Women have fought. Women have in any way have carried on and carried the banner of life and carried the banner of community and coming together and building. They're the building blocks. And so it's when I think about this conference, and when I always reference, if you notice that Gus referenced his grandmother and his mother, I'm always referencing my grandmother, my mother, and all the incredible women that I've had the capacity and ability to be around and work with, and continue to work that they are destined to do by the legacy and where they come from. So I just want to say once again, I am proud to be here with Gus, of course, and there's Alan who will tell you about his stories about his mother, and
Absolutely.
all of us have those stories that are generated in our mothers.
And let me, if I could add, if I could just briefly add, I am one of 8 children. I have 7 sisters, 6 of whom are older than me, and I have 1 younger sister. And I lost my father at the age of 14. my mother was 39. And so I was effectively raised and protected by women. All of my older sisters, their friends, and my mother, who is still alive, she's 81 right now, and just had a birthday. And so I am a benefactor of the kinds of things that Gus and Danny talked about how our mothers and our grandmothers put us on the path to a higher existence as young Black men, and really understanding that women played a very vital role in our lives, but not just in our lives, in this country's evolution. And more recently, even in the most recent election, and understanding that Black women stepped up and helped to elect the first Black woman vice president, the first woman vice president who is Black. And without the leadership and the commitment and the strength from Black women, it would not have happened. And so with that being said, I just want to really highlight and note that this conference is extraordinary, purposeful, and powerful, because as Black women in America has helped to lead through some of the difficult challenges of our country, some of the same things are going to take place and are taking place in places like Honduras right now, or Costa Rica, where you have the first Afro-descendant vice president of a Latin America, Central America country. And so it's an extraordinary time, and very pleased again to be able to address this body, answer questions, and offer support. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a question. Everything is in divine order. There's a question from Keisha. Keisha, you are being recognized. And we're also inviting others who wish to be a part of our media track. Keisha Holder.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. I would like to first of all say thank you to the gentlemen, Brother Gus, Brother Allen, and Brother Danny. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. And I specifically highlight you because you come from a culture and a community that has a history that is significant and very important, and oftentimes overlooked from our perspective in terms of geographical location. I am thankful for the opportunity to be able to hear you and to be able to hear your perspective of your reality within this given context. But having heard it, I think a lot of times the underlying question then becomes, and I think Brother Allen, you just alluded to it, that one of the things that is happening or just recently happened in the United States is going to repeat itself in other parts of the world. I think that's a very important statement, because many times conversations like this leaves the question unanswered of, quote unquote, what does this have to do with my Garifuna reality? And it's not a question that I'm asking from a place of being trivial in any way, but from a place of requesting this opportunity to be educated, because a lot of times we become cubbyholed in our own specific realities and assume that our own bread and butter issues are the only issues that matter. I appreciate the fact that you guys have taken the time and the space to join us in this conversation, because in your joining us, what you are doing is you are legitimizing the fact that there is a shared journey and a shared process across the world. So as a mother of 3 sons who are of African descent in a different geographical location of the world, who constantly raises to myself the question of how do I let them know that even though they live in a physically different geographical space, their reality may have parallels and similarities that they need to be educated and prepared for, not from a place of fear, but from a place of empowerment and strength. Thank you for what you represent, because you are telling me about your grandmother who was a slave. I don't know anybody whose grandparents was a slave personally, but to be able to sit in the room with someone that has been able to transcend that many years of a nation's history is powerful. Could you kindly give us nuggets of wisdom that will help us to appreciate what to do? I don't know how else to say it, but what to do. Thank you so much.
I just want to present that Keisha is my firstborn child and daughter.
Go ahead, Gus or Alan.
I would say that you did very well by your firstborn daughter. Her statement that she just gave was eloquent. It was spiritual. It was educational. It looked totally at what it is we have to approach to make a better society. I realize how. I hear.
Go ahead.
Mute,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I think I am so pleased for the people who put together this Zoom discussion. And I must say something about Brother Shaka. Brother Shaka started calling us a couple of months ago, and I have had a few health problems I had to deal with. And as I said, I'm quite old, but the fact is, Shaka stays on you. He don't let you forget. He reminds me of my grandmama and my granddaddy. As Danny says, when they want you to do something, they won't hit you with the whip, they'll just show you the whip. But it's for the good of what needs to be done. And the fact is, the Garifuna woman needs the assistance of all of us. One of the things I recognize now as we're in this COVID-19 pandemic movement, that we're going to have to totally rebuild the cities and the communities and the neighborhoods of this United States of America, from an economic standpoint, an education standpoint, whatever else. You know, the United States seems to brag as we're the richest country in the world, is the better off, but we're 43rd in the world in literacy and education, 72nd in healthcare. And who are the biggest victims of it? We Black people, we African Americans, we people of color. So certainly we know what are the conditions of people in other parts of the world. We gotta wrap our arms around each other and come together to create the kinds of public policy, as Danny said, the society and the movement to rebuild a society that creates what Martin Luther King used to refer to as the beloved community, love and totality around raising the quality of life, so that everybody can be fortunate enough, as Sister Bray Robinson, to have a daughter who speaks like her daughter just did and tells us what needs to be happening. So I'm so pleased to be here. Y'all don't know spiritually how much you've raised my good feelings today. And thank goodness I might be 85, but I feel like 25 right now. I might get up and dance in a little bit. So anyway, thank goodness for letting me be here with y'all.
Brother Alan.
Yes.
My name is Cynthia Ellis. I'm using someone's laptop. That's why the name says Bray Robinson. Cynthia
This is Wellington, Cynthia.
Okay.
Go ahead, Wellington.
Brother Allen, Brother Newport, and Brother Glover. I'm sitting here listening to the testimonies that you all are giving, but we share the same story. We have the same struggles, and we are still struggling to hope that there will be a better day ahead. Many of us have died, many of us are living and will die, but nothing much has changed. And the thing that I'm looking at here is, in most of the countries where we live, there seems to be a national policy for us to fail. there is no national policy for us to prevail. And then we combine the international policies of many nations that are part of this so-called United Nations. There is no war to end poverty. There is no war to end dependency. So we, the Garifuna people, at one time, we were a nation that fought against the British, the French, and we got, after many years of fighting, we lost our nation. And genocide was committed against us, and we were removed to Honduras and then subsequently to these countries where we live. And we are still not living the life that we would like to live because people see us as different. And it has to do with racism. Racism is the evil. And nobody's addressing it the way we should address it, because when you hate somebody, you want to see them down, you want to see them disintegrate, you want to see them get out of your midst, and there's nothing good you're going to bring forward for that individual and his people. So how can we form an international network of people who suffer the same things so that we can get ourselves out of this morass that we are in? Give me some ideas.
Your brother Allen might want to jump in now. Your brother Allen.
Sure. Yes, I think that was excellent.
Segue.
I think that was an excellent segue. Absolutely. You know, there are a couple of things I want to mention. One is that we have to understand that this struggle is going to be and has already been a marathon. It is not a sprint. We are not going to sprint to the finish line, as I see it, and have conclusive change, you know, for people of African descent, unless we work together. If not, we will constantly be pitting one group of Black people against each other. And we have to learn how to work together. And sometimes it means that American Blacks will need to bring their resources into places like Honduras and other parts of the world where we can have a major breakthrough. We have to understand that our plight is linked. Just as the color of our skin, it tells a story and it is linked. The other thing I think we have to recognize is that those of us who choose to stand up are going to be targets. We will be targets, and there will be additional pain that we have to endure. However, being Black in the world is painful as it is anyway. And so some of us, you know, back during the times when we had physical conflict, the warriors had to go into war and fight. It's just a different type of war and a different type of fight. And people like Gus and Danny and Harry Belafonte, and before them, Malcolm X and Dr. Martin Luther King and others who have spearheaded this movement. And as a result of that, we know the history of our leaders as they've rose up to lead mass movements of progress for Black people. Typically, they either get killed or they somehow try to be and get marginalized, you know, by a system, by a process. And oftentimes, there will be some Blacks playing a role in delegitimizing other Blacks. We have not learned how to put the movement ahead of our personal ambitions or jealousies, you know, or maybe some of our more human tendencies. And so I think, you know, it is a psychology that has to be really understood and worked through in order for us to have a game plan, I think, to take these major steps. However, I do think the environment right now is very fertile. I think with what has happened in America, you know, we're going through a very difficult time, but we have a new administration coming in, and everyone is talking about things like the plight of Black people in education, in the criminal justice system, in economic empowerment, in politics. We're even starting to hear more talk about reparations. And all of those things, I think, are signals, but we should not, I think, be watered down without a game plan that helps ultimately produce the results we need for a stronger foundation and an equitable playing field for people of African descent. And it's a tall order, but I believe that I too am an optimist, but I know that there's a lot of work that is necessary.
Thank you, Alan. Brother Alan, I want to go ahead, Danny.
Just wanted, because I'm going to leave for a minute, because there's always a shifting context in which the discourse that we have, a discourse that is not only a discourse related to our particular nation, in this sense Honduras, or in this sense the United States of America, and understanding that King said in his acceptance, Dr. King said in his acceptance of the Nobel Peace Prize in 1964, that we live in the world house. While we see ourselves as individual nations, but what happens to one group matters to what happens to another group as well, matters just as well. That's not a bad analogy, but I want to kind of think is that it's very interesting that we're dealing with a system of economic engagement that is simply just 200 years old, a small fraction of time within human existence and human transaction and everything else, and engagement and everything else. So when we look at this system, a system which began with that exploitation, exploration, exploitation, and exporting African descendants, Africans from Africa to the New World. And when we look at those conditions and understand that it's that same system, it's various shades of exploitation, whether it was colonialism or whether there was abusiveness or racism. There's various systems of exploitation still exists. Understand that there still exists, and and we have to understand that we have to find the kind of our own through our imaginative capacity, the ability to look beyond that system and not only try to reform it, try to transform that system as well. So the transformation of that system, which in a sense, women play a vital role, a inescapable role in that. They are the ones that are going to be a part of that new transition and bring the idea of family and community to that. That's very much the case. In the United States right now, in the world right now, we're in a pandemic. We talk about the United States in the pandemic and collapse. Imagine all the other kind of economic systems of attainment and system of sustaining themselves going through the same thing. We don't know what's happening to the death rates in Africa itself, in its population. We know that in every single country, beyond just the US, that every single country with African descendants, they are most in harm. They're the ones that are most receptive to the issues that are of inequality, the issues of lack of health care and adequate health care, of housing and everything, in every one of those countries that exists. So around the world, we have to figure out what are the ways in which we have the kind of, what I'd say, radical engagement for change. Not simply just think that it'll come by at some particular point in time, but the radical engagement for change. And every time we've had radical engagements for change, we've had thinkers along the over the 20th century who brought to us an attention to the work that needs to be done, and brought to it its radicalism. The whole idea of the civil rights movement, the whole idea of powers for decolonization and powers for innovation came as a radical notion. They weren't given it. As Frederick Douglass said, power concedes only on demand. It never has and never will. And that building that coalition and supporting those efforts are most important. We know what the government of Honduras is. We know how the government of Honduras came into existence. We know those people governing it, what they come out of, and the brutality and the blood that lies on their hands. The blood their hands, blood lies on their hands. So at the same time, we have to figure out how we build up our own way, our own dynamic to structure and, like I said, be the architects of our own rescue as well. I'm gonna have to leave you here.
Yeah,
All right then.
have safe travel, Danny. I just wanted to introduce you to one of our activists for land, Nigel Petillo. He is one who has been, Nigel, are you on? He has been one who has been relentless in this issue around land. And that's why in the Women's Conference here in Belize, at least, and around the region, we as women stand in the gap because the first one that come after is the men. And therefore, we are the ones who are custodians of the culture, and we will fight. As the Garifuna women in the time of Chatouye, when Chatouye was killed, we have Gulusi and Baroda and all these women who will stand in the gap. Nigel, are you there? But have
And the question has always been the question of land. The question has always been that, and still remains that.
Yes, and land is spiritual, and land is awareness, and land is declaration. We don't beg for it.
Yes, Cynthia. Brother Danny Glover, thank you. I know you have to catch a flight. We will join you in the fight. We want to bring this to the United Nations too. There are two issues that are very important to us: the issue of genocide and the issue of our deterritorialization, how land has been taken away from us. And we see it very obvious in Honduras. You know, somebody sent me a list of all the Black men and women killed in Honduras in 2019. I'm almost certain it's over 100 people. So that issue we will address outside of this conference. But we noted that the issue of genocide against the Garifuna people was planned, executed, and it's in continuum. And so we want to bring this to bear. I want the listeners to bear in mind, right, that the three big wigs here, Newport has experience as a mayor of Berkeley, very prominent city in Northern California. And I also want to stress that Brother Allen Warren is the deputy mayor of Sacramento. Sacramento is the capital of California. California is one of the largest economic blocks in the world. So we are making these alliances because I think we are important, and by their example are showing us how to navigate to make a political statement on behalf of our people. I'll end here and hand the floor over to do gentlemen since Danny has left.
We are victorious. Travel safe, Danny. We are victorious.
All right then.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to say, I got my start way back in the civil rights movement, but also during the time I was mayor of Berkeley, I was also on two committees at the United Nations, the Committee Against Apartheid and the Committee on the Question of Palestine. Berkeley was the first city to divest from South Africa. And then we put together an initiative to try to get the US to withdraw from what they're doing in Palestine. I went both to South Africa and Mozambique, and also to Gaza in Palestine to look at those conditions. I have never in my life witnessed the kind of conditions that apartheid brings to a country. And of course, I got attacked from all kinds of ways for that particular thing. But the fact is, before I became mayor, I was head of a civil rights organization in Rochester, New York in the early 60s, and there were two blatant police brutality attacks. One was on the Nation of Islam. And when they attacked and they took those 8 brothers to jail, Daisy Bates, who people in the United States remember for integrating schools in Little Rock, Arkansas, she was in Rochester organizing, and Malcolm X called her. Said, Daisy, I got to come to Rochester to see about the situation. Who should I be in touch with? She gave Malcolm my name. When Malcolm called me, I was just totally taken back. And we talked for 2 hours first night, and then we did every night for 2 weeks. Then he flew to Rochester, and he came in the airport. In those days, planes landed on the tarmac. When he came to the airport, we hadn't seen each other yet. He said, "Who is Gus Newport?" I said, "I am." He said, "Youngblood, you got the best tap telephone in America because this is all FBI here waiting on because of your telephone and me coming." I had to leave Rochester soon after that, but I was lucky enough to have been mentored by Malcolm X and Adam Clayton Powell for those 2 years after that. I was actually called by Malcolm and traveled with him back to Rochester, where he spoke before a church in Colgate Divinity School 4 days before he was assassinated. But even after he was assassinated, I had to go take care of his wife, took her to the hospital. She was pregnant with twins and whatever else. But I'm wondering now, I don't want to talk too much, but I'm so glad that Shaka got Annie and Alan and I to become involved in this. And we know there's got to be a movement. And I realize this is a woman's discussion, et cetera, whatever else. But tell me, what are the next steps? What is it you want us to do to create an international movement? What is the role we can play? Are we going to have a meeting where all of us come to Belize or other places soon to come up with this strategy, et cetera, whatever else? What are the steps? We cannot let this ball drop. What are the next steps?
This ball will not drop. Although this is a women's conference, this is Cynthia Ellis. As I said, I'm just using a laptop that has a different name. This ball it has been a movement from when our ancestors began. And one of the first things we need to do is caucus. The women's conference includes men. Intentionally, we have men because we cannot do without our men, and our men are being eliminated and destroyed. And so we'd like to have a follow-up caucus in terms of addressing the issues of land, education, economic development, health and wellness, a number of the issues that are of concern. So when we see the situation happening with African American men, it resonates in the same way with us in our countries and in our communities. We need technical assistance, legal assistance on how to address many of these issues socially and politically, because you have had the experience of being in the belly of the beast. So you know the protocols and the character of it better than we do. So we want to understand the system where when the leaders over there decide on policies and programs and strategies that affect our countries, that you over there can align with us to cry out against what's happening in Honduras, cry out about what's happening in Panama, in Nicaragua, all these countries, and within the Caribbean as well. So it would be very important that we just have a space to continue sharing and learning from each other. We are making the declaration that the genocide must be recognized and acknowledged. And we are moving into a space not of victim, but victors. Victors in the sense of how we are going to be equipped to have tangible outputs on the ground in terms of hospitals, in terms of trained personnel. We want to see people who look like us coming into our countries and providing expertise and technical assistance. We don't have any problems with other people from your country, of other cultures and race, but it would be good to know that there are African-American anthropologists, there are African-American doctors, there are African-American attorneys who can engage with us, where we can collaborate through the universities and get equipped and develop the capacity that we are not beggars. We are people who are dignified. We are royal people. We are people who have withstood the assault, so much so that, yes, the United Nations declares us as a masterpiece culture, but so what if it doesn't translate into a rooted community? Belize is a small population, for example, 300,000 people. There's no excuse for Belize, not everybody, to own land and to have housing and to have healthcare facilities, running water. Miss Jane Bennett from the university just gave a presentation about an outreach that we had in a community that was being challenged. And the fact of that is that that community, there was no running water, no electricity, no toilet facilities. That is unacceptable in this day and age, and we have no excuse. So we want to partner with people who will guide us and support us in working together with us, not begging our governments, many of whom do not have integrity. I could use a stronger word. So we're not depending on government to give us anything. We're going to align and work with governments, but we are the ones that we are waiting for. And therefore, the nation, the Garifuna nation, is a nation everywhere in the world. We are one people, and we would like to align with you because you understand the language, you understand the culture, you have been through the history. So we know, like when Nelson Mandela, 26 years, was a victor, not a victim. He spent in jail. So these are the people. We want to know about the Tuskegee experience. We want to know about Harriet Tubman. We want that spirit to align with ours as women who are custodians of our families, our communities, our households, our nation. So we'd
Thank you,
like to
Cynthia.
Very good.
Very
Shaka?
good. Yes, yes,
Brother
Alan, go
Shaka?
ahead. I was going to call on you
Yeah.
just now because you mentioned bringing the
Well,
resources of the youth, right, to our communities.
yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, let me just say this because I need to sign off here in just a minute as well. But I want to say that this is a very, very powerful opportunity. And I think the will and the resources needed for major positive improvement exist. And so I think in short order, there should be some follow-up discussion about priorities. For instance, I know in Honduras, there's an